Most have and most speak.
Hey, Mo. Hello, traders, friends, family, and of course, everyone else. Welcome to TopstepTV. We got an all-star lineup each and every day of the week. No other show like this that we call TopstepTV you're going to find on the internet that offers everything in one lovely package: education, trading buddies, trading knowledge, swag, good looks, and tradertainment. This is Opening Call. He's JD, and I'm the other guy. Got an informative and educational show for you today, and every day will be your trading buddy, your trading newscaster, your trading mentor, fellow trader, good friend, neighbor, risk manager Mick, and even that voice in your head that keeps telling you success isn't always about greatness. It's about consistency. Consistent hard work leads to success, and greatness will come. So let's say hello to our good friend who is sitting in for Mr. Hoagland, JD. JD, how are you today?
What's up, Eddie, my man? Good morning, everybody else. Thanks for joining us. Excited to be here. I love it when I get asked to fill in for Hoag. It's it's quite an honor sitting in for a guy like Hoag. So thanks for having me. I appreciate it.
You do a great job at it always. All right, well, let's get busy here. We got a big day ahead of us. Today is June 10th already. U.S. stock futures pointed today lower today as investors looked ahead for that Federal Reserve interest rate decision. Dow shed about 87, S&P down 6. We had the NASDAQ down about 43. Main averages on Wall Street fell following choppy trade this past Friday. That was dragged down by a stronger than projected jobs report, which concerns that the Fed could delay the timing of the potential rate cuts, like we've been fed consistently for the past few months. Nothing new on that front. Benchmark 500, NASDAQ, and the Dow posted weekly gains. Now, this is the week, Fed week, and JD's going to talk a little bit about that. Markets are widely expected to keep the borrowing costs on hold, more than a 2-decade high, at the conclusion of the next policy gathering this wonderful Wednesday. The first update in 3 months, the Fed's dot plot, closely watched gauge policymakers' rate expectations, is tipped to show they're anticipating about a 25 basis point cut, down from 3 in March. Several Fed officials have recently signaled that they would we'd like to also see more evidence that inflation is cooling towards their 2%. So we do have the fresh inflation figures due to be released just hours Wednesday before the Fed decision. So we'll see if that sort of puts a skew in anything. But numbers being watched keenly on Wall Street could provide some insight on the path of the Fed this year. According to the CME's group, the NASDAQ closely monitored by the Fed Watch tool, there is roughly a 53% chance that the Feds will bring rates down from their current level of 5.25 to 5.5 as soon as September. So that's still a ways away. JD, what else you got for us this morning?
Yeah, all eyes are going to be on the Fed this week. Fed and inflation. Those are the two words of the week, right? So not much on the docket for today. We've got a 3-year note auction coming out at noon Central Time, 12 o'clock p.m. Central Time. Tomorrow, day one of the 2-day scheduled Fed meeting begins. Along with that, NFIB Small Business Optimism Index and quarterly services survey. So tomorrow's going to be kind of a quiet day until afternoon, where there's a 10-year note auction coming out tomorrow at 12 o'clock Central Time also. So keep an eye on that. Those Treasury auctions do tend to move markets quite a bit. Wednesday is the big day for the week. We got the CPI number coming out at 7:30 a.m. Central Time. EIA Petroleum Status Report, and then the FOMC announcement at 1 o'clock. Just like Eddie was saying, not much change is expected. We're not expecting a rate cut, but it's the Fed chair press conference afterwards at 1:30 Central Time that traders will be focusing on. They'll be dissecting the rhetoric from Chairman Powell, looking for clues or insight into what the next steps for the Fed will be. Will it be higher for longer, or are we going to start cutting rates pretty soon? Next
Dissecting
Thursday.
rhetoric. I like that term. It's dissecting rhetoric.
Dissecting rhetoric. Sounds like an experiment, right?
Mm-hmm.
Thursday, we got the jobless claims, PPI. That's a big one. More inflation numbers to look out for. EIA natural gas report and a 30-year bond auction. Again, watch out for those bond and note auctions. They do create some volatility. We're closing out the week with import and export prices and the University of Michigan Consumer Sentiment Report on Friday. That's your economic calendar. So far this morning, overnight stocks in Asia closed mixed. Shanghai Composite up 0.08%, Nikkei up 0.92%, and the Hang Seng Index closed down 0.59%. Currently, stocks in Europe are trading mostly lower. At last check, the DAX was down 0.51%, the CAC was down 1.58%, and the FTSE was down 0.29%. Stocks here in the U.S. poised to open just a little bit lower at the 8:30 regular trading hours open. As far as the Mag 7 goes, we had that NVIDIA stock split on Friday after the close. So trading will open up for NVIDIA at $120.89 this morning. Pardon me. As far as closing prices, Tesla closed at 0.26% lower, Microsoft down 0.16%, Meta down 0.16%, Google down 1.28%, Amazon down 0.38%, and Apple up 1.24%. If you're still hawking that GameStop stock, closed at $28.22 on Friday, down 39.38%. Let's just call that a nice round 40%. Last check, the VIX was at 1309. The yield on the 10-year note was at 4.45%, and the dollar index holding steady at 105.20. That's what I got for you on the eco calendar and preliminary trade. What's next, Eddie?
Great. Thanks, JD. Dude, where's my crude? Well, watching crude here earlier, got up earlier and was watching it. I thought that we would keep the momentum to the upside. Buyers were sort of driving nicely. We hit a top 76.45, and the sellers came back. Now, we did see those prices rise early after 3 weeks of losses, but who says that we're not going to see that again with the continuation? We did see crude futures 75.77, Brent 79.91, and the Organization of Petroleum Exporting Countries set to release its monthly report tomorrow. That's where the group's outlook for the annual crude demand will likely be focused. We also do have the monthly report from the International Energy Agency due out later this week. All right, so let's get ready. It is Monday, a fresh week, and we've got a fresh Top Step tip. So what do you got for us today, James? Tip of the week, market. The market is always right. Yes, it is. Markets are always right. Market consistently adjusts to new information, news, events. This continuous adaptation process means that prices are always in flux, striving to reflect the latest available information. So, JD, what do you got here for the markets are always right? That's a $5. $5. You are muted. Wow, way to start the week. You there?
Button.
You're still
It just
muted.
cut out. Never
There you
even hit
go.
the mute button. Anyway, yeah, that's a great tip of the week. Anytime you're starting to think that you are smarter than the markets, think again. You are infallible. You are not infallible. Let me reverse that now. The markets are infallible. You are not infallible. If you're ever starting to think that the market is wrong, think again, because it's you that's wrong. You that's wrong. Anyway, what do you have to say about that, Eddie? Is there such thing as a perfect trader out there?
No, you know what the thing is too. That's why you got to sit back, let the market come to you. Unless you've got 1,000 lots you want to start flipping around, there's probably none of us out there that are going to do that. So we got to sit back and we got to wait for the market to come to us and be patient. All right. Wait for the right opportunities. Follow your game plan. So those are some of the tips here. We'll start the week out correct. But JD, without further ado, let's get into these charts. You got some goodies for us.
Yeah, let's hammer these out real quick. All right, here is a daily chart of the June S&P 500 contract. Okay, so while the moves happened pretty fast on Friday morning after the jobs number, the trading range for the day was pretty much average. The ES traded in a 56 handle range, settled at 53.55, and the orders down just 8.25 points. Total volume on the day was 1.6 million contracts. We lost 12,500 in open interest. We need to keep in mind that equities are in rollover right now. They're in rollover this week. So we will be seeing volume and open interest shifting from the June contract to the September contract throughout the week. If you're trading, I should have mentioned this earlier, if you're trading in treasuries have already rolled to the September contract. If you're trading in TopstepX, you don't have to worry about rolling to the next front month contract. But if you are not trading in TopstepX, you're on a different platform, make sure you have rolled to the September contract in treasuries. Equities and currencies are rolling this week. What's next? Okay, so as far as price action, so the ES broke out of this bullish flag pattern, let's call it Wednesday of last week. Since then, we've just been kind of chopping around our session VWAP, which is currently at 53.48, 53.49-ish. We're only about 35 points from all-time highs at the moment, too. Let's call it 40 points from all-time highs. Our early call on the weekly kickoff was for higher prices this week, and our new weekly kickoff levels are 53.81, just below the all-time high at 53.85 half. This will also be our inflection point. This will be our line in the sand for this week, I'm thinking. Hoag put these levels together. They're always pretty good. You have access. You get them sent to you in your inbox every Sunday at 6 p.m. Central Time. Hoag puts a lot of time into them. I know he's explained it 100 times to you. But anyway, weekly kickoff low 52.83, which has provided some support for us in the past. Overall, this looks to still be a healthy uptrend right now. We continue to make higher highs, higher lows, but we could be kind of petering out just a little bit. We're seeing some minor decreases in volume down here going into the end of the week, and maybe a little uptick in volume on these two last red bars to close the week out. Typically a sign, maybe potential pullback setting up. We also have a potential another small bull flag in the making. But let's take a look at our 30-minute chart real quick. Oop. All right. Here's our price action from Friday. Big red bar here at 7:30. That's a jobs report. Then we ran buy stops. We ran sell stops. Grinded higher to print a new all-time high, then settled back into value from Thursday. It was just a big squeeze. That's all it was. We only settled about 8 points lower on the day. Overnight inventories maybe a little bit short. We're still trading in a range and inside range, just a little bit below value from Friday. That's kind of saying sit around, as Hoag would say, you want to sit around, you want to wait for better trade locations in a trading environment like this. Don't diddle in the middle. That's exactly what he would say. We're waiting on some pretty important data coming out later this week, so more than likely we're just going to be grinding sideways for a couple days leading up to that. So be prepared for some chop early on to start the week. All right, let's move over to our NASDAQ chart. This is a daily of the June NASDAQ contract. Again, early call on the weekly kickoff is to see higher prices in the NQ this week. Friday, the June contract settled at, June contract traded in a 215-point range, settled at 19,037 in the orders, down just 22 points on the day. Total volume was 612,000 contracts, and we lost roughly 1,100 in open interest. Not a whole lot, not quite as much as the ES. And again, equities are in rollover this week, rolling to the September contract. So be aware of the shift in volume and open interest. Okay, so this chart is nearly identical to the ES chart we just looked at. We broke out of this bull flag. Call it Wednesday, same day. Got a nice move higher, and now we're back in a bit of a consolidation. The uptrend still intact, still making higher highs, higher lows, and we're only about 130 points from all-time highs, which is at 19,155 right now. Our new weekly kickoff levels 19,145 just below that all-time high, 10 points below the all-time high at 19,155, and 18,625, which is a minor resistance level back here towards the end of March. The volume pattern we're seeing similar to the ES, decreasing on the way up, slight uptick on the way down, signaling potential pullback. We could even be forming another bull flag up here, minor small bull flag like I mentioned with the ES also. Let's kick it over to a 30-minute chart. All right, here's a closer look at Friday's Chop Fest. Again, nearly identical to the ES. After that non-farm payroll number, ran the buy stops, ran the sell stops, printed new all-time high, then settled back into value from Thursday, closing down just 22 points. Overnight inventory, a little short, fairly balanced. We're still trading inside range, just below value from Friday. So this is a wait-and-see kind of market again this morning. The key here is stay patient, wait for better trade locations, better trade opportunities. We could be range-bound for the next couple of days, again, like I said. So let those ranges sort of start to develop and then play the extremes of them. Don't let yourself get caught in the noise. You could find yourself getting chopped up pretty easily. Range trading is a huge skill to have in these types of markets. Markets are only trending, 75 to 85% of the time, which means they're going sideways the rest of the time. I'm sorry, I had that backwards. Markets are only trending, or markets go sideways 75 to 85% of the time, and they only trend about, let's call it 15 to 20% of the time. So learn how to trade range-bound markets. That's where the bread and butter is. Next, let's move over to our crude oil chart. A lot of action in crude oil this morning. Here's our daily of the July contract. Our early weekly kickoff call is for lower prices in crude oil. We're seeing some higher prices right now. Friday, the July contract traded in a $1.04 range, settled at $75.53, down just 2 cents on the day. Total volume was 208,000 contracts, and we lost 26,000 in open interest. Volume and open interest are starting to build in the August contract right now. So keep the roll in mind with crude oil too. The last trading day for the July contract is June 20th. That's 10 days from now. Let me repeat that. Last trading day for the July contract is June 20th, 10 days from now. All right. So here's a chart pattern we were looking at last week. This is a broadening formation, or the megaphone pattern. You can see the two diverging trend lines here connecting the upper line connecting higher highs, lower line connecting lower lows. Our breakout occurred right here at about 75.81, and our measure move target is down here at 71.37. We didn't quite make it all the way down there, and we've since reversed course, and we're currently retesting this lower trend line right now. We did get a nice move on the breakout initially, but if we close back above this lower trend line a few times, I will consider this pattern to be no longer valid. This is more of an update on this pattern than anything. I wanted to get to it last week. But here are our new weekly kickoff levels. 76.50, which has provided some support going back to February, and it was also our weekly kickoff low last week, and 7,300, which lines up with this area of consolidation going back to early part of the year. Let's move over to our 30-minute chart real quick. All right. So looking like some fairly obvious sideways price action going into this morning. Friday, we played both sides of the overnight range, high to low, then came back to trade inside value from Thursday, just kind of chopping around settlement price. Closed the day nearly unchanged, just 2 cents lower on the day. We did get some movement overnight, and we're seeing more buyers stepping in right now. Reuters are saying that the move overnight is due to hopes of rising fuel demand later this summer. So pretty much speculation at this point. Overnight inventory was long going into the open, kind of paired off a little bit. Came back down to session VWAP, kissed that at 75.87, bounced right off. So it looked like we were going to open with a gap. We ended up not opening with a gap. We opened inside range from Friday, outside of value. So if we're going to look for continuation higher, we would need to accept prices above Friday's high, which was at 76.25, and then that would take us on a move back up to weekly kickoff high at 76.50, which again has been a significant support zone going all the way back to February. Breaking through there would bring us back up to last week's high at 77.52. If this early rally fails, if we accept prices back inside range, back inside value from Friday, we'll first need to get below settlement price at 75.53 before testing Friday's value area low at 75.47. Break below value area low, that should take us to Friday's overnight low at 75.21. So those are some levels that I will be keeping an eye on throughout the day today in crude oil. All right, here's a look at gold. Here's our daily chart of the August gold contract. Early call this week is for lower prices in gold. In all, on Friday, the August contract traded in a $102 range, settled at $23.25, down $66 for the day. Friday's move was the largest in 3.5 years and shaved about 3.5% off of value in gold prices. That's a pretty significant move. Total volume was 314,000 contracts and lost about 14,500 in open interest. That's a puke right there. Reuters credits this dump to speculators betting on Chinese demand and an interest rate cut by the Fed. So we're going to have to wait and see what happens on Wednesday for some more clarification on that or more confirmation on that. So here's another chart pattern we were looking at last week. We were tracking this. This is the elusive bearish ascending broadening wedge formation. Let's actually take a look at it on our 4-hour chart. Looks a little more clear there. All right, so we were looking at this last week, Thursday. I brought this up on Wednesday. Thursday, it gave us a nice opportunity for a cheap short using this upper trend line on Thursday. Then it just kind of fell out of bed overnight, and the break continued into the day session on Friday. Our breakout price was at 23.39 down here, giving us a measure move target of 2267.4. We're going to take a closer look at this chart pattern later on when I come back to do some stats. But I just want to give everybody a heads up that I am still looking at this chart pattern. It's still in play. We're seeing a little positive price action right now. Let's dip into the 30-minute chart. So a quick look at Friday's price action. We formed a nice B-shaped profile on Friday, which is a sign of strong selling pressure, which we can see continued sort of after regular trading hours on Friday. We closed on the lows of the day. Overnight inventory right now is maybe a little bit long, was a little bit long going into the open. Relatively flat, though, I want to say. We're still trading inside range, but just a little bit below value from Friday. A move back above Friday's volume point of control could lead to a test of Friday's value area high at 2336.2. Failure to do that could lead to a test of Friday's low at 2304.2, which is also the weekly low from last week. So right now, looking for acceptance back inside value in gold. A move back above value area low should lead to a test of that volume point of control and then possibly a retest of Friday's value area high. So that's my take on gold this morning. All right, that's what I got for you. I think we're right on time. Hi, Eddie.
You are very well right on time. All right, today is the 10th already of this wonderful month we call June. We've got Andre, MP, going to join us here, Jack and Deeyana and Nick for Tick for Fast Markets. We also do have power players, Andre, Peter Tuchman, JD and myself will be joining Andre for the last part of that power players top quiz. Get ready for some good questions. And one of our favorites, Bonnie's going to be with me for top quiz shoulder tap. Jack and Brett, we've got the group coaching, Robert Riz, the Riz takeover. Yeah, Bobby, the Riz, is going to be here for group coaching. And this afternoon, Robert, Gabe, Anne-Marie for Strategy Lab, and Andre JD. And our good friend, Mohammed A, will be back with us once again. So, JD, as I ask Hoag, meet you at the coffee machine. We're going to take a break. We'll be right back with Fast Markets. And don't go away.
You on air more.
All right, we are back, and hey, real quick here, for those not able to connect to Quant Tower, we are aware that some traders are having difficulty connecting to Quant Tower. Our platform partner recommends updating to the latest version. And while we got some time here, let's get our horses in the gates. And Andre, all you, we've got a bell coming up here very shortly.
Good morning, Eddie. Thank you so much. Welcome, everybody, to TopstepTV. You are watching Fast Markets right now. Lovely lady in the lower left is Deeyana. Upper right, Nick for a tick. And the boss himself, upper left, Michael Patad. Deeyana, welcome. How are you doing today?
Yeah, I'm pretty good. I'm still a little bit tired from the flight yesterday, but I'm back in London, ready to go. So let's see what happens.
Beautiful. Nick for a tick in the green room said you want to buy right now, right here, right now. Are you still thinking that? What are you thinking going into this open, Nick?
Yeah, I'm leaning a little bit bullish to start this week. I just think we may balance, not do a whole lot outside of get out of maybe at least stick in last week's range. With the big news Wednesday between CPI and FOMC, I would be shocked if we do anything outlandish of a move to start this week.
All right, Michael, what's happening, man? How you feeling?
I'm feeling great. What are we looking at for house account? What are we looking at for house account today? Do we have anything on your Rolodex of trusted folks?
Gonna tap into them right now. Let's watch how this market starts. We got the Dow pushing higher right out of the gate. S&P's, NASDAQ not doing a whole heck of a lot. Got my Topstep daily levels pulled up on my screen right now. Got the trading checklist pinned to the top of the chat. We will have those Topstep daily levels pinned to the top of the chat shortly. Currently, we're trading 53.50, 53.47. The S&P's doesn't really hit a level. It's kind of in the middle of the range right now on the Topstep daily levels. We'll keep an eye on how everything plays out. NASDAQ selling off a little bit, not a whole lot. Dow's the only one that really moved out of the gate. A little higher here. D, you're gonna be trading crude, gold, and RBOB, I believe, this week. What are we looking at, D?
Yeah, it depends which one looks better. For now, gold is opening inside value, so I'm not too keen on that, at least not right off the bat. RBOB is looking interesting. There's a bit of decoupling going on between crude oil. So crude oil is definitely stronger than RBOB.
Okay.
But we'll see. Again, I'm not going to rush because it's Monday, it's FOMC week. And, sometimes you can have, like Nick said, very quiet week across the board in the lead up to FOMC. So it's best not to dig a massive hole immediately, if possible.
Agree.
I'm going to stay patient. I'm not going to do anything for the first hour or so. I'm just going to be watching, caffeinating, all of that good stuff, and getting ready to pop out some levels. Having said that, ES is opening below value, and I do have like a loose orientation point around the value low and around settlement around 53.54. That could bring either a short or a long. Why do I say either or? Is because if we accept value, so if we go higher, that would mean a special situation play, which would open up at least in my eyes, some room for longs. If we yet again reverse from that area, like we already have pre-market, then we might have some shorts. So again, I advise that we stay a little bit patient before we pop our toes into the water.
Yes.
And that long.
We got Anne Marie. We got Anne Marie saying we're under the VWAP, so she's waiting to fade.
Yes, we are.
Test from Friday's low.
S&P's selling off. NASDAQ getting bought up a little bit. Dow just made a big turnaround. Went from highs to now almost closing in on the lows. Tight ranges. Volume looks a little light right now. Thin in the ladder. So we'll stay patient. No big deal. We're just kind of in the middle of the range right now. We do have the house account open. We had our ups and downs last week in the house account. Friday was a bit of a tough one. We got short market rally.
GameStop taking it on the chin. Old Hello Kitty.
We're doing that again this week.
Oh, yeah, we are.
Oh, my goodness. Gosh. Hey, good morning, Jack.
And
27
morning,
bucks.
guys.
And unless you've been under a rock,
What did you
NVIDIA
guys-
has split. Another thing
NVIDIA
to
has
watch early
split.
this week.
It has split. Okay.
Yes. Trading $120.13 right now.
Good to see it kicking off the new price point. Still trading like the meme stock that it became towards the end.
It's
And
interesting to
that
see
long
how.
off previous low was kind of my lean to kick it off here off the open. I mean, I never loved taking taking trades immediately at the bell, but that was my lean, and now we are kind of bouncing into VWAP on NQ.
So you got NVIDIA rocking it. You got GameStop. If those calls, if the prices stay above 20, old homeboy Kitty is going to have some expired, worthless
Oh, no.
calls, right?
One of us.
He's got a
He's one of
20 strike.
Yeah,
He's
if you
got
think
20
either
strike.
one of us has a bad day, now that's entirely.
Yeah,
I mean, he was on there.
Of having a
drinking
bad
What was
day.
that? What was that?
Yeah, it was. He
He
should have
lost like
stayed hidden.
600 million on paper on those options, but
that cool?
yeah, he still got the 21st.
He
They're still in the
he
money
was up
now.
that
He
much
could
yet?
start selling them.
What is
Yeah.
He was up 600 million on just the options.
Just the options were worth like 700 and something million in the overnight. You couldn't have done anything with them, but
He could not have done anything, right? Or could he?
well, he could have sold shares.
Hmm.
I mean, maybe it's just me. I can't imagine having that large of a position and as a winner on a meme stock of all things, like just something that fundamentally doesn't make a ton of sense, and not just
Yeah.
selling and then you guys never hearing from me again and me just, heading to some island somewhere
Yep.
to fall off the face of the earth. Because that's my style. If I had $100 million trade, you're never going to hear from me.
Yeah.
again.
No.
Good to know, Nick.
Yeah, well,
Good to
why,
know.
why, would,
Yeah, now we
why
know.
would anyone hear
Yeah, if
from
I just
anyone?
disappear off
You just
TopStep
gotta
TV
retire.
with no notion, you guys know I hit a
We're all
I hit
shooting,
a
we're
YOLO
all shooting
call.
for those numbers. Those numbers are that's what people are shooting for, those numbers big time. I mean, those are
Get a private island,
wildly.
retire from the entire civilization,
Yes.
and disappear, never to be seen again.
Yeah, I'd probably just buy a plot of land in somewhere in North Texas and just start a dog rescue or something on a ranch with horses and dogs.
Oh, I love it already.
Oh. Yeah. You mean you wouldn't start like a YouTube stream on a Friday afternoon, just blabbering away for an hour watching?
No, I mean, if I did, I'd probably like Starlinked in and just to do Power Hour
Yes.
with you, Andre.
Oh, thank you,
There
Nick.
you
I
go.
take this as a compliment. Yes.
Nice.
Just mobile trading on an iPad or something.
What was that, man? That was quite a
Yeah, it was
thing.
pretty bizarre, wasn't it?
It's just all of it. What are we doing right now?
Yeah.
All right.
I couldn't
we
even
did see.
watch it. I started watching it and I was like, what is this? Like, really?
Well,
was
that's
over.
10 minutes, D. 10 minutes.
then
I
it's just
zoned out. I go.
another-
Yeah.
Yeah.
When he
same.
got in
Yeah.
front of Congress and wrote all his reasons and all his reasons for getting in and all that kind of stuff, they did the Zoom interviews back in 2021, 20 or whatever it was. And then he goes on right now and he's like, I like Cohen's management team. I'm like, what? That's it? You don't have anything more than that. There's nothing more behind this. And you're just like, so yeah, he didn't sound as brilliant as he did the first time.
Yeah.
But
Oh, well.
but he has realized 140 something million on his, according to Z-Trade. So I'm going to keep my mouth shut. The kid has put up money.
It is true. We'll try and pull some levels. Looks like not everyone is online just yet, so we'll stick to the personal accounts for the time being. Slow start to the open, to be expected.
Mm.
Anything? Nasdaq
I
found
think
some
I've
buyers
done
out
the math on this, Andre. Oh, so I think I've done the math on this. There's about 2,000 or about 3,000 people that sleep in on Mondays. Because
here.
our Monday,
Here?
yeah, our
Or
Mondays
globally?
numbers on
Numbers.
viewers always, and then Tuesdays like pop, like huge, and it's always like,
Tuesday,
where
Wednesday,
are you on
Thursday.
Monday? Are you unless like you're working and we have that many people working, but like Mondays is early bird catches the worm, get a feel
that
for
money.
the market,
Get money.
get
Monday.
that money.
Yeah,
or
but
you at least
Mondays
get a
is
feel-
also a day when people have the most heart attacks.
What?
what?
Is it actually?
Mhm.
Really?
Jeez,
Yeah,
Deeyana.
statistically, yeah, that is the day when people usually have heart attacks because of the stress. You relax over the weekend, and then you're like, all right, let's go. And at some point, obviously, if you're not taking care of yourself, I suppose it
Right.
gets to you. I don't know, but Monday seems to be a hugely stressful day, so maybe that's why. If you can't
The
sleep
Sunday
in,
scary, the Sunday
Sunday
scary
scaries.
snap of Monday morning, huh?
Catch up to
Yeah.
you.
sure,
I should laugh,
sure.
but I mean it is. I mean, look, it happens, I guess.
What?
So quick update for me too. As far as the Lean Hog Stetson's challenge, I am halfway
Yes.
there on 50K combine.
Really?
Ooh,
Oh,
my
wow.
So
You're down
challenge out to
ham.
the chat.
How are you
Don't let me be
finding
the
the
first
lean
person to
hogs?
do it.
Yeah.
They move well, right?
It does off the open after the last couple days of watching it on Topstep X. Like, I always kind of jokingly watched it just to be funny, but since I've been doing it, I think Jay is right. There is a trade. It just may be one or two moves to kind of for the session. You just got to catch one of them, hopefully.
Interesting.
So halfway, guys. Don't let me win.
Nick,
No
I
issues.
feel like there's another couple other guys. I was on Twitter. They saw them saying something, and then I got a few folks in here doing it. First one gets the hat. I don't know what the hat looks like, like exactly, but I'm sure maybe you're able to contribute to the one we
choose.
buy.
I'll get an
What's
email
that?
with you, and you get to choose your hat. And James, somewhere, if you can find it, I sent it last Friday. We have a photo. Yes.
Look at that graphic.
We have the photo
Oh, that's not what you
of
wanted?
Matthew,
Okay,
who
hold
won the
on.
last one.
Oh, perfect. Cool. The live viewer audience loved that one.
Coach Jay. I'm about $500 on my Hogs combine.
You're hogging. I like it.
Just messing.
What?
All right.
Yes.
Well, it's Monday. It's Monday. FOMC week. Got some inflation numbers coming out. I'm going to go to my man, Eddie. Eddie, what do we got on the calendar today? Do we got much? I took a quick peek. Didn't look like
Oh
a whole
my
heck of a lot,
goodness!
but
Look at all we've got here, Andre. My
Got
goodness, here. It's going to take at least 10 minutes. Coming up in about 19 minutes, CV employment, minor number. 10:30, 3-month bill auction, 6-month bill auction. High noon, we got the 3-year note auction. And that is it. And please remember, be kind to our support agents. They're working day and night trying to answer all issues, questions, and requests. And be nice. Back to you, Andre.
Eddie,
I like
Eddie, you've done support. I've done support. I was the first support person. That was fun. Back in the day, 2010.
Back in the day. Yes.
Yeah.
Were they just lighting you up?
This is a scam. Why would I trade on Sim?
Oh, gosh.
What else did they get? Why do I have to use stops? You busted me for stops, or you hitting. What's this rule? Why do I have to follow rules? Like, wow, this is going to take a while. That learning curve took 4 years. 2014 is when it really started getting me like, this solves the problem. I don't have to risk my own money. Oh, I can, keep my kids' college fund where it's at and still prove myself out. And then I get this opportunity to actually trade bigger size than I actually would in my personal brokerage account. Oh, this is actually more attractive than a personal brokerage account. Boom. And then it takes off. 2016.
This is going to take a while.
This is going to title. I even had my wife helping at one time. She started crying.
Oh,
Yeah, so back to Eddie saying, be nice, please. My
Yes.
wife got lit up.
It's very good advice. Be nice.
All right, just looking at ES here from a weekly standpoint and trying to
Okay.
match up things to the downside. So I said I have 53, 54 as a level of interest for like an orientation point. But to the downside, we do have some demand levels around 53.22 and then a pretty kind of big-ish zone all the way down to 53.12, let's say, where I would be interested in maybe looking for further longs. But for now, I'm not that keen on anything in the equities.
53.22 demand area.
Yeah.
Still choppy. Still
That's the
thin.
weekly demand
Nothing
area.
until
And the reason why I say it's a big zone because I do have an average daily range low at 53.15. So that's like that whole
Okay.
area is somewhere where I might want to keep an eye on.
We got
Pretty quiet
53.29.
open.
Yes, it is. 53.29 Friday's low in the ES. 18,940. 18,940 Friday's low in the NQ. Nick, any trades coming in or into this, or have you still just sitting on your hands?
Yeah, I'm trying to build into a short right now, but I'm seeing some initiation off these lows on ES, which I don't love. So I'm just kind of watching.
Okay. Slow start. To be expected. Again, FOMC this week. Inflation numbers this week.
Nick, what would you say your biggest strength is as a trader? Because I would have I have a vote on what it is, but go ahead.
Typically patience, but also not being greedy is probably my biggest strength. I would say I even this, like I'm in for a 3-lot short 15. Like I have no problem cutting this for $600 and just continuing to reset just because I didn't love the way it moved, but now we're kind of getting the move that I was looking for. And this is in my XFAs across 5 accounts. So I'm going to put a stop or take profit, at 18,995 for $1,200, 20 points, and potentially be done trading these XFAs for the day. But yeah, for me, it's not being greedy on,
There's your 95.
this was not a great entry. I just kind of got a little ahead of myself. So the patience thing kind of got thrown out. But I'm willing to just quickly cut this here for a quick winner and then reset.
So that's what I was going to say about you. Because right out of the gate, when we were back in the green room, he's like, I like a long hair or something like that. And he waited. And would this be your first trade, or were you trading in between there?
No, this is my first trade of the day.
There you go. So guys, 15 minutes into, I know the markets were moving and you got to get this itchy trigger finger to do it, which not saying he had, but he's looking to get long, but then he flipped his whole take on it. 15s, that was a good fill.
Yeah, it was.
I didn't love it because we started building above 20, which would make me have no interest in being short. So even now, we're still kind of hanging around above 900, or excuse me, 19,000. So I may cut this. Should have already, but.
Well, traded 95s. Did you not? You didn't have anything working yet?
No, I was talking as I was trying to potentially put a take profit in. But that's the way it is. That's why it's like, hey, I was originally looking to build this into like a 4 lot, and I jumped in 3 too quickly. But
well, you got 15 handles in it right now.
Yeah, I'm gonna take this for $1,000 probably, and give it a second if I can get it.
Working? Would you say you're working, Nick? 95s?
19,015.
19,015.
And I'm looking for 95s.
Gotcha. Yep.
He's short 15s, yeah.
Yep.
Short 15s, looking for 95s, 98s. There's 98s. There's 97s. There's 95 a quarter. Whoa! Nice trade.
Sellers in the house.
Nice trade, Nick.
So take profits in at 92, and I'm out.
There you go, guys. Little. And are you going to lock those out right now, or are you?
No, I'll watch. I'm hanging. It's early, and this is in my XFAs, so I may switch to my live anyway. Now that I kind of got a good start on the day for XFAs, I'm trying to build these back up. I have been notoriously terrible about getting these off the ground lately. I'm one of those people. I don't change any of my risk parameters from how I trade my live versus starting at a zero balance. So for me, if I take a loss or 2 losses in a row, it's very hard to dig myself out of an XFA hole from a negative balance. So it's just been a tougher, since we moved to 5, it's just been a tough draw for me to try to get these off the ground.
Yeah, you got a stable full of ponies is what we like to call it, right, Andre?
That's right. 5 of them. 5 of them.
I do love it. I do love it. It's just those losses.
I'll switch to my live account. I'll go to my XFA. I go to my combine. Those are like different cars in the garage that you're gonna pick out and drive for the day.
Yeah, like my 50K combine that just hit a lean hog trade to kick off the open.
There you go.
Immediately went whatever 10 ticks for my take profit. So
the
10 points.
The hog challenge here.
I'm coming for that Stetson hat, not that the cowboy in Texas needs it.
Yeah, we do have a photo.
You already have one.
Well, right? Matthew already has
I do,
one.
which is not a Stetson one. It's a cheap one from like Stagecoach back in the day.
Wow. Here's our live. Was that live cattle, Jack?
That was live cattle, and Matthew was a good enough sport to we said, hey, we give you this hat. Could you take a picture eating a steak with it? Lo and behold, he did.
You gotta love
Looks like a natural.
Yeah, he went with the Stetson Monterey.
Local Denny's.
Good luck. Good luck.
Hold on. Go back to that picture real quick.
Michael saw something.
What's his name?
What'd you catch?
Ketchup right next to steak.
I knew it. The ketchup.
Oh no, you're right. I didn't even catch that. It could be for his fries. We don't know.
We don't know.
What up, Jay? Shout out to Jay watching right now.
Banging out the short on the 15s. Wow, nice.
Yeah, so I'm up for the board. I guess I'm up 1,500 in my 5 XFAs.
I love how you quoted 1,500. So many people quote the whole amount. Don't quote. I don't like quoting the whole amount because you didn't. That the total. You made the 1,500 and then you copied the other ones. So I always say the skill was in the 1,500. So that's just me. Call it how you will, but I like how you quoted it.
Well, I mean, then Dakota and I are multimillionaires if you want to amplify our live accounts. So
you would be multimillionaires, guys. Biggest traders in the futures industry by far.
Uh-huh.
It just goes to show how much better traders that we have at Topstep, and I'll brag about it all day long because we worked 14 years to find kick-ass traders like Dakota, like Nick for a tick, and the other ones that we'll list today on the Topstep Live leaderboard. So,
Yep.
Call it proud of them. Call it proud of the grind of the team over at Topstep and the traders that we found. So, all the above.
So, hey, in the upper left-hand corner of the screen, you're going to see the hashtag Fast Markets up there. Go to Topstep on Twitter or X, call it what you want. Send us your traders send us some wins, send us some memes, send us some, trader certificates, send us anything. We'll scrape the internet, use the hashtag Fast Markets at Topstep. We'll scrape that and maybe show it to you later here in the session, but right now we are still trading. Dow's still buyers. What's up, Michael?
Let's do show us what you either had for breakfast, right? What you're having for breakfast right now, or what you're drinking right now. This will be fun. What you're drinking? How about just what you're drinking right now? Because this is a coffee. This is hashtag Fast Markets. Andre has a martini, I think, in that.
Right dirty there. One, dirty one too.
Dirty. Oh, shake it up, Andre. Shake it up.
Yeah.
What do you got, Nick?
I've got English tea.
I had some English tea this morning too.
It's a
all right, everybody show their drink. Let's do a snapshot and Topstep thing. We'll do it. Everybody show their drink. You guys do a screenshot, James, and then we'll. Okay. Then we will. Whatever. We'll post and we'll hashtag.
Jack, what are you drinking? What are you drinking over there? Iced coffee.
I just got brought. It's Monday. I got brought a Diet Coke and an Egg McMuffin.
Wow, life is good.
Monday, you doing a McDonald's runner on a Monday morning, huh?
No, the daycare is next to McDonald's.
Yeah,
my clerk is my wife, who's also my boss.
Good, very good. I remember doing clerk runs. Anything and everything.
Starting the diet next week, huh, Jack?
Yeah.
What's that supposed to mean?
All right, sending those submissions. Go to Twitter, X, at Topstep. Use the hashtag Fast Markets. Maybe we'll show those later. Hell, yeah. Last time it was us four. I think we showed everyone our shoes, the shoes that we were wearing, right?
That's right.
It was the Crocs. I started the Topstep Feet Picks channel.
Yeah, you did.
You created
that.
Send Andre and your feet picks.
Come on.
Personal DMs, not the Topstep.
No,
just send
them to Nick.
Yeah.
Let Nick dig through those and find his favorite.
I don't know how it got to that point, but oops.
I don't either.
Yeah. So we had a lot of people, speaking of support team, we had a lot of people in the support team talking about getting a bunch of inquiries that day from the foot fetish community. Foot fetish community when we're going to have a meetup.
Oh my gosh. You came to the wrong place.
I know.
Nick, what did you say?
Barefoot people?
I don't know, but I did cover at 92, which seems like that was the right decision. Yeah. We still can't really break through it, this is the area I was looking to long off the open. Longer time frame value area high from what month are we in? It's from May, as well as the previous day low. So until we kind of break this balance from Friday, which even if we do, I don't see us going too far down. Maybe go retest like 18,900 I could see, between now and FOMC, but I don't see us being much wider than the last few days of balance.
Again, FOMC is on Wednesday. We will be sure to broadcast
and CPI. That. What a Wednesday we're going to have back on Topstep TV. I may not take a trade that entire day.
Boy, that's going to be tough. All right, Dow's only the indices. Dow's the only one's kind of moving, pushing higher to the upside here. 38,869 last trade with a high of 38,883, about 14 points off the highs.
Yeah.
Nasdaq's seen some move to the downside here. Currently trading 987s. 987s. If you remember, Nick for a tick covered 995s. We'll see if we get pushed lower here. I'm not seeing a whole heck of a lot in crude or gold for the time being. I don't have RBOB up. Crude tilt.
Same.
Nothing really. Hey, what's the front month in gold? Is it June or is it July? What's front month in gold?
I'm pretty sure it's July, actually. No, August. Sorry. Oh, it's August. I think we jumped ahead. Yeah, gold does that. It frequently skips a month and goes forward.
It is
yeah,
Q.
it's
Thank you.
August.
Thank you, D. It
Yeah,
is Q. Thank you.
it's Q.
August code is Q.
Q. Yes,
Yeah.
it is. Did you know that, Michael?
I do now.
I did not know August was Q until just now.
No, I've never had to do
Never had-
Q.
Me neither. Never did.
I've always been in the
Quarterlies?
Quarterlies.
East March.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Augie is Q. Augie's Q. All right, we're gonna be patient here. Nothing crazy.
Hey, there was a
Gates.
question out there while we're being patient. They wanted me to elaborate on the affiliate partner program. I mentioned it X this weekend. We'll be sunsetting some of it. We're going to be narrowing it down to actually partners. It's way too many people out there saying way too many things that we need to make sure they align with transparency and brand and all that kind of stuff. So that there'll be some narrowing down.
Hey, Nick, can we get an update on your P&L, your XFA?
Yeah.
When you get a chance, so we can update the board.
1,500 across
Up 50.
each individually. So however you guys want to put that on the board.
Yeah, how
Either
should we
1,500
post
times
it?
5.
How should we post that, MP? Just post one account or the 5 accounts for an XFA up 1,500?
I don't know.
Up
Nick, it's
7,500
kind of
or
it's Nick's
50.
call. You could say you could post it as that, and then you could go X5 right after it. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe
And that
do
just
X5.
means
I'm not a firm believer. I never treat it as, I'm up whatever, 15 grand or what would that be? 10 grand. I can't do math right now.
That's always been my rub. There you go. 1,500 times 5. There you go. Technically,
75.
the skill that he placed of getting in a position with a 3-lot, not a 369, blah, 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 because of that, 15 lot would have been like your psyche. This is what I like about copy trading is because you keep your psyche within the realm of like the zone that you work in, instead of going to 15 lots or 30 lots and then putting on a 30 lot and being a 30 lot trader. So I get that. I get how that helps traders stay in their zone, but also put up bigger total profits. But I think in reality, you should only quote. Yeah, if you say, "Hey, how you doing today?" I'm up 1,500. I got 5. I'm copying 5. I'm copying none. I'm up 1,500. That's to me the fair way to do it. To the 30 lot traders and the 15 lot traders that are actually doing that in one account.
What do you think about that? Look what they put up there, 1,500 X5. I think that works.
Yeah,
I think that's fine.
I think that
works. Yeah.
Okay. Full transparency here. Topstep again. Real trades, real traders, real execution, live account. Hey, tip of the week here. This is an interesting one we chose. Tip of the week here, Topstep for this week. The market is always right. Understand we are in the market's environment, not the opposite. Understand we are in the market's environment, not the opposite. When we say, quote, the market has to do this, it doesn't. Read what the market is telling you and trade what you see, not what you think. This came straight from Michael, didn't it? This one came straight from MP.
Well, we had a spreadsheet where we all fill them out. Coaches do that. Again, we spend the time to try to pass along. The market's going to do wherever the heck the market wants to do. That's what I always learn.
Well, that's our tip of the week. The market is always right.
There you go. Tip of the week, guys. We'll be sharing this all week just so you guys can we can beat it into each other's head on how important it is to understand that the market is always right. That is also another reason, Dre, where we always say, hey, the market's going to do this. No, please change that to it may do this. I think it could.
You're right.
This.
You're right.
Yeah.
It should do that. The worst is it should do that. No, it shouldn't.
Oh, the worst is it. Now, come on.
I've said that so many times.
You haven't been trading long enough. You haven't been trading long enough.
We should go higher. Hey, Crew just caught a nice little pop up 50 cents here in this last 10 seconds. D, what are you seeing over there in Crew? Wow. Someone hit the buy button.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Obviously, I'm seeing the same thing you are, Dre. So, yeah, definitely caught a bit.
New highs.
Let's see what we've got. I mean, okay, so when I look at it on the daily chart, I do see the potential for maybe the trend change. So maybe that summer demand could be finally making a move. Because I have been waiting for something like this to show up on the charts. And last week we had the bullish engulfing of the daily chart coming from a weekly demand with a follow through. We had a Friday sell off, but now it seems that they've woken up. So may it
Finally.
continue. Yeah. So some levels that I might want to reference here. I do have the average daily range high at 76.75 area. And then we have plenty of space on the session range front, which is much higher at 77.27. So if this continues and we get a nice sustained auction, there could be a long there. But I would prefer to maybe position myself in RBOB for a similar move.
Okay.
So we'll see what happens. We are in that time of day when we have those the NY cut, which is a forex option expiry that happens every day, and there could be some effect from maybe a Canadian dollar option expiry because crude oil is heavily connected to the Canadian dollar since they are some of the largest exporters of crude oil. And so that's the only thing that I can say around about this time. I don't have any good levels yet, so I want to see what happens with this auction. If we fail the auction, there could be a short there too. So it all literally hinges on this 30-minute time frame candle.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see what happens in the next 30 minutes, and then I might have something.
And Q and NASDAQ both stuck, quote unquote, stuck in their opening range.
Oh,
We're going to be patient. Wow, 6,000 people watching on this Monday. Not everyone's asleep in bed still. People are watching us on Fast Markets. Click like, click subscribe. We just lost 500 viewers as I speak. I don't know what's going on with those numbers. We got over 95,000 subscribers right now, Michael. We are on the march to 100,000, not 1,000, to 100,000. The numbers are jumping around right now.
So Andre, those live numbers that are on the YouTube video while it's playing are notoriously inaccurate.
Yeah,
did you see that?
Yeah.
Just look at 6,000 when it jumped to 5,500 as I was mid-sentence. What the heck? Yeah. 500 people dropped off.
Yeah, they're not tracking it properly.
They're trying to take a picture, hashtag fast markets of their drink, and they spilled it on their keyboard. That's as
500
simple as I can make. As simple as I can make it, Andre.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Hey, really quickly, I think that Quant Tower thing we just talked about, but we have zero issue with Rhythmic right now. There's another firm out there telling everybody that other firms all have the same issue that they're having, which they don't have Rhythmic or Tradeovate working for them at all. From what I've heard, that's what they posted. So we're going to try to clear the air that Rhythmic works perfectly at Topstep.
I'm a Rhythmic user. I have no issues. Haven't had issues in a very long time.
And so just trying to get the transparency out there that we have Topstep X working great. We have Tradeovate working great. And we have Rhythmic working great. And then we have Nick trading great. And we have D looking great. And we have Andre looking great.
Yeah. Am I?
And then there's lowly me.
Oh, woe is me.
Woe is me.
Back from the mountains. Michael went on some hikes. He touched some grass. He was in the sun at elevation this weekend. What? You were above 12,000 feet at one point, weren't you?
Oh, yeah. We went all the way up to the top of Independence Pass. Where I'm like, okay, kids, let's all get out of the car. I'm like, we don't want to. I'm like, all right, back down the valley. Yeah, we did some hikes. 2-year-old had a carrier on my shoulders. She couldn't go up the hill after.
Oh.
I mean, they did a mile hike. That was great.
At elevation, not easy to breathe.
No.
Sounds good, Jack.
But hiking with your kids, that's a fun thing. Very, very. I've never done that before.
Good stuff. Hey, Jack, I'm told we got some news about Friday payouts. What are those numbers looking like?
Well, yeah, we'll do
Hold
some
on, Jack.
news. Hold on.
Jack, we have payouts. They actually went. They got.
Oh man.
I can't keep heading. Go ahead.
Can't stay with a straight face. Go ahead, Jack.
No.
Oh, so sorry. Okay, we'll do the payouts first then. I feel like I'm missing an inside joke. All right. Here are the top 5 payouts from Friday.
Whoa.
Rommel. Nice. Yikes. Look out. Dangerous
Wow.
man with some money in his pocket.
Yeah.
K-Chun 15,400. Daniel Craig with 9,300.
Bond.
Nicholas right behind him, and David E with 7,800. Later on, when we do some more stats, we will show the top payouts from people last week. I'm sure Rommel will be on that list. Around some other news right now, and interrupt me if the markets start rocking.
Okay.
Just wanted to show first this chart. Another function of the interest rates not being cut is that companies that don't make money in tech, while the darlings of 2020 have never really recovered from that. Cash is king when the interest rates are high. Your future earnings don't mean shit. Take note, Kathy Woods.
House of Pain.
Yeah.
Nick like that one.
Next up, back to GameStop, which I'll talk about later because I was fighting for my life for a while last week at a trade. But I do like this with Matt Levine about that Roaring Kitty thing. Imagine having this thesis. I think maybe one day this team can transform the company and can work well in the long term, and expressing it with 2-week call options. Love it. Yeah, that was
Right?
a great
What
way
the
to
hell?
up your 120,000 options contracts. They will expire worthless if GameStop's at $20 1 week from Friday. Sorry, Hoag's not here for this. This is just some hodgepodge stuff here. I love this tweet here of Robert Plant
Cool.
responding to this, being told no, and then literally being Robert Plant. Hoag would love this.
I can't find a guy like this. Hey, no.
Oh, man.
I'm literally the guy in the picture.
Yeah, that's awesome.
And lastly, for Michael, it is the 20-year anniversary of The Killer's Hot Fuss, which I know is near
Wow.
and dear to your heart. A staple of my high school days, the Mormon band that has dominated since then. So good
Dominated.
stuff. Dominated.
Mr. Brightside.
So,
Mr. Brightside.
Brandon Flowers. Well, the whole team, but
Take a
Brandon
look.
Flowers.
and that's what
So
we have
Jack,
for
are you
now.
saying by sharing the payouts, are you saying our payout process is working great as well? Or I should say our payout approval process is working great as well.
Yes. Granted, I just see the numbers. I assume this is the case, Michael.
Wow. So everything's working well.
You are
Now someday-
jinxing us so-
I know I'm jinxing it so bad.
Yes.
Yeah.
Everything's working very smoothly right now. It is.
I can't wait till it doesn't. I can wait, of course. I hopefully never does. But like then I'll be like, you were just I'm like, we're just, proud of working hard as a team and doing well. Putting out the
S&P's
best stuff we could do.
finally got through VWAP, trading 53.50s almost. We've been seeing these prices for a while. This week we did see all-time highs in NASDAQ and S&Ps. Dow been hanging out, lagging behind. We did see Dow crack 40,000 a couple weeks ago. We had Peter Tuchman on. Actually, Peter Tuchman will be joining us later today on Power Players. See if he's fired up after the weekend. See what he's thinking about going into the FOMC. All right, S&P's pushing higher here. NASDAQ stuck at VWAP right now. 19,010. 19,010 is VWAP. See what it does around here. Crude saw a bit of a sell-off or pullback off those 76.50 highs. Currently trading $76.18. Gold hasn't really made a move one way or another. S&P's
Yeah, gold is
pushing higher.
quiet.
D. Gold is quiet, D. Crude saw a pull-off.
Mhm.
Did see a headline here from my man Eddie saying Russia makes its deepest oil cut in a year. Still pumps above target, but Russia makes its deepest oil cut in a year. Maybe that had something to do with that pop in crude.
Yeah, could be.
Yeah.
Mhm. I mean, there could be still longs. I have value area high from Friday at 75.91, which is where we bounced from. So this could be a setup for longs that I like to call strength from inside the initial strength from inside the initial balance, Mondays, aka SEEB for short.
Strength. Explain that, D. What does that mean?
It's basically when the price creates a demand level, aka bullish engulfing, inside the initial balance. So during the first hour, you have like a first half hour that's a bit quiet, then the second one pushes stronger, and then the third candle comes to test that newly formed demand area. So that's my setup that I've noticed sometimes can be pretty good on quieter days. And then you'd be effectively looking for a pullback into what is now 76.10. And it has happened. We are seeing some buying here. So if that's sustained, it can be almost like a springboard for the slower sustained auction day that goes into some kind of a trend. But what you're doing here is by waiting for a pullback, you're effectively increasing the profit margin. And for these sort of trades, I usually use the average daily range high or the average session range high as my final target. So obviously by getting a better entry, that can increase your profit margin for the trade. So the only thing is that it's not appropriate if you have very strong momentum, because you're never going to get a pullback. So you really have to match it with the type of the day that you're seeing. Let's see
Strength
if
from
I
within.
jump through some time frames here, see what's going on.
Yeah, let's take a look.
Yeah, I might find an entry. I don't like the failed auction because that's what's technically happening right now. There is a danger that we go all the way down through the initial balance and create a neutral day type, which means extending the first hour trading range to both sides. That's not great for a trending move. So that's definitely an option. And in that case, that changes my profit targets quite a bit to the middle of the range rather than outside of it, if that makes sense. So yeah, I definitely want to see this catch a bid again, and then I might have a trade. So I don't really want to get involved immediately because it's a little bit too early for this type of a setup. Usually I like to look for this setup towards the end of the day, sort of typically within the last sort of half an hour of active trading on crude. So I'm a little bit suspicious.
Sus. Kids call that sus. Very suspicious.
Sus, that's right.
Sus. Kids call it. MP, any trades in the personal account there? I knew you've
I'm
dipped a
short
toe in
16s
something.
right now.
I knew you dipped a toe. Short 16s in.
Yeah, 3-lot.
NASDAQ?
I'm copying Nick, but with 1 point better fill, Nick.
Yeah,
Short 3 times.
I mean, I still. Ooh, and we just popped. I still like.
Yeah, I know.
If we can't build above 20. Especially because ES is pretty much building at a low volume node as resistance at the 5350 level, and it couldn't get above it again. So I'm still kind of leaning to the short side here. Like I said, I still would like to see a retest of 18,900 at some point pre FOMC. I just don't see it going much further than that without some aspect of news.
Yeah,
I mean, it could be CPI even before that does it, but I expect it just to kind of balance.
I tried to cover 1 lot, but I had a 3-lot still clicked in, so I got out. I mean,
So 15 points?
$400 out. But it was where I was trying to take 1 off.
And you
So
took all three.
click join bid. I went to click join bid, but I had a 3-lot clip size. That's what we call it, clip size. Still in. Whatever. It's right here. Right
so
where
you
I
need
got
one
it.
of those hotkey buttons that just peel and it just
I
locked
can't
in
wait.
a single.
We're working on that, Nick. We're working on that.
I have a stream deck that I just am way too lazy to program hotkeys into right now. It's been sitting here unused since I bought it. That's what I have it for. I literally bought it for hotkeys with MotiveWave, and I just haven't cared to program it yet.
I actually bought it for live streaming, and I never programmed them for that. I did program it for Pro Premiere to bounce between assembly and editing, so that's as far as I got there.
Yeah, I personally am. I got one being sent to me because somebody had an extra one, so it's on its way, and I'm super stoked to have it because, like, I have to, my mouse has to line up. I have to go down to join. I love join bid, join offer. I don't really like to hit market orders.
I don't.
I don't know. It's a click. Click. I can sit here and click, or tap, and then center. Because I like the DOM to be able to go not auto center, because I get a feel for like these moves that kind of, and then it always comes back to not always. Sorry.
Yeah, I
Michael,
bounce
you're gonna
between
be like
auto
Daft
and
Punk back
switching
there.
it off.
I mean, Jack, I could maybe I could. They always do say markets have a rhythm to them. So maybe if I can get that rhythm in my keypad,
Oh yeah.
you'll be a billion. You'll be $1 billion DJ if you could do that right.
S&P's straight to view app. 53.47 in the orders. MP out of that trade in NASDAQ. We got his, live updated right there, up $400.
Pay for it.
We got a range trade. Okay, Jay. What'd you write to me, Jay? What do we got here? Range trade. Yep. 20s at the highs, 980s at the lows. Yes. The range. We'll be patient. We'll sit on our hands. We'll be patient.
It's looking very much like a D-Day so far. D profile shaped for our market profile friends.
Nice, Nick.
Since Hoag's not here.
So someone's got to do it. Yep. Well, we got D.
Yeah.
We got D for that. D for the D shape profile. I like it. 67% long gold right now. 64% long ES. So maybe starting to show their hands.
Oh, man.
We'll see. We're not going to tell the numbers.
Is it a really range today?
It's going to be
small
a very
range,
tight
so
initial
be
balance
careful,
on
guys.
NQ.
Yeah, same with gold, really. The initial balance is only 42 ticks, and we have 246 ticks for the average session range and 366 on the average daily range. So having the initial balance size of 42 ticks, that's either going to be a super quiet day, or we're going to have some mad trending day that just breaks out crazily. But I don't think so, because they're not moving it anywhere. We opened inside value, and then they attempted to go outside of value, but they never made it that far. And then we had a responsive long from the overnight VWAP. That doesn't spell trending day. So be very careful, whoever is trying to catch some big momentum move in gold for now, because this is not looking good for that sort of play.
Yeah, even a 7-point range on ES for initial balance is
Yikes.
not spelling up to a very exciting day. So be careful. I have a mentor who always said, if it's inside 10, you should not be trading. You should be doing something better with your day.
That's right. Yeah, absolutely. I have the same. Yeah.
No, I said when you first started trading the S&Ps, what was the range back in the day? Like 08, 07?
Oh my
what was the range?
God. 12 ticks.
12.
It's 4 points for the entire day. And they put me on an equities desk, and they're like, trade ES. And I'm like, what's that? Because I didn't come from the finance world. And they're like, it's an equity index, like 500 biggest companies. And I looked at it and I was like, how do you people trade this? And I'm like, and why? How can you possibly speculate on something that moves 12 ticks in a day? Like, this is like a market neutral territory sort of thing. And they're like, oh no, everybody, like, it's the most popular product. Why?
I remember those days.
Get me out.
Yeah, you didn't get your NASDAQ moves back in those days.
No.
That's why everyone traded oil. Everyone jumped to oil because it moved.
Yeah.
Everybody jumped to oil. Remember that?
Oh, yeah.
Right. Yeah. That's how I started trading oil anyway.
It is fun to get the data here at TopStep on where people move to, like what products start to gravitate towards like more active trading in it. I mean, of course, the number one is NASDAQ. Number two, what is it? S&P or gold? And then crude oil.
Yeah,
Top
good
4 or
question.
5.
What is number two?
My guess
is oil. Yeah.
Yeah, we have a couple stat guys that we hired, and that's quant skills and all that kind of stuff that is beyond me. But they're supposed to be bringing more and more stats to us, and then we're going to share those. I mean, we share like house account stats and things like that, but to get community stats on what the most popular product is, we used to kind of have stats on what the average winner, average loser of those that passed the combine are. Things like that. We'll if that's something you guys want, we'll definitely. I think it's cool. Definitely start bringing it in.
Yeah, I think that would be interesting to see. Definitely.
Yeah. Like average hold times of micros versus average hold times of minis. I'm gonna guess micros have a much higher hold time than minis. but I don't know. I mean, I'll assume.
Because no, I would agree, because obviously when you're trading with less size, your pain point is, I suppose, much higher or lower. So in fact, you can, if you see like the small dollar amounts moving, the emotions don't come into it that much. So I would guess that the micros, we have all of those people who are on a hot streak. A lot of those are micros, guys. So that tells a lot, that you can go for like 24 days with no losing days. That's very difficult to do on minis.
Oh, so hard.
Yes.
Well, didn't we have?
Hey, really
Didn't we have
quickly,
the micro trader that made like 18 grand last week?
Yes,
Yeah,
they
we
did.
Which is insane.
It's
Even
insane.
catching like a piece of the trend, doing that with micros is insane.
you have to carve it up perfectly. Hey, Nick, we're above the 15. So we went right back down there from the 19.018s where I got short. I got covered at 08s, but you got short 15s and actually was traded it well all the way down to 92. It just hit 92 again, bounced right back up to the 15s. What's your thought?
20s upper end of this range.
It's the same thing.
19.015.
If we reject 53.50 on ES, I'm still looking for shorts.
Okay.
But we keep making lower highs.
Yes.
Excuse me, higher lows.
Higher lows,
so it's still screaming like D-Day balance. So I'm not too enthused. And as we know, summer doldrums can just end up grinding us a little bit higher. And we could drift back into just a slightly positive day on the S&P here, and wouldn't shock me.
No.
Do you think,
because we're still in yesterday's range or Friday's range?
Yeah, that's what I was going to talk about, ranges. Do you think, and there's another stat I'd love to know, and maybe we could get the chat to help us out here, because our quants are busy calculating those traders in here, and we'll bring those stats to you guys. But like summer trading, is it more, well, it's typically always quiet. Are those trend day up, range bound days? What catches a majority of the summer trade trend wise? I'd be kind of interested in that.
Good question.
I mean, is it range bound? If it is range bound, and we do know that, then you could kind of play the probability that during summer, when it's trading even like it is right now, the higher probability could be that it stays range bound. Nothing's ever for sure, but
that would depend on the product, I imagine, because I know that gold actually has some pretty good summer months without too much change. But I've seen crude oil go pretty quiet, especially during the second week of July and all the way through August. So I typically switch to assume it's a range until proven otherwise, and that's worked pretty well. And but that always means higher. Yeah.
Well, as I guess as bullish as this year has been, I also know it hasn't really fit as seasonality typically goes for the indexes. It's been just pretty much up and to the right. So it hasn't even filled, necessarily the patterns. In June, at least the first half of June, is historically slightly weaker. And then we kind of grind back up into July. But I mean, we're still making all-time highs. So it's hard to put any thought into any sort of seasonality at this point. But I mean, with the low volume and just kind of the natural bid and passive flows and things like that, I would still lean to probably balances with a slightly upward grind is how you would want to lean. But once again, no statistics based on that. That's just my observation. I don't know if anyone in the chat actually knows, or something like Edgeful or whoever that actually has some of this data probably.
Our friends at Edgeful.
You know what? That's how ideas for stats come from. You first observe an event and then you go and test it in stats.
Yeah.
At least that's how I've always done it. All right. So I'm trying one long RBOB just to see whether this longs have some legs. So we'll see how that goes. I went in at 2.3330. So right where it is now.
See, keep us posted on that. D, one more time. What's your position, D, so we can update the board?
Just the one guy at 237.28, actually. Oh,
237.28. One lot. Thank you, D.
Yeah. You're very welcome.
All right, we're stuck at 53.50s in the ES.
Hey, I want to balance things out on full transparency too, on the me doing the little jabs on like everything working great. We do have issues with there's an XFA button. I'm going to be straight. It's a small amount of people, but there's an XFA button that sometimes doesn't show up that they're fixing and working on. Reset at rebill sometimes doesn't either provide your reset or possibly double fills you on rebill. Those are two things that we've heard. That doesn't mean it's widespread, but in full transparency, I don't want to sit here and be like, oh, we're perfect by any means. So I will share you guys, and we'll share you guys when issues happen as well. So there you go. Transparency, the best I can.
Thank you, Michael. Well, if we have a moment here, I'd like to throw it to JD, right, with some hot streaks. JD, how hot are these hot streaks? What you got?
Coming in real hot today, guys. How's it going?
Good. Very good.
All right,
JD.
Let's pull these up real quick.
We're just talking about the streaks.
Jacob.
Sheesh.
Jacob is back at it. Picked up about $240 trading the NASDAQ to extend his streak to 33 days. He's kind of spotty. He trades for a day or two, and then he takes off for a couple of days, Kind of curious about what his schedule is, what he's doing outside of trading. He is trading in 5 XFAs, though. So then Carlos, Kevin, Gokul, and Carlton all hung in there for another day. All 4 of those traders were on the list Friday also. Jacob was not on the list because he didn't trade on Thursday.
He's back there.
All
now.
right. Yesterday's best live funded P&Ls.
Okay.
All 5 of these live funded P&L leaders were trading the NASDAQ. Nothing but the NASDAQ. Francisco, Rafael, Isaiah, Nick Fortick, there he is. Hey.
Yeah.
And Mandy.
Yeah.
All making money in their live funded accounts. Real traders trading real money in real live markets.
Tell him, JD.
Live.
Boom. Now that is big time football.
Yeah, it is. I mean, trading, but yes, you get the point.
All right, James.
Nick,
you got an overlay?
I like how you're. Go ahead.
Hold on, he's not done, MP. Not done just yet.
I didn't know that.
You got a chart pattern.
Oh,
there we go. Yes, show us.
level up, baby. We're leveling up this week.
This is one we were looking at last week.
Yes.
It's still significant today. We were in a gold trade on Friday. I was trying to get everybody's attention with this, but
I remember that. 23.
Yeah, this is the bearish expanding triangle, also known as the bearish ascending broadening wedge. This is a bearish chart pattern. Key features: upward sloping, both trend lines upward sloping, indicating an overall uptrend, but they are diverging. So the distance between the upper trend line and the lower trend lines widens. That shows an increase in volatility. Upper trend line connecting higher highs and lower trend line connecting higher lows. What does this mean? So typically considered a bearish reversal pattern because it suggests that upward momentum is weakening despite the higher highs. Increasing volatility indicates uncertainty and a potential loss of control by buyers. Now, I showed this pattern last week because, if you could switch over to my charts real quick, James. When we first started looking at this on Thursday, we were trading right up here around 23.98. We got the spike on Thursday testing this upper channel line, and it was an excellent opportunity for a nice cheap short. If you were listening to the opening call, I kind of mentioned that briefly. Excellent cheap short opportunity at this upper trend line, and then it just fell out of bed overnight, broke out to the downside. Our breakout price here was 23.39, and we kept extending. We had a short trade on Friday, and
Yes, we did.
while this pattern was sort of breaking out, like it just looked like pure gold to me, pure gold in the gold market. This is a 4-hour chart of August gold contract, by the way.
30s.
So, the breakout of 23.39 gives us a measure move target of 22.67. This pattern is still in play right now, so I'll be keeping track of it, and I'll be checking in on it throughout the week to let everybody know how it's going. We have our weekly kickoff low at 22.80 in gold, so that would be a first target. Likely, if we make it down there, we'll likely see a bounce off of there, at least a period of consolidation. But 22.67 is the minimum measured move target for this chart pattern right now. All right, folks.
Oh, yeah. In play, guys.
In play.
JD just says it's in play. So he's watching this. So there you go. For your chartist, for your technical folks. Hey, how much of your decision-making process, Deeyana and or Nick, is technical?
Well, for me, I would say that all of it is technical, but I would prefer to look at what I'm doing as more like market mechanics than chart patterns. But I do use
Okay.
candle patterns, which are a little bit different. I don't really rely too much on chart patterns because I dislike the slight questions over, oh, is that a trend line? Is this a trend line? And if we break it, then reverse it, does that count? Like, so I don't like the wishy-washiness of certain parts of it. So I just prefer to have like very clear-cut price levels, but that's just me. It's not to say that they don't work, because I have used things like bull flags, double tops, double bottoms in the past. So yeah, I would say for me, probably maybe about 20% of my decisions will be based on the actual chart pattern.
Okay.
Nick?
Okay.
Yeah, I don't really use chart patterns. I mean, I'm still very much how price action interacts with specific support and resistance levels, volume profile levels. And that's how I kind of choose to execute. I always ask other people if that looks like a bull flag or bear flag or whatever the pattern kind of is.
Okay.
You know, for me, it's much more looking for reversals and things off of, you know, wicks of certain 4-hour candles or the body of certain 4-hour candles is much more how I would kind of look at it versus, I mean, same thing, even moving averages and other stuff. Like I operate in a technical level, but it's much more around like that to me looks like an area that I would be interested in potentially engaging with, and then waiting to see how price action kind of responds when it is there.
So that's what I mean about market mechanics versus technical analysis. I'm the same.
Yeah.
I don't really use moving averages at all. The closest that I have on my chart to a moving average is VWAP, and I started using that mainly for the range bound days as a target of the middle. But then I still have point of control for kind of a similar thing. However, a lot of my traders that are in the mentoring program, they all love it. So they're like, VWAP this, moving average that, and I'm like, okay, I'll have a look. But it's never been my core way of decision making.
Got it.
Looking for some levels here. We got some
So
buyers
on
in
the
house.
daily, yeah, and I was just saying daily, we have 19,038, which is Friday's value point of control.
We're there right now.
Right here. Yeah. I mean, it
Perhaps
pushed through it up to 40
short.
something.
Yeah, perhaps a short.
Nick, Deeyana, are you guys seeing anything in any markets?
I'm in RBOB, so that's the only thing I'm seeing. I see that ES is creeping to my area of interest of 53.54. If we get a close above, that will signal a potential value acceptance and a sustained auction. So there is a potential for longs there. But again, I'm not that keen of going into a momentum type trade on an FOMC week, on a Monday. I'm just doubting that that's going to actually give some follow through. But, you know, I'm happy to be proven wrong. However, 53.54, we're knocking on it now. So let's see what happens there.
53.54. 53.54.
Mm-hmm.
Cool Kid 0606 says, we miss Hoag. Same. We miss Hoag. He's me out this week, though.
We
Taking
miss
some much
Hoag
time.
too, man.
Deserve
Yeah.
time off here. Sellers did come in here in the NASDAQ at the 40s. Sellers came in pretty good. Yeah. What did Michael say? 38 was point of control up there.
Yeah. Yep.
Just wants a 50, but I don't hate it. Maybe 55s. All right. Be a little bit more patient. Maybe see how we respond to 19,050, perhaps.
Hey, Richard Harris, I'm fading you. Here's why. I'm gonna do it.
So one
Let's just
play. Oh, sorry. Yeah.
Let's just play this game. You said you got short 53.51s, and you don't care. You're just gonna put it on. So I'm going to take the other side of that. I'm gonna work 53.51s at 3 lot right now. The only reason why I'm doing this is because when you hear people say, there's no disrespect to anybody, but I've done this before. When they're having a bad day and they're like, "What's another 1,000? What's another bum?"
Oh, that's not a good place to be.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
Loss
not
of
a good place.
monetary value. Yeah.
Yes, money doesn't mean. That's a dark place to be.
So I got filled
Wasn't
on a
that
one
like-
lot. Yeah, 2. Okay, I'm long
There's
3. I'm long 3.
These what price?
53.51 S&P.
53.51, long 3 times, MP style.
This is just there's just a fun little lesson here that we both can learn.
Well, I was trying to get short at 36 on NQ.
Yeah.
Didn't get my fill.
Ooh, that would
so
be
I'm
nice.
I know.
Hmm.
That was a great
real
short.
nice.
So-
All-time high VWAP, 19,040, I believe.
Here's what Richard Harris goes. I just got bored, so just hit a short for 35 or 55, 50, 53, 51. Whatever happens. I don't care really. So that's why.
Oh, is that what he said?
I like it. Richard goes, all right,
Getting out of
PFP.
boredom.
Fair enough.
Look at them. A little friendly trash talking directly to the CEO, founder of the space, really. Where else are you going to get that? Where else are you going to get that? Screen time with the man himself. Trading friendly jabs, fading each other. That's what it's all about here.
Yeah, I agree with that, Marie. Bad state of mind there. Trading out of boredom and then going, I'm just going to do that.
I'm just going to see if I'm going to get see if I get paid for somebody else's saying that they're bored and they're just putting on a trade.
Hey, switch to the ES chart, Michael. Would you please on your on your chart?
Andre. Yes, you're correct.
All good.
You're correct.
Bad state of mind, Emery. Yeah, it's a scary state of mind. What's another $1,000? I've been there, and
Been there.
you get numb to it. You get numb to numbers on the screen and don't translate to actual cash in your pocket.
Yeah.
Get there. That's what trading buddies are for. Back off. Shoulder tap. That's exactly what a shoulder tap. That's where it originated
Wasn't that guy that lost like 3 billion or something overnight? They left him in the office by himself, and he did something, and then he lost. I think he lost about 300 million at first, and then he went on to lose like 3 billion because what's another 100 million and another 100 million, and then once you've lost a billion, what's another 2, right?
Yeah.
Just zeros and commas on a screen.
Version of that.
Just so we know, this is nothing. I love Richard Harris. He's here every day. Very cool cat. But we're just doing a lesson here. This is just a fun little lesson. If I lose, whatever, it's a lesson. But like, it's just because now we can talk about it. We can talk about it because I did this and doing anything out of boredom, doing anything out of anger, doing anything out of anything that's outside of your trading plan. Doesn't teach you anything, because if it's part of your trading plan and you're always doing part of your trading plan and then you're wrong, then you're actually going to know what to tweak. But if you go outside your trading plan, you just gunsling from the hip because of whatever feelings, then you're never going to know what to fix, and you're never going to know what's going on. And then you put yourself in a spin cycle, emotionally and financially.
Scary place. MP1
Yeah, Greg says D sounds like the Nick Gleason story. Yeah, potentially. Yeah. I can't remember his name. I just remember I was in I was actually working for a prop firm, and we were all talking about it because it had happened like a couple of nights before. It was a massive piece of news. So we were like, wow, man, that's terrible. You wouldn't want to be that guy.
Here we go. Buyers coming in here. NASDAQ just made some new highs on the day. Trade 19,000, 46 highs, 46 half, 47s now. Trade. S&P is kind of lagging behind. Dow selling off. Don't ask me what's going on over at Dow. Go ahead, D.
Yeah, so we have value low right here and settlement, well, slightly higher, but we do have the Asia high or overnight high, I suppose, if it was made during London. So we do need to go above that in order for this sustained auction to be valid. Mm-hmm. And then we also need to sustain the price above the 53.54.50 for that special value acceptance play. And then that will be an expected move through the value area to the upside, potentially all the way to the other side at 53.73. So that's one hell of a profit margin if we can get it. It's an equity index. We do have FOMC. So let's see. But they tried to go back into the initial balance, didn't make it, and we're back outside of it now. So we have another sort of, well, we do have 20 minutes before the next 30-minute candle close. But for now, it's not exactly failing the auction. And it is an equity index, so there is a strong uptrend on most times in these products.
Hey, Nick for a tick. Did this split kill the volatility to NVIDIA? I keep seeing just $120. Is the file gone?
It's probably going to be gone until people
no.
start trying to sell it. I mean, it was trading like a meme stock even off the open. It was having at 120. I mean, like $4 swings. So,
oh really? Okay.
I would imagine yes, they're not going to be able to delta squeeze it as easy with options as far as just kind of continuing to buy, slightly higher calls than the price is, and forcing dealers to kind of move it. It just when you get into it was turning into the way Tesla kind of moved, where option players were basically able just to kind of continue to move price up a couple bucks here and there, like every day. And NVIDIA is no longer going to be able to do that, but options will be a little cheaper for the average investor. But I just think you're going to start to see a little bit of probably some profit taking in NVIDIA and then this week and the coming weeks. But like I said, until FOMC and CPI, I mean, all bets are off. I don't see this market really doing a ton.
Yeah. I remember that Tesla used to be the darling, then the split happened.
Oh, yeah.
NVIDIA's the darling, now the split happened. Gotta find the new darling.
I am short 41 on NASDAQ, just trying a little short here. We'll see. Okay. I'm looking for it to kind of break back into range play, right? Break back into initial bounce high and start to build back below it.
Like that. See what you see.
Yeah, cheap short, basically going to stop out at a new high here, because then it's probably going to run to the Asia high. Mm-hmm. So I'm in my live, not XFAs anymore.
Somebody asked about the red average line on my chart, 200 period moving average. I watched the 50, the 100, and the 200. I've been doing this for 20 years. And
what's a speed bump? What's a fence and what's a wall, Michael?
Oh, speed bumps 50, chain link fence. Yeah, I don't know. The guy who said chain link fence always when I got taught it was 100, and the 200 was the Great Wall of China. These are just little things that you're like, that's stupid. Of course, I know what moving averages are. You can use whatever you want to use, but I just use these with VWAP, with a bit of volume on the side, tilt, trading buddies, intuition, watching the dome. But right now, it's fading Sir Richard Harris.
Sir Richard.
Or I think he called himself King Richard Harris.
Richard. Dow selling off here. Crude found some buyers again. 76.48, high 76.50. 2 cents off of that.
My target back on the short, someone asked me. My target on the short is basically back to where I entered my original short in my XFA. So back towards 15, ideally looking for a rotation back to 19K.
Okay. Elko Trader. Yes, that is the nickname. Is the nickname. You see that?
Yeah, I didn't see it.
Yeah, nothing. Eddie got rid of it. It is the nickname. Nothing. You saw that D. Nothing gets by you, Algo Trader.
I saw it. Yeah.
My brother's name, so we'll call him that for short. Indeed. 19,000, 39.50 or 38.50, excuse me. And NASDAQ trades last. I'm in this range.
It's hanging out up here. It's hanging out up here. Growing leg style.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Feels like it. I don't know. Andre, I'm heading to Chirac today.
It's not Chirac, Chicago.
Yes, Michael, not Chirac.
It's not. Days are long gone. You should have seen the city this weekend. The city was popping this weekend, man.
I'm sure it was. I'm sure. I love it.
It is fun.
It's my home, Andre. It's my home. I'm on my way there today. I'm on my way there. 11 o'clock. Yeah, 11:30 flight.
How long are you in Chicago for?
Till Thursday night.
Sweet.
Told you to come out. We'll go rafting on Friday.
I think I might join you.
Raging.
I'm gonna join. All right. What do we got left?
So we're getting a bit of a move here in the NASDAQ.
Yeah, we are.
Yes, still struggling at 53.50. Whoa, what did I do?
Uh-oh, Nick.
No, I'm still in the trade. I just moved my chart on accident.
Oh, okay. There's different.
No, I just tripled my size now to a 30 lot.
Yeah. Well, that could mean a lot of different things. Say, oh, what did I do? There's a lot of different things that can mean. So, yes, I'm glad it's just your chart getting rearranged here. Ooh, we still got some Series 3 coming up. We got some hashtag fast markets coming up. MP.
More
Wonder
feed
if
picks?
anybody's- Yeah, I want to see what somebody's. I wonder if they post.
Here,
This is
we
what
got
I'm
some
drinking.
submissions. We got some
Oh, we do?
submissions. I did.
Nice.
Yep. Oh, and the MP paper route photo and story yet to come.
Oh,
I like this, Gabe.
Okay,
I like this.
Crude oil and RBOB catching a bid.
Yep. Here we go. Gabe, I like this. We can tease it and tell us what we got coming up. That's pretty good.
Is this
Getting
news?
better here. Go ahead,
This
D.
this feels like news.
Eddie, if you see anything.
Let me have a sniff around it. Eddie, if you see stuff, let us know. Because this did not feel like a regular Monday move.
Saying
What
that
tipped you off to the-
Hamas and the jihad sticking to a ceasefire condition. We'll see if that grows a little bit. I'll keep an eye here.
Thanks, Eddie.
So far,
Oh.
that's all.
Thanks, Eddie.
Yeah. D, what would you say this feels like news? What made you say it felt like news? What gives you that sense?
Do you know how Dolby says, "Oh, the price teleported"?
Yeah.
That. So you're
Yep.
effectively looking at the price, and the chart just suddenly jumps to another price, and then the graphics almost has to like catch up. So that never feels like it's a normal move for this time of day. You might get those sorts of moves at market open, but not now. Like we've been trading, almost like 2-3 hours now, and it's like, no, what's going on? So every time I see that, I'm always like, this has got to be news. It's very rarely a technical move.
Teleport,
Because the
yep.
price is trying to reprice the new information that's come in, and then a whole bunch of algos step in to try and make it happen. And that's what causes the teleport.
Teleport, yep. Market just vaporizes to a new price. What just
Nvidia's
happened?
green after being down 3% off the
Finally,
split.
Nick. Finally. What took so long?
What a stock, man.
What a stock is right.
I know, you want all these to go to zero. You and
I actually love.
He cracks me up, man. He cracks. Go
I
ahead.
I do love Nvidia as the company. Like I really do think it is an actual well-run, good
Cracks
company
me
and
up.
good products.
you don't
But
like 3 trillion.
there's a lot of others that are not. I just am laughing because it kind of played out exactly what I would expected, which is okay. Someone came in big, started selling this morning on the split, and then retail investors most likely were just scooping it up, buying all they could to get it, and it's right back to 120 because it was cheap and inexpensive visually to a retail trader. Now that at 120, I can get full shares instead of partial shares.
That kind of sounds like a GameStop play, how they did it on Thursday.
Well,
Mm.
at least this is a real
I have
company.
a feeling that stock's not dead yet. That's just my
Oh no.
assumption. I would imagine we're not screwed here with, they're not finished with this weird euphoric, whatever you would call this second little push
GameStop?
that it's having.
I-
Yeah, I think it's
I-
the party's not over yet. I would imagine.
I'll bet you $1. Yeah, I bet you $1 it doesn't go up to up past 50. How about that? $1
Again?
again.
Oh, we're just one meme away.
They flood it with shares. They did it last
Yeah,
week.
yes,
They're
they did.
doing it now or whatever they're doing. They snuck in earnings at like 2 a.m. Hey, by the way, we lost 30 million a quarter.
Well, there may be diminishing returns on the meme juice right now because, as you recall, that first initial one spiked it to 80. The next one with the position spiked it to 60, and then there was a meme last night, and we have not really moved at all in GameStop today.
Anne Marie, you know the bet $1. The bet $1 comes from Trading Places. Their usual bet, and they go like this: $1. I mean, the Duke brothers are like, in the show is supposed to be worth a bazillion. So, Nick, if you'd like, I'll take you on that one. I think it has lost, and I know Jack's going to pump it up because I think, Jack, you have a position on it, don't you?
Jack loves it.
Oh,
He's rolling it over. He's
Talk
rolling
about,
it.
like having a heart attack. I'll talk about it. Like I'm gonna be on the show some this week during fast markets. I'll talk about, but holy shit, man! Friday was or
Yes, you do,
Thursday
Jack.
night into Friday was one of the more stressful times I've had in trading since I've been out of the business professionally.
Oh, Jack, don't do
And
anything
I'm
crazy.
stopped on my short.
Hey, quickly, Richard Harris,
Here.
I did a 1-for-1. I did risk 480. You can see it, 487 to make 487. just 1-to-1. I don't know where your exits are or anything like that, but I know I just made the play because the emotional state that you were in to prove this point, which I haven't been filled yet, but I just want to let you know. And then Nick, you just got stopped out on this little
Of
jump.
course, top ticked.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
God.
Monday.
Jack, I'm interested to learn more about this.
Oh,
The reason it was stressful, MP, I'll talk about it in depth because it's still going on. This trade may never end. I'm starting to realize.
Oh no!
But basically, I'm hedged. Like the thing is, I'm not going to put myself in a position to lose way more than I want to lose. The problem is, in order to do that, when you're selling out of the money options, you got to keep delta hedging yourself. So on that whole run up, I had to buy more and more GameStop. And ended up with a whole lot of GameStop.
Oh, how much GameStop,
then,
Jack? How much GameStop are we talking?
I never put this much in, but the value of the GameStop I had during overnight was I think $75,000.
Jesus, Jack.
But it was hedged, right? So
Yeah.
no. Listen, guys, the only reason I did that was because the options I had were obviously the other way, and then when it crashed, they just flipped around. I'm still in the trade. I'll explain what it is, but I'm basically scratch right now after that entire move. So it was good risk management.
Okay, all right. I'm glad I got out on Friday. I was glad I got out. Then I was really upset because it went to 60, and then you talked about getting in on Friday.
You gonna take that? You gonna take the trade off, or are you keeping it?
Me?
Yeah.
Richard Harris took his off.
Yeah, so because apparently he felt bad. Yeah.
He felt bad. Oh, don't feel bad.
That's what he said. Yeah.
No. Let the market. Let the market make you feel bad. Don't feel bad about it. Yeah.
The market will do all that just fine.
The market will take care of that just fine. Yeah.
It will always be right. It will make you feel bad. I mean, and then we'll go back and we'll fall in love with it. It's a love-hate relationship that you never can break up with unless you run out of money. Thank God for prop firms because that helps you stay in the game. I had to get crushed. Did you get crushed, Deeyana, out of the gate? Did you trade personally out of the gate when you first started?
I traded personally, but I had the big fortune, I suppose, to have a friend who was a banker. So he immediately taught me what they're taught pretty early on, like what is a good chart location in general, like when you're looking at the highs and the lows. So I never really went down the path, let's do RSIs, let's do MAs, let's do this and that. He was immediately like price action, this is the high, this is the low, this is your swing extreme, try not to get involved in the middle. So for about 5 years, I actually swing traded, but I did have a horrible thing in my personal account. I traded for about 2 years, started with a small amount of like $2,000. And then I built it up to 70K. That was like over a 2-year period. And then I got bullheaded and I'm like, oh, I can do no wrong. And I was a swing trader. So I held my positions for multiple days, 2 weeks, 2 months, sometimes even. And so I got a bit overconfident, didn't want to let go of the position. And long story short, it went to margin call. So I lost all of it literally in 2 weeks. And I was so angry at myself. I was like, what did you do? This was so stupid. And when I came back to it, I had a time when I was just shaking. I couldn't even press the button because I got the fear of losing and the fear that I'm going to do something stupid again. And that's something that got me onto the path of psychology to find out exactly what happens to us in those moments. Luckily, nothing like that ever happened. I mean, I had lost more money in my career, but it wasn't nearly as impactful because at that point, that was all the cash that I had in my account. But because it was all profits, it didn't affect my personal life or anything of the sorts. But, I've had bigger losses throughout my career because I was trading bigger accounts. However, none came close to hurting me as much as that one. That was like the second death or something. It was disgusting. Yeah, right. And I was kind of disgusted by myself, and I decided that I'm never going to repeat that ever again. So whenever I get myself into a drawdown, I now have pretty robust ways of like immediately reduce size, trade less, minimize the amount of time that I spend in front of the screen. And I kind of start doing that. And I know that it always takes time to kind of get back the confidence. And, I've been through several drawdowns in my career, and they just don't scare me at this point because I know how it works. I know that the markets don't always move a ton. And I just have like steps that I take in order to drag myself out of them. I have like cutoff points where I basically reduce the size down to micros if I'm like really not doing well. And then slowly, it just kind of starts turning around. And so it's a process.
So, while Deeyana, you were sharing that, I got filled 54 quarter. This is not even a part of my strategy. It was just a lesson to learn for all you guys that when you just give up and you just say certain things, and Richard, you're a great sport. You're awesome. The story here is we're all going to learn from each other. So when you see me on tilt and I'm like, I'm going to get long. Maybe you should probably think about, don't make it a part of your strategy, but just like look and be like, man, he's on tilt. His emotions are getting the best of him. I really don't think that position is going to go that direction. And if I'm already looking to get short and he's looking to get long, I'm not saying you do that, but in the pit, we would always see people. And if they got really frustrated, you would know they're dead wrong. And they're fadeable. They're fadeable that day. Not everybody's fadeable that day. So it's just
I like
thing.
that.
And when it's all about your emotions when they get the best of you. And you could see somebody doing that as if you're at a poker table and doing that, then you can read the situation sometimes a little, I don't know, just try it out. You'll see folks on here getting frustrated either in the chat or on air, and hopefully your emotions don't get the best of you, but it happens.
Let's do a quick recap here. I think MP's flat, Nick is flat. Can we get P&L updates for you two? And I know D's still long one RBOB. So Nick, update P&L, please.
Down 600 in my live.
600, thank you. MP, update
Mine
P&L,
is
please. MP?
472 live.
472, thank you. And D?
Mine is floating, so right now is between 264 and 312, but it's in the live, so for now it's just doing well. So
hey D, you killed it in the ES the other day, didn't you? Live trade. What was that?
Yeah,
you killed it.
I did. God, yeah, what was that? It was Thursday, wasn't
Friday
it?
or Thursday? Thursday, yes.
Oh, no, it was a Friday the previous week. Yeah, I had a pretty good Thursday last week as well. I did like 1.4K. I actually had a pretty good week last week, so that was nice. But yeah, previous Friday, I think I did 1.4K as well, I think. And it was that mad run. I caught it from a rally-based rally into the initial balance. So we went all the way down, came back to it, started to effectively do an RBR. And then I just thought, this is going to be one of those late failed auctions in ES.
Nailed it.
And I went in, and it just almost immediately went into profit, and then pretty much hit target. I don't know whether it was like 15, 20 minutes. It was very, very quick for my kind of style of trading. And it went massively higher, but it wasn't in my plan. I had a target. I got out. I was pretty happy with my 1.4K. So I was like, okay, cool. I'll take that. That was a fun trade. Very fun
Nailed
trade.
it. Yep. That was good stuff.
Yeah.
What's happening, NASDAQ? We're ripping new highs, ripping.
Keep pushing higher here, MP. I got some levels. I can't get the check marks right now. That's the only thing. 19,061 last trade, 63, and the order 63.75. New highs today. Friday's value area high almost at 19,100. So we got about 30 points there. Here we go. Still pushing here. I wonder if the short's getting squeezed. Kind of fueling this rally because volume isn't really indicating that the buyers are convicted, so to speak.
Yeah, but sometimes when you go low volume, it just drifts higher, doesn't it?
It drifts.
And this is now a special situation play in NQ. He's just entering that would have been a bit tricky because I didn't really think the equities are going to go on a rip today because we have FOMC on Wednesday. Like, what are they doing? Buying more.
I think Nick touched on this earlier in the show today. Just kind of go up and to the right, Nick. Just kind of drifting higher like D was just. I think we're kind of seeing that.
Yeah.
Okay, keep in mind we do have some more stuff. Like I said, we got Series 3 coming up. Hashtag Fast Markets Twitter dump. Again, upper left-hand corner, hashtag Fast Markets. Hit us up on Twitter at TopStep. Use the hashtag Fast Markets. Show us what you're drinking. some trader wins, some funded certificates, whatever you got. And our good peeps in production will scrape that, and we'll show what you guys submitted next hour, I guess. An hour left here in Fast Markets. That's been the fast. Dow's still selling. Dow is just not getting the memo what NASDAQ and S&Ps are doing. It's just playing in the corner by itself, just kind of selling off here. But Dow did take us out of the whole Tuesday last week.
Mm-hmm.
That's where all the money went. I remember Hoag was saying that's where all the money's going. S&Ps and NASDAQ selling off. Dow was rallying. So that's where all the money went. I have noticed something here in the S&Ps, guys. I don't know if you anyone in the chat's noticed this. There's been this 500 that keeps chasing. Started off at 51, then eventually came up to 52s and lifted the offers. It came in at 51 half, 400 about 450 times. Couldn't get the fill and came up to about 52 halves, about another 450 times. So about 1,000 marketers. They showed their bid on the 51s and the 51 halves, 51 52s, 500 times each. And then eventually had to come and lift the offer. So I wonder if anyone saw that here in the chat. There does seem to be someone in S&Ps going to market with their 450 lots. Not getting the fill immediately. All right, still drifting higher here in the NASDAQ, trading 19,072. See where it can go. What do we got here? What are we looking at here on Tilt, MP? Anything showing to you? Anything sticking out?
I mean, people, they kind of heavy. Anne Marie, you like the 69s. You still like the 69s, 19069s. You mentioned it earlier. It's trading 73s.
69.
97, it's Friday's value area high.
Yep. 97. Value. We're just chilling right now. NQ and crude making new highs, as you see in the Chiron. Yes, we are. Hey, NVIDIA trading 121. So it moves in dollars now, not tens of dollars, just dollars, but that's okay. Nick, we're trading 121.78. What's the next one? 130? That'd be the big one. 130, I guess.
Zero. Doesn't Nick always wanted to go to zero to Netflix?
Netflix. He wants
Chipotle
Netflix to go to zero. He wants Netflix to go to zero. And Chipotle. Chipotle, no bueno.
I mean, you see a line still at Chipotle, and then Netflix. We have like 4 Netflix accounts, and you know, like everybody's got. I don't know. That's a hard one to go to zero as well.
Yeah, I don't know who's eating at Chipotle. Outside of Andre, I guess.
The one, yeah, used to. I'm recovering Chipotle.
Andre's fueled the rally.
Yeah. Not after what happened a couple weeks ago. That was bad. No good. It was
Andre,
chewy.
I worked with a guy who is probably one of like the best bond traders around, made tons of money there, and was losing so much money month after month, year after year, shorting Netflix. It's kind of like when Phil Ivey or one of those guys loses a bunch of money playing some other gambling game.
Yes. Back to poker. Stick to poker, Phil Ivey. Hold him, that is.
Hold them.
Remember that was a craze. That moneymaker guy really took that thing next. Hey, NVIDIA trained 122. Up $2.
I remember playing
from
partypoker.com.
Ultimate bet.
Ultimate bet. UB.
Hey, Eddie, I think we got some headlines. Eddie, what do we got here from the New York Fed? I'm starting to see some headlines coming across here. I know it's been a light eco day, but we are seeing some red stickies, that we used to call them in the biz. Red stickies on the wire. Eddie, what do we got here?
Just hitting the wire here. New York Fed, May 1 year ahead expected inflation, 3.2 versus April's 3.3. Also, New York Fed says May 5 year ahead of the expectation, inflation 3% versus April's 2.8. And the perceptions of the current financial situation has improved in May. This is coming from the New York Fed. Back to you, Andre.
Thank you, Eddie. Bring our
you remember this, Trey? Poker Room, Poker Stars, Full Tilt.
Yeah. Full Tilt.
I remember back in like 01. No.
Yeah.
03.
They raided the offices and shut them down.
We used to have, I had like 5 roommates. We all sat down on a 6-person table, tried to take one guy. Never worked.
Oh man, that's brutal.
Yeah, you'd have like, I got pocket aces, I got pocket kings. Like, okay, well, pocket kings folds. I'm not gonna fold.
Yeah.
You both lose with like a full house or something.
Brutal.
I don't know. Brutal.
Michael, remember Steve in the Dow pit? He'd have like
He used
six
to have about
screens up
10 of
playing
those
poker.
open. Yep.
And yeah, he had a lot of them when
He's
the market
playing
was
10 hands
dead
at a
playing
time.
poker.
Jeez.
He would have the ladder up. We call it the ladder. It's a dom. No charts. Dom. And then he'd minimize them all. And it'd be table. And he'd be like, it just all the time. I mean, action junkie. STE. I like him. He's a good
He
cat.
didn't do too bad though. He wasn't
No,
bad.
he was he was a smarter guy in the pit.
You saying there was dumb people in the pit?
I don't know, Andre.
I know the answer. Yes. Okay.
Yeah, I don't know about dumb, but we had some characters in some of our prop firms, and yeah,
Characters
we
is
had
the
this
right word.
older
Yeah.
guy. Yeah, we had this older guy who thought he knew best, but he wasn't that great of a trader. So he would have like 60K up one day, then he would lose it the next day. And on the days when he would be up, he would be like, "Yeah, man, I know what I'm talking about." And we're like, "Great, now try and keep it." And then the next day he would come in, he would just lose it all. So we'd be like, "Yeah, you see, you should have maybe reduced size." "No, I go bigger, 60K. Blah. So he was just an odd man. And he eventually he left because I think he didn't really make money. It's like the entire year went by and he kept going 60K up, 60K down, 80K up, 120K down. It just didn't
way to
work.
survive.
Yeah. And
What a
he
way-
refused to change. This was like unbelievably sad to me that he had all of these stats. And it's like, just have a look at what you're doing. Have a look at the size. No, it's working. It's like, yeah, until it doesn't. So
Was he
you need to
emotional like
know
that? Was
when
he?
to change.
Would
Oh
he have
yeah, man. He was so
Okay.
emotional. He was ridiculously
characters?
emotional.
I love it.
Yeah.
Characters.
Yeah. Yeah.
You had him. You had him at the prop firm as well, Andre. You had
Yeah,
characters.
the one just came to mind. I'm not going to say the name. I don't know if they're wild, but yeah, JM is the initials. JM. He was. Quite a
I think
character.
that's what this industry has a ton of. I mean, I don't
Yeah,
know. They're
agree.
emotional. Yeah, and they're also people like, I'm gonna go do my own thing.
We're all
blah, blah,
oddballs
blah.
and misfits, man. That's all. That's what we are. We're oddballs and misfits, and we all found our calling right here.
We had someone who did time for insurance fraud back in the 90s. So he was one.
Well, those were the best traders.
He was also a character. He was actually remarkably risk averse, and he was a great trader. I don't know whether he still trades because this was like some years ago now, but I actually got really close to him. And we used to go to dinners and stuff. We used to hang out, and he was a really cool dude. So I do hope that he still trades because he was actually one of the better traders that I've seen in my life. Purely because of his risk averseness and all the stuff that he'd been in through his life. And one evening he sat us down and he told us, and he's like an upper middle class dude from a very good family. His dad was in advertising, so he grew up in a very privileged background. Yeah, and then one day he sat us down. We had some wine. There was a whole bunch of us, and he told us what it was like in prison for an upper middle class sort of dude.
How was it?
And he said he was okay because he found ways to kind of get behind some of the bigger dudes in jail.
Uh-oh.
So he
Wait a
was
minute.
okay. Yeah, he was very adaptive. Let's put it that way. And yeah, so he didn't have too many problems, but obviously he spent 2 years in there, and it was quite the story, man. I was like, wow. That was a
Arbing
way
cigarettes.
to spend the year.
Speaking of wow,
Something
We're
like
gonna
that.
Jay.
Yeah.
You like that, Jay? Hey, we're speaking of while we're pushing higher here. Pushing a little higher here in S&Ps and NASDAQ. MP was long, got out.
Accepting value.
Accepting value.
Accepting value, and yes. Yeah.
Value area high in the NASDAQ, 19,097. Yeah, Jack, we can do we'll spring it on him. I like when we surprise it with that one, Jack. Coming up next.
All right. Let's get some licenses with a little Series 3.
Yeah.
There it is.
Andre.
Hey, we're going to talk about when I come out there. We're going to start setting it up.
Nick, for a tick, are you going to get a Series 3 with us?
I was doing practice questions over the weekend.
I am registered. I just need to study and book the test.
Hold on, you're registered. which means you're
Well, I
already.
started the process. So I paid for it with
Okay,
Finrad
cool.
or whatever.
All right. Well, TopStep will pay you back. How about that? When you pass.
Sounds good.
Well, it's $140, so I'm like, we're not
it's
reaching
really
too
not
far.
crazy.
But anybody who's live funded trader at TopStep, I will have us cover their test. It's our way of, as a prop firm, of saying that we're behind you.
Yep.
And
Oh,
it looks
right.
good on people's resume if you ever do want to go get a job. Plus, you can, I don't know, refer people to
But you're saying
brokerages.
we don't have a job? Is that what you're saying?
I don't know. We're the land of the misfit toys. I don't think that's a job.
Yeah.
Misfits and
Hey,
oddballs,
we're
man. And we love it.
entrepreneurs. I'd argue
Uh-huh.
that is a job better than anything else in life. So
It is just the best
Mhm.
gig.
We'll keep an eye on the NQ here as we give this question, which, as I recall, is a little bit of an easier one.
Okay.
Let's see what we got.
Easy.
An ascending triangle indicates to a technical analyst that the market price is likely to move A, up, B, down, C, sideways, D, none of the above. What does none of the above mean in that case? Those are the three directions it can go.
That's the only way you
yeah,
can go.
up, down, sideways. Yeah, that's a bit of a stupid option.
Ascending triangle. Is this what
That would be
JD just
above.
showed us? Is this what JD just showed us? No.
That would be some continuity. He gave some kind of triangle, but I don't know if it was this one.
Isn't it? Ah.
I am shackled by the book.
I mean, the word ascending has me thinking up. Triangle
What?
means what? Why is,
Well, it really depends, though, doesn't it? 'Cause
Does.
it's not always.
you need to actually
bullish.
see
I mean,
it.
technically, somebody already gave it away, in my opinion. Jack,
How'd I give it away? I just said it wasn't D.
this is a really easy one.
Yeah, I'm gonna.
But
I'm putting my
you
answer.
see, from a practical standpoint, right? Ascending triangle can actually be a reversal pattern, but they are
just saw
technically
it.
bullish. So it's like it all depends on what's in the book, I suppose. This is one of those questions where you actually have to read what's in the book and just go with whatever they've done. But in practical terms, they can be a sign of a reversal, right?
Yeah,
But they are
JD just showed
bullish
us.
in their own initial definition, I suppose. So I'm going to go A.
JD just showed it. What wasn't JD's ascending triangle?
It was, but that was bearish. It fell out.
JD, you can
Wasn't
answer. I
his
don't remember if it
expanding?
was an ascending. Yeah, it was expanding or something
Yeah, I
like
think
that.
it was
I don't think it was
expanding
ascending.
triangle. Yeah, that's different.
I'm
Yeah.
going A. I'm not gonna overthink it. I'm going A.
Yeah, I'm going A as well.
Okay,
Yeah, I'll go
let's
A.
see the answer.
Nick got over there. All right, thank
It
you.
is A.
Yeah.
There.
You guys discussing that. I've been dropping the Simpsons quotes, but it reminded me when they ask Apu on the citizen test, what was the cause of the Civil War? And he gives this very long answer, and they're just like, it's slavery. Pat, like,
What was
the answer's up.
Yeah.
Thank you. All right, let's see what the poll did here. 53% got it correct, choosing A. 4% still chose D. 4% of the people still chose D, Jack. You can't
Really?
win them all around here. You cannot
Interesting.
win 'em
It's
all.
not going to go up. It's
Yeah.
not going to go down. It's not going to go sideways. Where else
Yeah.
can it go?
It's going to stay the
Come
same.
out of the
It's going to stay
screen.
the same. Yeah. Yeah.
It
honestly.
vaporizes.
Third dimension.
Yeah, poof, it's gone.
Poof.
Yeah, okay.
4% still voted D.
Some sci-fi conditions.
Yes.
Any
Oh,
prize?
All right, we saw some
No.
sellers come in here
It
when we
went-
hit those 82s.
It went to
and-
subspace.
Yes.
Warp.
And then we saw sellers come in here. We hit 53, 56 half. It wasn't a level. Wasn't a level. All right, all good.
It's just when it hits an ascending triangle, it just becomes delisted. Oh, that was good.
That's
Like
deep.
night, that was good.
That is deep.
Oh, don't let it get in the ascending triangle, Tom. It's going to be just delisted.
Just explode. Like Dr. Manhattan.
It vaporizes.
Nick, what's shaking over there, my man? You're looking at something. Oh, is that $5?
That would have been $5. Yes.
That's $5. We'll send you.
Yes.
Yeah, I was screwing around in a combine.
Oh, okay.
Tell me what you're doing
I'm
so I
still
can
in my
fade it.
eyeball
Anybody
trays.
screwing around too, I'll fade that one.
I was looking. I'm short in a combine at 19,072. I'm not
Did
optimistic.
you just so you carried your position bias into your combine that you were in live, correct? If I'm reading this,
Yes, which is never a good idea because I should just be waiting. But here we are.
Oh, the only reason I can say this is because I've done this quite a few times in my life, like a lot.
So is this the pullback?
Andre,
All you bulls think it's going. We got an uptrend today in S&Ps and Nasdaq, especially S&Ps. This could be your entry for the pullback if you think we're going to go higher. I'm not saying we are, but those that are seeing the trend here on the 5 minutes, and so 8:45 Central Time to now, this could be the pullback to get long 53.54 last trade. What's up, MP?
If you didn't do, I'm going to ask Deeyana, and well,
What
I
happened?
think I can ask you. If you didn't do trading in your life, what would you have chose?
Sports agent. I didn't want to go to law school though.
Same here.
Interesting.
I've always. We started TopStep as a
I did
scouting
have
agency.
another career.
Yeah.
Yeah,
What about you,
I
D?
was a musician. Yeah,
There
I
you
was
go.
a musician, obviously, for quite a long time, almost a couple of decades, actually. So, that was my first career. Then I went to trading. But if I was to do something else now, I would probably open up a doggy daycare center and just do dog walking and taking care of dogs. So that would be my dream job.
So eight of the dogs would be yours. Everybody has 6 of them.
Yeah, and then have 60 or 70 more running around. Yeah. With different paddocks and different indoor areas, outdoor areas. So yeah, that would be a whole center, acres and acres of land.
Deanna's dog daycare. And then your motto could be, I already have 6. I already have 6 of them. What's another 80?
Yeah, do you know what's funny? My one of my best friends, who's also my bridesmaid, she said to me, because she lives in California, so we don't really see each other all that often, but we still got to keep in touch. So she heard that I had 8 dogs now, and she's like, "Oh yeah, so you're with your 12 dogs?" And I said, "Susie, only 8." And she said, once you're over 4, what's 8, 12, does it matter? So I thought that was quite funny.
I mean, right?
I have.
Don't they say
I
that
have
about
3,
kids
and it
too?
really wouldn't make much difference to have another or 2 more, or just
Well,
the house is
exactly.
chaos as it is.
Yeah,
I have
you know
3.
Your
what?
dogs are
That's
big,
what
though. You have big dogs.
Yeah.
You have a husky and 2 labs, right?
Yeah, husky and two golden retrievers, and they're all
Golden
males.
retrievers, yeah.
So
Yeah.
it's a fun house. But my husky's old. He's 13.
Oh.
Does that translate with kids? I have 3. I have heard those people with kids, and Anne Marie, you can jump in here. If you have 3, what's 4, what's 5, what's 6? Now, I would say, yeah, sure as hell makes a difference. But some people are like, no, I mean, you got to change 1 diaper, you got to change 10. I don't know. So if anybody has
it's
more
probably
than
a little bit different with dogs, because I consider 1 dog to be about a quarter of a child as far as a care level.
Is that the ratio? That's the ratio?
Yeah. So we have just about 2 kids, if you're going to use that sort of math. Excuse me. But yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
I think kids are. Yeah.
I have a baby girl on the way, so we'll find out here in short
Oh,
order
yeah, there you go.
if that
Congratulations.
counts.
don't say to any of your friends that have a bunch of kids, because I've done this before. I'm like, oh yeah, they're like, are you ready? I'm like, well, I've had 4 dogs in my life, and they shake your head like,
No, it's not the same.
Yeah, I
so
know
fun.
it's not the same, but it'll just be my house is chaos enough as it is with the dog. So what's throwing a toddler running around and then another baby eventually, all of that into it won't make a difference probably.
No, I do
I
think
have an older
training then,
sister. She had 2 babies when we lived together, so I saw how much work that was, and I think that was probably one of the small reasons why I was like, not sure that's for me, actually, because she's 10 and a half years older than me. So when I was about 18, she had her first child, and then very soon the second one, and I actually spent a lot of time with the older niece. So I know how much effort it is to take care of the child. It's so constant. That's the thing that always scared me about children. You don't get a break, especially not as a female. Then obviously
Oh, no.
men, I appreciate that, some men are very, very involved. But in my life, my dad was traveling. He was the breadwinner. He was like, always away. So my mom was pretty much kind of on her own. And I was always quite scared that, if I had children, then maybe something like that would happen to me. And I'm one of those people that gets obsessed with other things in life. I'm somebody who will start cooking and completely forget that I've got something on. And I'm not sure how I would be as a mother. Everyone's like, oh, you'd be a great mother. And I'm like, yeah, I'm not sure. I'm perfectly capable of doing something for 17 hours and not noticing the world around me. So it's slightly worrying, that part. Yeah. I'm sure I would. I'm sure I would. But would I like my life? Would I enjoy my life as much as I do? Not sure.
It's a great chapter. Yeah. It's a great chapter to open. That's what I learned. It's a great new chapter to open. So from a dog lover who's had 4 dogs and you're a dog lover, like to go to that next thing and something that actually speaks back to you, like words. Like you can look at your dog and like you're blah, 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 blah. And then like
one of my dogs speaks back to me, man. One of my dogs speaks back to me. He actually presses the buttons. I actually got 8 dogs who are mostly not interested in these talking pet buttons, but one of them talks back to me. He's the biggest one out of everybody, and he's a chatty man. He is always pressing buttons. He inquires about doggy daycare. He tells me where to go. Like if I'm just doing something in the kitchen and he wants to chill with me, he'll be like, bed now. And then at one point I'll be like, well, do you want to come to bed with me? And he's like, later.
Really?
Later, really? Yeah. He's amazing. He's like a child. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it. But strangely, he's the only one. The rest of them are not interested. They kind of press buttons really randomly. And then he likes to narrate as well. So the other day I'm sitting in the kitchen and he goes, Bernard went sofa.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
Like, what? And my husband's like, I heard that. And I'm like, exactly.
What?
She has 8 dogs and she loves each one.
Wow.
How did you get that? Wow. How did you get that? Oh,
that's AI.
So we have the market. Yeah. We have the market kind of stalled out on these highs. Stalled.
Oil's making new highs, though. I will say oil's making new highs. Hopefully that's pulling. Hopefully it's pulling.
Looking at. Yeah, it is a little bit. Yeah, it is. I'm looking at 466 profit, and I'm kind of thinking of taking that. Let's see if we can pop this deep period high, and if not, then I'm going to take it off and be done with it.
Okay. Well, while we do that, we'll see if we can keep up against the highs here in S&P's 53.57 last trade, which made a new high there. In the meantime, I think we got JD ready to go with the leaderboard. Everyone's favorite leaderboard. JD.
For sure. Before we get into that, let's take a look at our payout leaders from last week. James, if we could throw that up real quick.
This is for the entire week?
I'm going to take a wild guess at number 1.
Whoa.
There he is. After the 90-10 profit split, Tacoma, $121,239 from that payout.
Nice.
That worked.
Not bad. Ramel, we're going to see his name in a bit. Brendan, Joanne, who was on our leaderboard for a little bit last week, $17,500. Nice job. And Kaishun, $15,400. Excellent payouts.
Good numbers.
That's real money, folks. Real money.
Mm-hmm. There we go. Take a shot. Who is that in the chat? Every time we say real money, real traders, real P&Ls, get to take a shot.
Fake fix.
Take a shot. Take a shot.
Oh, who takes a shot? They do?
If they're just saying this is a drinking game, we could do every time we talk about real this, real that, real this. You got to take a shot. So whoever's in that chat, take a shot.
Yeah,
you're gonna get hammered. Trust me, you're gonna get hammered with this game. You're gonna black out. Trust me. Go on, JD.
Blackout.
Yeah. Here's Friday's XFA P&L leaders. More big numbers coming out of the XFAs. Hassan, Demetrios, Kingway, and Matt all trading the NASDAQ. Luke, the lone gunman. Shouldn't have had Luke's full name in there. Apologies. Luke put up $11,800 trading silver on Friday. Nicely done, Luke.
Nice.
Metals. The metals are having a moment, Carl Hungus. Metals are having a moment.
Mm-hmm.
All right,
so
here we go.
I'm out of that position.
Deanna's flat.
Deanna's flat. P&L update, please.
$441.
Thank you, D. All right, JD.
All right, here's the bottom half of our top 10 list. Just one trader I want to note here. There's only one trader that made it through from the list on Friday. So a big shout out to Idor. He's
Really?
been hanging tough over the last week. Trading in a single 50K XFA. Has an average winning day of $12,158 and an average losing day of $1,035. So he's either crushing it or he's hitting the DLL in the 50K XFA.
Interesting.
Anyway, nice trade in there, Idor. All right, here is the top of the list.
You did it! I knew you would! I just knew you would!
Oh.
Boom. All right. Same names on this end of the list. They just keep moving around a little bit. Starting at the bottom. Raphael did not trade, but held on to 5th place for another day. Nick for a tick. You're looking at him, folks. Picked up $7,000 across one live and 5 XFAs. Still dropped to 4th place, though. He traded places with Brian. Brian suffered another drawdown. Not Brian. Ramel moved up. Brian P. suffered another drawdown. 3 days in a row of hitting the DLL for Brian in 5 XFAs. He's now dropped down to 3rd place. Ramel, who we just saw on that payout list a little while ago, took a $38,000 payout on Friday, and his $140,000 take is now good enough for 2nd place. Dakota suffered a drawdown, but still hanging tough in 1st place. 4 of our top 5 traders in the 100K club. Not too shabby.
Oh, yeah. Nick for a tick. Guys, he's on here right now. Number 4.
Just happened again.
This guy.
This guy.
Dakota will be on this week. That's what we try to do here. When I talked about the affiliate scaling back, we're scaling up on spotlighting those people that trade at Topstep. And you're getting it.
He's got an update from our. Just got an update from our risk team. Go ahead, MP.
I'm doing a transparency update on those issues that I told you earlier.
I like it. That's what we do here.
Okay. The permanent fix for the reset and rebill is being deployed today.
Good news.
They fixed an issue with the XFA button last week. Looks like this to be a new case. We are investigating. Those are 2. Remember I said XFA button not showing up, and then reset and rebill. Something happened over there. They're deploying something. And guys, if that don't know, if you have a broken rule and you come up to your rebuild date, if you're at $4.50, which we did that awesome kickoff of Topstep X way back when, or the 19 or 25 or 49 or whatever you're at, if you have a broken rule, it will give you a free reset. Now we are working on something here in the future that those folks that don't have a broken rule, something as well, because why should only people get a broken rule do it? I never liked how we built that anyway, and we're going to approve it. That's the reset that you get on a rebuild. And that is also being something with that is being fixed. So if you ever had an issue with reset or rebuild, I believe whatever they're deploying today should fix this. So that's that. And the XFA button that's not showing up or something that happens with that, the small amount of folks that are doing is was fixed last week, but there's a new issue that they're investigating now. So those are your 2 transparency updates on bugs in the system. Maybe we should call this bugs in the system.
Bugs in the system. Cicadas in the system.
Cicadas. Yeah, Jack.
Cicadas
Jack,
in
let
the
him go.
system.
Cicadas.
Ghost in the machine.
So maybe guys, Topstep needs to be fully transparent, and maybe I can do this more often. And someday we might have a total outage, and you guys will be like, light up the chat and light up on Twitter and all that. So I'll always apologize in the future, but we're always going to work towards doing whatever we can do to make it right.
Yes, we will.
Back to you, Andre.
Thank you.
That was bugs in the system.
What? I was gonna say, I talked about Shout out to those people that got long on that pullback in the ES. We saw that pullback for all you bulls down to 53s. It was a nice little setup. We see the trend in the 5 minutes. So good job on you. If you got long on that pullback, throw it in the chat. Just want to see who's looking at what we're looking at here. Currently trading 53.59. As NASDAQ just upticked those 90 3/4. Again, value area high is 19,097. Good levels, good levels. Gold or crude pushing higher finally broke through $77. Currently trading 77.11. I got some push through there. Help take RBOB higher.
Yeah, it went higher, but I waited for it for quite a while, so I'm fine. I mean, I took almost like 1.5 R there, and I was aiming for 2, so it's fine.
It's all right. Take a look at the tilt here. 50-50 NASDAQ, 60% long ES. Yeah, people got long on that pullback. Good job, guys. Kind of easy. That was wow, NASDAQ really catches
New highs.
Yep, thank you, Michael. Do a little play-by-play here, Michael. What we got here? What's trading the NASDAQ right here, Michael? We got 19,094.
No, yeah, I want to see who can do a play-by-play. Deeyana, you want to do a play-by-play?
Yeah.
We're going to start passing it on to people.
We got for my job.
NASDAQ trade 19,091, making new highs. New highs are 19,097 quarter.
I mean, if you let Rich do it, he'll probably just steal the show with that voice.
I'm not very good at that because over here we've got like
I'm not either.
shows and, yeah, but some people are really good. I reckon like Rips would be very good at that.
Oh, Rips is the best.
Very good. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Whereas I kind of veer off the topic, just like the cricket commentators. They're like, yeah, so we had the runs or whatever the hell they say after that, and then they're like, "There's a pigeon."
Rips will bring in like the tape read. We got a lot of buyers coming in here. Buyers are pressing up. We really like this. It's really nice.
We really we really do have some buyers coming in right now, pushing higher than S&Ps.
Oh yeah. This is, guys, now the value acceptance in ES. So if I drag it over here,
97.
We have a very strong auction. We have an anomaly on the profile as well at 53.59.75.
53.59.
Used to limit risk because they are frequently revisited. So that could be an entry point. Pull back into 53.59.75.
59.75's possible long.
Yeah.
Okay. Possible
For
long.
a value acceptance play continuation. Yeah.
Okay. Essentially, the rally we sustained. That's what, you're buying the pullback, I guess, essentially what you're doing there.
Yeah. Yeah. The biggest issue with these sort of moves is where do you limit risk? And when you see an anomaly, they are A, retested frequently, and B, they can be used to limit risk.
53.73 3/4 would be Friday value area high. Corner room. Topstep daily levels here.
Yes, that's correct.
Bulls are in control. Bulls are in control right now. Nick talked about it this morning. Kind of drifting. Volume isn't really spiking per se, so we're just kind of drifting higher. By the pullback today.
Mm-hmm.
Dow finally caught a bid. Dow finally pushing higher here. Wake up, Dow.
Join the party finally.
Join the party is right. Join the party is right. All right, we're gonna watch this. We got some more stuff coming up. We got about 25 minutes left here on Fast Markets. I'll throw it to Eddie. Eddie, if you're ready, let's go. We got some stuff to talk about. Give the people what they want. Eddie, what do we got for plugs?
All right. Put a little background music here. Casting call. We're looking for traders who want to come into Topstep TV, trade with us, and share their story. Could that be you? I hope it is. Everyone is welcome to apply. Now, remember, this is just starting out our live funded traders. If you want a shot to trade live with our crew, you got to get your name in here, okay? I'm posting the link right now in chat, and there it is right now. You want to be on Topstep TV? You want to be famous? There you go. Also, the Stetson contest. We did show a picture of one of our winners previously. We're going to bring that back. Stetson contest we ran when we started Topstep TV. The first Topstep viewer getting funded. Now, remember, there are a few that are saying, hey, I'm halfway home. But remember, once you do pass trading the lean hogs, give us an email at TopstepTV.com. We want to make sure that you are the first one that has passed the trading combine, just trading exclusively lean hogs. Also, our Discord channel. If you found a trading buddy yet, status updates, additional support from the community, there is a thing that we call Discord. And if you're not a member, I'm going to post right here in the chat the link to get you there. So, Top Step has did that. Thank you very much. Invites. There's a couple links. And that is about it. So, hey, casting call. Get into it. All right, back to you, Andre.
Anne Marie, what are you doing jumping into that conversation? What is going on? Oh, you're too funny.
Oh, God.
Oh, the humanity.
That's funny. Oh.
So this day has turned into my worst nightmare, which is, hey, let's just keep grinding up slowly and, almost zero down ticks and nothing, no pullbacks to buy, and try to short it. You get stopped out like me.
Yep. Hey, I'm down. I lost all of Richard Harris's money. I'm down $300 now. I got short on a couple times and ticked out.
Yeah. I would say I got stopped out of my 72 short. Got ran over just like MP. So I'm not, my live account is on live support here for the day. But XFA's still doing well. So I may not take another trade. We'll see how the second half of this day shakes up. But yeah, this is turning into a day where it's like, I don't want to be the first one to fade this. And I also, unless we get a pullback, I ain't long in the highs here.
It's tricky. Let's take a quick look. I forgot what the all-time high price is in NAS. I couldn't give that a quick peek. Anyone know off the top of their head? I do not. 155. 155. Yep. 155. Okay. Here we come. Here we come. Can we do it today? Why not? 155 all-time highs, NASDAQ. Nick, update on the P&L, please, when you get a chance.
Which account?
Yeah, you got a bunch going on. XFAs were good. I guess live. We'll always go to live.
Live is basically the daily loss limit, just below
3.
it.
Okay.
Just 3. Call it 3. I'm not going to. If I'm either at it or I'm not at it, either way. There's no point in trading. It's got if anything, it has a few $100.
Sounds good. Thank you, Gabe. We still got a couple more things coming up for you here on Fast Markets. Here's a bit of a pullback. For who?
Mm-hmm.
For the chat. How many people, is this your first time? We used to always do that at church. Way back in the day. I'm not sure. Hey, is your first time at church? Raise your hand or stand up. How many people is first time ever here at TopstepTV?
Like an AA meeting.
Is that where you? I went to church, Deeyana. I don't know where you went to.
I wasn't raised in a church.
I'm Nick, and I fade trend days.
Yeah.
Nick. Sorry.
I'm guilty of it today, and here we are. A daily loss limit in my life. Do not fade
we've all
trend
done
days.
it. We've all done it.
This is a safe space.
Yeah. Yes, exactly. Yeah.
Clip that.
All right,
Clip
so
that for
20
later.
people, 10% of 200, 10% of 300, 10% of 300 is 30 people are new. Look at all those the folks that have been here before.
Welcome to the first
You
timers.
got a lot of fans.
10%.
Oh,
interesting.
Dan Trader says,
welcome
why
aboard.
do you say that the AA was founded today, back in 1935?
No.
Today.
Learn something new every
June
day,
10th.
apparently. Yeah.
June 10th. How about it?
Wow. Okay.
Funny how it works.
Cigar
Random
therapy.
coincidence.
I love that name. Every day. Bell to bell, baby.
Yes.
In Hoke, Tony.
For
Yes,
those that are
Tony
new,
R.
welcome aboard. This is TopStep TV. Man up top is the boss, founder of TopStep right there, Michael Patak. One of our top talented traders beneath him, Nick for a Tick. Our finest crude oil traders, RBOB traders now. She used to be dating crude. Now she moved on to RBOB. That is D, and myself is Andre. I'm the driver, the host a little bit here. But yeah, welcome aboard. Don't make this your first and last time.
Nick for a Tick. Did you say Nick?
I did. I said one of the top talented traders.
I would have said coming out of Texas, ranking number 4 as a live funded trader.
He's
You
so
gotta get your
talented.
announcing down, Andre.
Oh, thanks, boss. thanks. Born in SoCal, raised in
He was an
Texas. Nick
extraordinarily
for a
gifted
tick.
athlete, the premier football player of his time.
Yeah, Gabe says, shout out to all the Bell to Bellers. Is the real
What
one.
is a bell to bell, Andre?
Bell to Bell, people that watch us from opening bell to closing bell, hang out with us, have the stream on. We don't expect you to sit in front for 6 hours nonstop. Go get a sandwich, keep the stream on, participate in the chat, and of course, click like, click subscribe. We're less than 5,000 subscribers away from 100,000 subscribers. I'm already starting to see some of the plans we got in store for you, for us, for everybody. For 100,000, should get there in the next week or so, 2 weeks maybe. We got big things in store. Really appreciative of it. Say thank you as well.
Oh, someone called Undauntable. He's saying, been here before. We never leave.
There you go.
Oh, no. Dakota never leaves. He's here.
In Wolf of Wall Street, DiCaprio.
Yes,
I'm not leaving.
true.
I'm not bleeping leaving. All right, we're pushing higher here.
Who do I pushing with it?
There you go, D. Well, there you go. Yep.
Yeah.
Like it.
That was commentary.
Oh, was it? Yeah. I mean, I do have my live streams that I've been doing for about 3.5 years. Yeah.
Right.
We're pushing higher.
New highs. Our Bob. New highs.
There you go.
All right, so Angie E.
By
All
the
right,
way-
cool. We have a lot of people. Who here, and I don't know if you could chat, who here listens only? Because that's the reason why we're doing the commentary stuff. We're like, hey, we get a lot of people saying they're listening only, and they're like, how do we, make it so they can listen only and still get a ton of information? Because in the trading pits, you could literally be outside the trading pits and know everything, know the market movement just by hearing prices all day long. Prices. Oh, it's trading 19.099 half. That's what the Nasdaq's trading on. It's two ticks out now, new highs off the Nasdaq.
The Squawk Box was, right?
Yep. Okay, cool.
Mm-hmm.
So just listening.
By the way, ES touched that anomaly and bounced back up from it. So that was the play
It
there.
did. This is the zombie rally.
I'm going to make sure that the listeners, you guys get more. And we'll make note of that in our stand-up. We have a lot of listeners. And then we're going to keep improving the show so that we can get the commentary. That's probably why Rips is fun to watch or great to listen to on for you guys, because he explains the market so well.
I imagine people got their eyes on the charts and the ladders, and they've got the YouTubes. They got us on like another screen to the side. They're constantly listening. If we do something funny or laugh or something happens, and then they turn their head and then we'll watch. Then we'll look. For the most part, I imagine their eyes are glued to the charts and the ladder. Every now and then they'll peer over to us.
Unless you're at work.
Well,
I'd have it in my ear.
Don't let them catch you if you're at work, but keep us on for sure. Show your boss. Get your boss on it too. Get your boss on it.
That's where you work.
No. Exactly. Yeah. See, that's
The Office. What was it? The Office? No.
Michael Scott.
Office Space? No. What was the movie?
Office Space.
You're at work like the
Lumber. What's Lumber?
Lombard.
Don't. Yeah.
I'm not saying anything. It's in the movie. Watch it.
ES new highs. Crude just catch them. I remember we were trading in the $72 handle just last week, later half of last week.
Wow.
What's up, Nick? What's wild?
Yeah,
just these
No,
buyers.
crude. I'm just saying it's 77.
Crude, yeah.
I wanted to long it at like 72. I don't even trade crude.
Yep.
It just looked like that was the spot, but
There it
didn't
is.
quite
Salute your
get there.
shorts. Salute your shorts gets it.
There you go. Salute your shorts. You get it.
You get it. Mhm.
Oh, just a funny movie.
Where is took a look till 75% long gold right now. We are seeing a push actually higher in gold right now. 23.24, call it 23.25's trade last, high 26.30. So about $1.50.
I mean, everything's pushing higher. This is all
really
just
is.
correlation by a factor of 1. Ridiculous.
Tick
What
for a
is
tick,
going
right?
on? Everything's going the same direction. Yeah, I'm just looking at it across the board.
Yeah.
Everything's pushing.
Yeah, if you're listening and at work, you're not missing. How about this? You're not missing
Sweet.
too much.
Steven,
It's just a
Steven
slow
chat.
it's a slow grind higher all day.
Slow grind. Yeah.
And
Mhm.
yeah,
Steven C in the chat. I'm a truck driver. I listen while rolling. Sweet, man.
We have a lot of
I like
truck
that
drivers.
one,
I remember that.
Sweet.
Man, I love Andre. I was thinking about that when I was driving up Independence Pass when we used to take the RV and a couple other buddies. We'd do that. And I don't know, Deanna or Nick, if you guys ever done this. Take an RV. I like that more than just getting in a car and rent an RV or whatever you want to do and just drive around the country. There's nothing more satisfying to my soul than just driving off the interstate.
We've done 3-day trips into Spain and France with our 2 dogs. But we didn't have an RV.
I'm going through Des Moines and Illinois.
When I was a kid, my uncle, we were actually on an RV trip, and my uncle tried to take an RV down Lombard Street in San Francisco and got a lot of negative remarks said to him during that moment. He
How
didn't
did
know
he
what
get
street
it
that
through?
is. He didn't.
How did he do that?
He tried.
The only street that's
There's
working in
somebody-
the
there's somebody
I
down-
think San Francisco Police Department was just not happy with the whole situation.
they weren't.
Two streets were suddenly shut down because of one idiot.
Oh, that's pretty good.
They've got to fine you or something, right? Because he's not the first quote unquote idiot that does that.
Yep. I mean, nothing happened. I was like 8 years old, but that memory is like ingrained in my brain because it was
Poor
so
memory.
funny.
Uncle who? You want to give him a shout out right now, Nick? Uncle who?
Uncle John out in New York.
Uncle John.
Uncle
from New York.
John.
What were we thinking, Uncle John? What were we thinking?
How many feet? How many feet was it? Do you remember?
I don't remember.
Yeah,
Uncle John.
But
enough that it
was-
couldn't make
was,
the turn.
You know, comedy gold.
All right. Well, we still have. What do we got? Oh, sweet. Got to tell everyone, Robert, you the man. Robert the man with his tutorials. Let you know, Topstep X mobile-friendly version tutorials for iPhone being released either later today or tomorrow. Sure, we'll plug that when that gets out. Robert busting his behind on all of that. Yep, we still got hashtag Fast Markets coming up, and we got to get this photo and story about Michael Patak's paper route. I think there's a picture floating around there. I saw a picture of some little boy on his bike throwing papers, hopefully not breaking any windows.
I still have this sitting next to my desk.
Oh, what's that picture right
look at
there?
that.
What is that? Who is that guy? No, look at this. Look at the screen right there. That's your contract.
No way. Was that an
See when
actual
I signed it?
contract?
See when I signed it?
What'd you sign? Mike Patak. Look, that's perfect cursive. Perfect cursive.
1988.
Wow.
I was 9. I had a contract. I went under contract as a paper boy. At 9.
Legally binding at 9. Go back to the picture.
I got laid off. I got laid off from it too because they went out of business.
The death of the newspaper.
No.
Starting back in the
Don't ever
late
go with the
80s.
local paper. Go with the Omaha World Herald. That's when you hit the
Look at-
big leagues.
Michael, explain this picture. Explain this picture. What are we,
Oh,
what
yeah,
are we
look
looking
at
at
that
here?
bike.
What kind of bike was that?
I got the almost. I did hit curves every now and then. You know
What are we
what's a
looking
fun
at?
game? Oh, that's me paper routing. I don't know. I was also a big Paperboy video game player.
That game ruled. That game was awesome.
That game ruled.
It was cool. Music was cool on that too.
It was a good game.
Oh yeah.
Look at that. MP. An entrepreneurial spirit at the age of 8, you said? How old are you? 8, 9?
That was not my sister's bike. That wasn't Mongoose. Was it Mongoose?
Mongoose. Yeah.
Mongoose?
Mongos?
I was into I don't
Mongoose.
remember.
Healthy Thunder Road? No.
I don't remember what it was, but I know I was into bikes. I don't know if it was a BMX. I don't know.
Goal saw a bit of a
Andre, you
pullback
seem like
there.
more of a skateboard guy to me.
I had a GT bike. Had pegs on it and a gyro. Remember the front wheel could spin around? Handlebars could spin.
See, now,
Yep.
if you were a badass kid, you had one of those like apple crates, lemon crates with the gear and the small wheel in the front with the shocks. That was a badass bike.
Pedal fast enough, you take ET to the moon in that thing, Eddie. ET said that. If I remember correctly.
I used to put my old man's beer cans on the back and give it a muffler sound. No, I'm joking.
Oh yeah, we did that
You
too.
can do that.
I was on scooters this weekend, motivational element. We got those rentable scooters around town. Do they have those in London, D? You can hop on a
Yeah, we
scooter
have the-
and
Yeah, yeah,
yep.
they're everywhere here. Yeah.
Yep. Fun.
So it's over here. It's gotten so annoying because you'd be walking on like alongside the driveway and somebody's just zooming past it on the curb, and it's like, what are you doing? So they actually now ban them if they're going faster. Excuse me, if they're going faster than I think 15 miles an hour, they have to actually be on the actual driveway. Otherwise, they were like knocking over pensioners and stuff. So it wasn't very good.
Yeah.
But yeah, they are everywhere. We've got the scooters for rental. We've got the powered bikes as well. So it's all over London here. So yeah.
Yep, they're everywhere.
I love London. London's fun.
London used to be fun.
Oh, the good old days, D.
I know Chirac used to be fun too.
They have this ultra low.
Wait till you're here.
They have this ultra low emission zone thing that's everywhere now, and you used to be able to drive in the bus lanes outside of the traffic jams and stuff, like the rush hour and stuff. Now they've closed it all down, so all bus lanes are at all times, which means that you can't go in them ever without getting a fine. And they've narrowed the roads. Most of the roads are just one lane now, single lane. So when there's traffic, you have no chance in hell of getting anywhere. Doesn't matter if it's like 10 minutes down the road or around the corner, nothing. It takes you an hour to get anywhere. And it's been annoying me a lot. So I don't know. I can't wait to move out. Like, I've had enough of London. I've been here for a very long time, and it's time to go. London is not the same. They've destroyed traffic. It's never been worse. It's horrible.
Speaking of destroying things, the market keeps destroying new highs. How about that, Andre? That's pretty good.
Very nice segue.
That is very good. Very good segue.
Speaking of destroying, weird. Market is destroying offers to the upside here. Crude as well. Crude just drifting higher. Now trading 77.33. Yeah. We are about 50 points away from new all-time highs, folks, in the NASDAQ. What is the all-time high here in S&P? Let's take a quick peek. All-time highs, S&P's 53.85. 85. Okay, so still got some work to do there. But NASDAQ, we're only about 50 points away. Very attainable with how NASDAQ trades.
Yeah, it's like 2 5-minute candles.
There's my guy. There's Nick. Take a quick look here at
this market, man.
Take a look quick here. NVIDIA trading 122 now. Hopefully it's not completely dead over there.
It's a 4% swing in an hour and a half.
I like
Mitch
salty
Pearson says London drives on the wrong side of the road. Very tough for us Americans. Look, you go to continental Europe, we also drive on the other side, right? But you'd be surprised what you can get used to. It's literally just a matter of habit. I learned how to drive on the normal way, and then I came to London, and I literally switched pretty much within 6 months. It's really not that difficult, man.
Okay. All right. Well, we got about 4 or 5 minutes left here on Topstep, or not Topstep TV, Fast Markets. Topstep TV stays with you from opening bell to closing bell. Fast Markets. This is Fast Markets, and I do want to get all those submissions that we have for hashtag Fast Markets. I know Michael cannot wait to see this. James, Jack, if we got these, let's throw them up. Who am I going to here? Jack or James on this one?
Yeah, you got me. I'll be here for you, Andre.
Yes, James. Thank you, sir.
All right. Yeah, you got it. MP asked for drinks. We got drinks. Here's a yerba mate.
Oh, there you go.
Nice.
I love
there
those.
You go.
We also got really good homemade cold brew with cold foam.
Wow. Very good.
Wow. In a Mason-looking jar.
Fancy. Yeah.
That's very elaborate.
Yep.
Nutmeg, lime
What's
juice,
going
salt,
on here?
and water.
The cleanse?
Don't knock it till you try it.
Wow.
We're doing the cleanse? Okay.
Gonna say
And
that
the
one doesn't
kids'
look that
favorite
great.
picture? Love it. Love it. That's healthy, right?
Builds
It's
character.
gotta be.
Builds character. It's all good. It's
Hey,
all
look,
good.
you're watching
I love it.
Topstep
Yeah, I love
TV.
this. Yep.
Sweet. Samara. Cool.
Nice.
And let's just go ahead and wrap up with some fast market content. Our good friend Carl Hungus back at it.
He's listening to Toppling Salad. Dude, Carl Hungus.
I do like your meme game.
Hungus is a menace.
This is a menace.
We got someone in the running for the Lean Hogs competition.
Okay.
Get that hat, man. Get that hat.
We got 2
Get
more
on
just
it,
to wrap
Nick.
it up. We have patiently awaiting my 5K hat.
It's coming. It's coming.
It's coming.
Yep.
And then this last one, I thought they did a really good job.
Oh, good job. Good. Who did that?
Nice one.
Who
Ursa
came up with
Futures.
that? Ursa Futures.
That was a
That's
good
well
one.
done. Oh.
So thank you all for your submissions. Keep tagging us. Keep sending it. We'll keep showing it.
Yes, thank you guys. That was fun.
That was fun. All right, new highs. Here we go, man. This is okay. It's gonna be one of those days, Nick.
Yep.
Happy Monday.
Painful. Painful.
53.65 last. 53.65 3/4 last
I mean,
trade.
why not? Keep
NASDAQ
going.
40 points away. Can we do it today, folks? Stay tuned throughout the day. We are 40 points away from new all-time highs in NASDAQ. Sure, videos are moving with this.
I mean, there's anybody here in chat or here on with us or here know what the biggest pullback of the day was, or this whole rally? Well, maybe it was no.
Those 52s, 53s, and then S&Ps about an hour ago.
80s down to 66s, maybe.
Yeah. Tilt has been 50-50 throughout most of this rally. I wonder what Delta is. Who's got Delta out there in the chat? I mean, if it's been negative Delta this whole way up, they just keep getting squeezed and squeezed and squeezed. That makes more sense.
Can we share the 5K hat link? Anybody who's taking a payout totaling 5K or more? Yeah, we're getting other hats that have. Here, I'm wearing it. I don't even know. Look at it, it's already fading on me. I'll wear it outside here in Chicago. Or
Yeah, pick me up a new one of those. Thank you, Jay.
Topstep.
Plus 4,000 NQ. All right, so it's congruent with market direction. That makes sense. Good on them. They're lifting offers. There's that. That's the 5K hat. All right, we got 1 minute left here in fast markets. Nice trading, D. And P, what's the final P&L?
minus 347.
Nice 347. Nick, great XFAs, live count, didn't want to cooperate. This rally looks like, it does. This rally looks like it has legs, and we said it out. We said it out of the open that the rally could be one of those days.
I was bullish out of the open. It's just then we had a nice little sell off and we're balancing, and it did break. It broke one way, and that's usually what you would want to do when you kind of break a balance is just go with whichever direction that is. So It was up. No surprise.
It was up. Sorry, we're going to get into tomorrow. Hey, coming up next, we got power players, the one and only, the Einstein of Walls. Where did he go? Power players.
No, well,
change of plans.
I think he had something last minute report.
Oh, good. Even better then. We got Eddie, myself, and JD coming up, power players. Eddie and Bonnie on TopQuiz. Jack Brett, shoulder taps. Tune in for shoulder tap. Very insightful stuff. You'll see if there's more red or green across the board here at TopStep. Crew coaching with the Riz. JD and Robert, the Riz. Too good. Strategy Lab with Anne Marie and Power Hour. Myself, JD, and our friend Mohammed from Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. Tune in to catch this guy. This guy's a ball of energy, super passionate about trading, knows his stuff, and of course, slow markets with the one and only Coach Dakota. But up next, thank you, everyone. I just want to say thank you. Michael, safe travels today. I'll probably maybe see you this evening. Safe travels. Get to Chicago safely. We miss you. D, thank you for everything.
I'm going to order
Nick,
a pizza, Dre.
Yeah,
I'm going to order a pizza right when I get home. Come on over.
I might join you. Thin crust, well done, uncut. If you know, you know. Anyways, thank you, everybody. Power players coming up next. Thank you, D. Thank you, Nick. Good job today. Power players coming up next. Let's go.
Cheers, guys.
Later.
What's up, traders? Let's talk about the lockout feature with Topstep X. This is something that I think every trader needs to use more. Let's say you're having a great trading day. You're crushing it. You've made $4,000 in the first hour. How often have you gone up profitable in the morning just to give that money back by the end of the day? Now, with the lockout feature, after you hit that $4,000 day, whatever the number is for you, you can lock yourself out and ensure that you don't give any of the gains back. On the flip side of that, Let's say you're having a tough day. You can't seem to find the market. Maybe it's range bound and you're not a good range trader, whatever. Maybe there's a lot of news and you're just not trading well. Lock yourself out. You're down 500, you're down 1,000. Lock yourself out and trade for tomorrow. Preserve your capital, preserve your not just mental capital, your financial capital as well, both of them, and use them for tomorrow. And the lockout feature can help you do this. I promise. Try it out and then DM me or let TopStep know. I guarantee you when you lock yourself out the first time, all the anxiety, all the stress goes away because you can't do anything. You can't have that devil on the shoulder come in and force you to take trades just because you're sitting at the desk. So the lockout feature is incredible. It's probably the best feature on Topstep X. If you haven't tried this new platform and the lockout feature yet, you're only hurting yourself. You're only costing yourself money. You got to try it today.
yeah. Time for power players.
That time's right now.
God.
Time is right now, right here. The man in the middle, JD, John Doherty. Nice Irish
What's
boy
up,
right
guys?
here. And we got the man on the right. You hear him in the background with this. You see him on opening call as well. These two are actually on opening call this morning. How about that? Eddie Horn.
We sure
Yes,
were.
we were.
Yes, you guys were. Uh-oh, get out of the way. Get out of the way. You're in our way.
Horn is here.
Speaking of which, all right, fellas, we're seeing this rally.
Missing Peter
NASDAQ.
Tuchman today. Wish he could have joined us. Always
No
look forward to
Tuchman
his
today.
commentary
Well,
on Mondays. He had to call
busy, I'm
off
sure.
last minute.
Very busy.
I'm sure he's
man,
super
but
busy.
Yeah, we got him on Fridays too. All right, JD, what's your take on this market? What are you seeing right here? Gold pushing higher real quick. But what do you got here, JD?
I mean, overall, if you look at the last 3 days, we're still range bound. You know, I wasn't really expecting this move up in the NASDAQ to start the week. So I'm still kind of sitting on the sideline. Technically, we're still in range in value from Friday. So there's really not a whole lot to do right now. Still kind of just diddling in the middle. We had the special situation play out. Deeyana was talking about that earlier, where we sort of tested the lows from Friday, came back through the value area low, through the volume point of control, and then tested the other end, the value area high. So the special situation play sort of played out, and now we're just kind of hanging around value area high from Friday in the NASDAQ right now. I don't see a whole lot to do at the moment, but that could change real fast, right?
Absolutely. You never know what can happen. But bulls are in control. We just see gold kind of pop higher there. Sellers came in. Eddie, you got your eyes on gold. I know you like to catch those. You're a momentum trader over there in gold. You think we can break out? What are you looking at over there in gold, Eddie?
You know what? I got my 15-minute candlesticks up here, and I'm not too happy about even direction-wise, momentum-wise. Over in the on my dome right now, let's put that up here. See, we got that up gold. Pretty light each way, tug of war back and forth, and this is where I really don't want to commit. It is Monday, and usually Mondays are the days that I sort of try to feel out the market, see if there's any direction that we're heading, and of course, most of the time we got to do that Google Earth where we pull it back, take a look at the month. Okay, what direction have we been going? Sort of scope it into a weekly, then to a daily, hourly, and then I'd sort of rest on my 15 minutes. And I don't know. I mean, from this morning, everything from 7:30 when I logged in, it really didn't look like any sort of buyer or seller was really driving the market. It was sort of a game of tennis, back and forth, back and forth. So I'm basically sitting on my hands today. But anybody else? I know that some people in the chat had mentioned, hey, I made some money, shut it down. And I tell you, if you can do that on a Monday, I tell you, you are sitting in a great position. A lot of traders can do that. Otherwise, wait for the right opportunity. No reason to jump in and start trading right away. Get a feel for direction first. Get a feel for where the opportunities are, where your entries are, where your exits. And the big thing is, you got a game plan. It's one of the bigger things here, Andre.
Well, like we said there, if you can be up on a Monday, you got a head start on the week. All right, you did see in the chat, we got FOMC and CPI on Wednesday, but it's gonna be action packed.
Wednesday's the big day,
dry. Yeah, JD, keep the powder dry. You don't want to blow your week on the Monday. Like how do you say? If you make a couple bucks, good. If you're down a couple bucks, okay. You don't want to blow out accounts today. Because they say you do. Say you take a big loose. Like the next 2 or 3 days, that's all you're gonna be trying to make that money back. So we've been deflating, but it's all right. It is Monday.
Yeah, with all those reports coming out Wednesday and Thursday, I was really anticipating just sort of a sideways chop going into the middle of the week. That's not out of the question yet. We're still waiting for these ranges to kind of establish themselves right now. Once those ranges establish them, you could play those extremes and find yourself a couple nice cheap trades. What's up?
I got a question for you, JD. That chart pattern that you brought to us about an hour and a half ago, that was a bullish chart pattern, correct? That was not an ascending triangle. What was that? That was not an ascending triangle, correct?
No, that was a bearish ascending broadening wedge. I'll pull it up again.
Okay, because that Series 3 question had me thinking about that. And that was a bearish technical pattern.
Correct.
But
Different
the
patterns.
answer to
Two completely different patterns, yeah.
Two completely different patterns. Okay, because the Series 3, that one had me confused. That was bullish. Yes, JD was adamant about shorting those 23.30s in gold, and we still haven't gotten back there. High of the day, 23.25. Why did you like those 23.30s so much, JD?
Because we had the breakout of this. We had a breakout to the downside of this. My charts are up. Yeah, my charts are up right now. So our breakout price from this pattern was at 23.39. Pretty decent bearish signal. We broke through that lower trend line on a nice volume pop, which is nice confirmation of the move lower. We got some continuation the next couple of bars. We're looking at a 4-hour chart in gold right now. And then now we're just getting some consolidation. Looks like maybe just a little indecision at the moment. But our measured move, you can see on my chart here, it takes us down to 2267.40. We have a weekly kickoff low at 2280, so that'll be our next stop. Probably see a little more consolidation there if this pattern keeps playing out. Another test of this lower trend line, maybe a couple closes above, will sort of invalidate this pattern. But there was some nice follow through initially after the breakout, so I'm still tracking it and looking for spots.
What's your downside target?
2267.40. So yeah, just looking for some cheap trade locations to get short again in this. Right now, we got a tilt at 78% long, so we're gonna let that, I don't know, maybe pair off a little bit and see what happens in the next half hour or so. But maybe we'll have a trade for the house account coming up soon. There were no trades for the house account during fast markets, right? It was just MPE trading.
No trades.
Okay.
No trades. Couldn't get the check marks. We just kept drifting higher and higher and higher. Couldn't get the check marks. Maybe that will change. I know we're starting to see a little bit of red on the board here amongst our Topstep funded traders. We'll get an update here in about 45 minutes. But last time I took a look around 10 o'clock Central, there was some red on the board, but things have changed since then. So I'll give you an update once we get to, or we'll give you an update once we get to noon Central here. We'll get another message from the risk team about what we're seeing in our funded traders. But there has been some red. We're just trending higher. S&Ps.
We got some new highs here in gold, and what we're doing is we're running through Friday's VPOC, volume point of control. We've tipped past here, sitting just around Friday's value high area, 2336.20, the VPOC 2325.60, and well, next level, I tell you, if we make a nice run here, is going to be the WKO weekly kickoff high, 2391. So we've just made a new high here in gold, but still, I am not sure that buyers are in control here and driving.
You heard Eddie mentioning those levels. You'll see in the chat there, Topstep daily levels in the chat right there. Click on that link. Got to make some real estate on your screen for those daily levels. They hit a lot. They hit all last week. Continue to hit now. So get those levels up. Find just a little small space on your screen just to keep out of the corner of your eye. You don't have to, where you take them and write them down on a Post-it note. I know people that do that. They'll take them, they'll jot them down on a Post-it note, and they'll slap it to the edge of their monitor or one of their screens. So on the corner of their eye, they can always see those important levels. You can annotate it on your charts too. Many different ways to go about it, but please check out those daily levels. Very important. New highs, S&Ps, 53.67.
We're working on a big upgrade for those daily levels also.
Tell us about
we're going to start getting all the coaches involved, maybe a few people from the chat also, and we're going to be sharing everybody's levels. So in the coming week, once we get everything organized and ready to share.
How are we doing that? They just submit them every day, every morning?
That's
I guess that's what we're working
the plan right now, you know. So I imagine it's going to be similar to herding cats, but we'll see how it plays out to begin with, and then we'll work on solutions after that. But for now, yeah, the plan is to collect everybody's levels in the morning, pre-open, and then update throughout the day. So hopefully we'll get that up and running by next week. We have to make some updates to the web page, make sure everybody's on the same page about sending their levels in or sharing their levels, and then yeah, we'll get everything going.
Hey,
I'm looking forward to it.
Is there any way we can do a poll on how many people do check Topstep levels? I know I've put that in chat to bookmark TopstepTV. There's a lot of good stuff in there, especially the levels. We could do we could get a physical poll here. I'd like to see how many people Thank you very much. That's quick. Good job.
That was nice.
Do you check
Very
the
nice, very
levels each day? I know that I
Yes.
do.
I'm a yes.
Try and keep them updated as much as we can throughout the day too, but it's a tedious process, and there's a lot of action behind the scenes on the production side, so we don't always get to it. That's why we want to start bringing more people in and get fresh perspectives and just more information to share with everybody. I think it'll be useful and add value for sure.
Big time.
Right. I think we should. I'm going to post the link. I know some of you are like, how do you check them? David's asking about that. I'm going to get that link. I'm going to post it here. Actually, it's just Topstep TV. Topstep.tv.
Topstep.tv. That's it.
Topstep.tv. And then what you're going to do is there's 3 lines over to the right, upper right. Click on that, and there's a lot of good information there. The schedules, the levels, lots of good information there. So bookmark that.
All of our bios are in there too. You can learn about all of us. Headshots and all that stuff.
I was trying to avoid that, JD.
Yeah, get to know us.
Full transparency.
I made my money early as a child selling. I had my own taco cart.
Taking a look at till, like JD said, 78% long gold right now as we kind of creep higher. Yeah, it's about it in terms of big tilts one way or another. How about some YM levels? I think we're working on that. We did say, I think Hoagland did mention that. We want to take a look at that. All right, Nick, for a tick. Enough with the feet picks, man. The feet couldn't help yourself, could you?
It's never gonna end,
JD. Never going
we
to.
open a can of worms with that one for sure.
Hey, Eddie, speaking of levels. Eddie, speaking of levels on the floor, who are the people that pass out daily levels, and did you have to pay for them?
You know what? The thing was, yes. There were a few people that would get them right majority of the time, and they would be just like what we're seeing now. They would be printed on a piece of paper. Somebody would copy them, and you'd pay for a subscription. Some of these people, that's all they did. Was sit on the computers looking for levels, looking for opportunities, entries, exits. But yeah, once you get them, if your buddy next to you had them, you'd be like, hey, what's the levels? Save me some money for the month. But yeah, there was people like that. And the thing is, too, you can go on the computer also and find your own levels. And when I was with First Chicago, that was one of my jobs for Deutsche Bank, for RBC, for my people, and then I give them a call and say, here's some levels, which, I imagine that they were, hours ahead of me with what they wanted to do, but this was something that we offered to our customers.
We're offering it to our traders here.
It's not really something that's terribly difficult to generate on your own. If you got enough screen time in, you could pull up any kind of chart and figure out where, consolidation zones, points of invalidation are, all kinds of stuff, just by a simple glance at a chart. And then for the technical levels, the chart does the homework for you. You just got to know how to. It does. Just got to know how to use the indicator that you're looking at.
It makes sense of the chaos. That's right.
We look at charts. We log in. We look at charts. The thing is, a lot of us. I'd like to ask, how many of us really have an honest game plan where market levels are included? My game plan at first was very raw, basically regarding emotions, mindset. But as I sort of developed, I would always want to put levels in there so I had them right away. In case the market, rallied or broke hard, you'd get an idea where the levels were. And if it was good for your game plan, or if you just sort of, like we say, sit on your hands.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you got to incorporate them. They're not the end-all, be-all, but you do need to be cognizant of them. Do have them on your charts. Mm-hmm. Sometimes they're self-fulfilling prophecy. The more people that are looking at it, the more people that agree with it, more times they'll come in. The more times they'll act like support. Maybe sometimes act like resistance. Of course, resistance can become support if we go through it, so on and so forth. But it's definitely, you can't not know what they are. Whether the levels hold or not, that remains to be determined. You got to read the tape, of course, supply and demand over everything. But you got to know where these levels are. You got to know where they are.
And they're completely insignificant once the fundamentals start taking over. On a day like Wednesday, we have CPI and the FOMC announcement, levels don't really mean much on days like that. They could burn right through you. You might get lucky and it'll stop at one, but for the most part, you really have no idea.
That's right. When fundamentals take over, technicals move aside. But a day like today, we got this is definitely technical. Would you say this is a technical rally? Or at least the technicals are playing in. I think we're just kind of drifting. I don't think there's any fundamentals at work, so to speak. We're just kind of drifting higher. Gold catching a bit of a bid here. JD, you got the charts. I mean, it's a technical rally, so to speak. What do you think?
Yeah, I'd call it a technical rally. There's no news out right now. This is just a grind higher. Just a squeeze. That's all it is.
Yep. Speaking of which, we went through that. Next target 155. Yep, Friday high. 19,155 is the NASDAQ last week high. That is the all-time high as well. 19,155. S&P's taking a look at my Topstep daily levels here. Currently trading 53.64. 53.64. Friday's value area high 53.73 half. So about 9 points to go to the upside there. It's all eyes on NASDAQ. See if we can make new all-time highs today, about 50 points away as we speak. So got that going right now.
It's looking like we could get there. We're trading outside of value from Friday. So we are, you could say, accepting higher prices at the moment. We start trading back inside of value from Friday, possibly looking for a retest of Friday's volume point of control somewhere around 19,038.
19,038, okay.
But still right now, just kind of chopping around. Since we started this segment, not much movement at all. We did extend the range higher by a couple ticks. And like you said, 40, 50 points off from the all-time high. So totally doable today. Absolutely.
Eddie, what would it take for you to get into a gold trade? Anything piquing your interest? Pullback, a level come into play? What do we got? I mean,
watching for the gold, I'm watching the 36s. 23, 36, 20. That's Friday's value area high. Still got a little ways to get there, but watching the dome here, dome seems pretty even. Possibly got a little some bigger offers around the 330 level. It could have scalped something right here, picked up a couple $100. But like I said, right now I'm not too sure on being a Monday trader. I mean, I have traded on Mondays, but I don't know. I mean, I could put something on just for entertainment if you'd like.
No, I'm not forced you. Hey, it's your call. If you see something you like, take it. Otherwise, here's a pullback.
All right, let's let's go big. Now remember, this is not my live account. I'm going to put a 15 lot buy on here for gold.
Ooh,
damn!
Eddie's sending it. Here we go.
Full send.
Power hour.
Power pork. I like it.
We'll send. Have a little fun here, and we'll see where we can go from here.
All right, for those that are all those are saying I can't get long. There has been a pullback. If you'd like to get long, you think you can get the trend. This could be your opportunity. NASDAQ, S&Ps. If I wasn't driving, I'd take the long right now. Eddie getting long right now.
What's your risk, Eddie?
Good call.
You know what? I tell you, I could probably take a profit right now. $400, $600, and we're gonna call it down here. It is Monday. I don't want to get greedy, but that is in my range here. There we go. Up $700, and I am done.
Boom, boom. That even 60 seconds, Eddie? I don't even think that was 60 seconds. My goodness.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the thing is, we have a little fun here.
Momentum, baby.
See what we can do. But even if I didn't put the trade on, I would have been fine. But usually around my profit gains $500. If I can make $500 in a day, I'm fine. I'm shutting things down. As a matter of fact, let's lock this out. I'm going to lock myself out here. Lock it out. $700 is more than, there we go. We're going to lock it out here. Yes. Lock me out. And I'll be happy with that. There you go.
Nice job, Eddie.
Absolutely.
Done for the day.
Check in on the
I'll see you guys tomorrow.
7 here. Good night, Eddie.
Good night.
Going fishing?
I should. JD, you got to check that game out. Andy plays that game. Our good friend Andy. So he said,
What
when
is
he
it?
gets back, it's Call of the Wild Angler on Xbox. So
It's
having
a
a great
fishing
time
game.
catching fish,
Fishing game on
and
X.
not smelling like fish.
I mean,
How do you introduce it to me last week? I
Sure.
didn't have a
Ah,
chance over the weekend to test it out, though, but I will for sure in the coming days. Checking in on the Magnificent Seven here. Apple's down 0.5%. Amazon up 1.15%. Google down 0.5%. Meta up 1.6%. Microsoft up 0.6%. Nvidia up 1.13%. Up $1.36 after the split, trading at 122.25 right now. And Tesla down 1%, 175.67. For all you game stoppers out there still trying to shoot for the moon, trading 23.96, down 15% today. Still taking hits in GameStop.
Oh man, what could go wrong?
So Mag 7's mixed. There's really nothing driving this market right now.
There's now just kind of a zombie-based rally. Zombie rallies, we like to call it.
Zombie rally, yep.
Yeah. I know Nick for a tick did short 53.66s in S&Ps. Target of 53.60. Man, short today. Wants to stay short. So, all right. Well, it just hit 300 lot.
Named. Say again, Dre?
No, I was just looking. There's a little liquidity upside. 53.66 half. 300 lot sitting on the offer. Just something to point out in the NASDAQ. What were you going to say? Who's in the chat?
Oh, there's a guy in the chat named Fire Drill. I just noticed it. That's kind of funny.
No. Oh, don't say it.
I said it. Oh, no, I said it. I was
not the name. Oh, well done, Fire Drill.
Shame on him.
I love
when GME dip.
When JD comes in during power hour, he goes, "Have the quiz results been released yet?" Like,
did I miss it?
JD,
did I miss it?
Too good. Gets me every time. Oh, Andy. It's all because of you. It's all because of you, Andy. No, I'm sure we'll have one sometime this week. You know, we always got your back, but right now we're working behind the scenes for the 100,000 subscriber celebration. Wait till you guys see what we have in store. I think you guys are gonna like what you see, like what we get, like what you get, I should say. 100,000 subscribers. My God, come a long way. All right, crew just continue. Crew just talking about zombie rally. Buy the pullbacks. 2, 3 pull. Wait, there's some. This is just a textbook rally. Crude could have bought the pullback at around 30s. New highs, crude 77.57 new high.
It looks like gold's got some sellers back here again.
Okay. What's high today?
Is everything,
gold?
folks. Yeah.
Oh, Darren Mitchell says something's a big blank show today. That's not good. Thank you, Nick, for taking 3-year bond auction at noon Central Time. Got some auctions this week. That's good. Hey, let's go recap this poll real quick. Oh, I don't like this. Do you check the Topstep daily levels? 51% say no. 51% say no. Give them a peek, guys. Okay. At the very least, give them a try. We asked for 1 day. Give them a try for 1 day. See what happens. Can't be no. Don't knock until you try it. Let's put it that way.
Hope puts a lot of work into that stuff.
Indeed, he does. And it's not just hocus pocus. There's a lot. You're talking about 40 years of experience here going into those levels. And if you want to talk about that, his old man was doing it for another 40 years before this. You're about 80 years of family business, if you want to call it that.
It's crazy, man.
I'd give it a peek. Don't knock until you try it. So
at least just follow along, and what JD says, we're looking to involve more of our coaches, more of our Top Step team to put these in. So, you know.
And we want to get everybody involved too, you know. If there's somebody in the chat that's pretty consistent, comes in sharing every day, we'll put you on there also.
Sure.
We're not just going to put you on there for the sake of it, but show us you know what you're doing, and we'll have a nice discussion about it.
And ideally, in an ideal world, we get, levels from 3 or 4 different people, and the levels line up. If the price levels line up, we get 2 or 3 confirmations, say, 53.60s and the S&Ps we get for 1, 2, 3 different people. Then you really have conviction in these levels. So that's, I think ideally is what we were looking for. If we can get some confluence in these levels, stuff that you can trade around, trade with, trade to. We get that clicking. Then now we're cooking with fire here, people. Is it cooking with gas or cooking with fire? What's the
Cooking
saying?
with fire.
As long
Cooking
as there's
with
a
fire.
flame. Let's go that way.
As long as now we're cooking with fire. If we can get two or three different people with the same levels.
Props to Ninth Chamber 99. Traded some micros, made $55. If I traded minis, it would have been $550. But don't say the if, woulda, coulda, shoulda. Be happy. Build the confidence on the 55. Now, I mean, if you went to the corner gas station and got a scratch ticket and it was a $50 winner, that'd make my day, to be honest with you. So,
you know what they say about $50
gives you.
What do they
You know what they say about $50 in Cicero, Illinois, right?
Hit them.
$50.
$50
Cicero.
is $50.
Yes, the home of Al Capone.
Because Cicero clams. Cicero clams.
50 Cicero clams.
Bada
Bada bing, bada boom.
Oh, shit. All right, we did see some sellers come in here in gold. They did defend those 2330s. That's JD's level, 2330s. Sellers did step in there. We are rallying in the 5 minute. There could be a trend. Trending, I mean, crude trending higher, S&P's trending higher, NASDAQ as well. We are in the lunch hour trade, so things get a little bit light. Maybe the volume dries up. I haven't taken a look at the
2330 was weekly kickoff low in gold last week. 2330.
Big seller wall, 53.66 half, 53.66 half S&Ps, according to Burgermeister. Thank you for that.
Meister Burger.
Get a burger for lunch.
You're going to burger for lunch?
I'm thinking about it. Yeah, I'm hungry.
Where do you go? You're in Wicker Park, right?
Yeah. Where do I go? Bangers and Lace might have a good one. Good question, actually. It's nothing that close. Nothing walkable.
Stop along. Not walkable from you, but probably the best.
Which one is it? Where is it?
Stop. It's on Milwaukee. It's right across from my old condo. It's at like Milwaukee in the 606, pretty much.
Oh, I know. Okay.
Jack, you remember the Tasty Freeze on Armitage in
Small
California?
Cheval now.
It's Cheval purchased it. It's going to be another Small Cheval location.
Small Cheval. That's the okay. There you go. That's where you get a burger. All Cheval, Small Cheval. That's good stuff.
There used to be a place at the Board of Trade called Peppers.
Oh, Chinese cheeseburgers. That place was excellent.
What is it? Tell me.
Yeah, it's well, real quick here. We got a new high here in gold. I'm locked out, but let's keep an eye open for the 23.3620s. That is Friday's value high area. But anyway, this place, it consisted of a husband and wife, and you would walk in. Line was out the door, and he'd basically be flipping these on like a hibachi grill, where the flame was probably about a foot high,
nonstop, all day long,
nonstop, with his hand like he'd be like he had no hair on his arm. He'd be flipping these burgers, and
sweating
they would
all over the food, but it was good.
It was good. Cheeseburger and a drink, and you'd be out the door, and it was like, she'd be giving you, what do you want to drink? And he'd be flipping burgers like there was no end.
You never went to Peppers?
I don't remember Peppers. I don't remember Peppers.
It was right next to Cal's. There was a window from the bar inside Cal's into Peppers, so you could knock on the window and order a cheeseburger from the bar. It was fantastic.
I don't remember that. No, but Dolby, I'm kind of close to Red Hot Ranch, Dolby. Kind of close.
They put what do they put? They put sport peppers on the burgers, so they were like super spicy. It wasn't a sport pepper though; it was more like a jalapeno, I think. But delicious. And the French fries were crispy and salty.
Oof! I'm hungry. Lunchtime is around the corner. I am hungry. Back to Bonnie in the chat saying, "I love Shake Shack." Yes, Shake Shack, delicious.
Diamond Hands in shambles.
No, Nick. It's hard to stay short right now. It's hard to stay short, but we are kind of moving sideways right now. S&P's, NASDAQ. Careful here. You see a lot of shorts come in. We trade sideways. We trade sideways. We trade sideways. The shorts come in. We don't break. Shorts come in. We don't break. Sure enough, guess who fuels the rally? Nick Tertick, I'm not getting Chipotle for lunch anymore. Guess who fuels the rally? Those shorts, they have to puke to the upside. So just be careful here if you are taking a short.
Yep. Not much movement in equities right now. I don't see much reason to put on a trade right now. We're just kind of, I wouldn't even say we're barcoding. We're just stagnant at the moment.
Stagnant. Yes, like the Series 3 question.
Fail.
Up, down, or sideways, or D, none of the above. I don't know.
Up, down, sideways, or none of the
I don't know what the fourth. I don't know what the fourth option could be.
delisted. Up, down, sideways, or delisted.
Delisted. Thank you, JD. Delisted. Vanishes.
Be careful.
This is
You know,
interesting.
what was
What else?
also near Peppers, which
Peppers.
I was very, very interested in meeting this person. You've heard that movie with Will Smith, Pursuit of Happiness?
Yes.
Chris Gardner.
Mhm.
Right, he had his office like probably maybe 50 yards from Peppers.
Yes, he did.
Yep.
Oh, that's where Peppers was? Oh, I know. Okay. I know exactly where it is. Yep. Underneath the train.
Right, underneath
Yep.
the L tracks.
Yep. Okay. I know exactly what you're talking about. Yeah. Never been. Oh, yeah. Pursuit of Happiness guy, though. That's what
It was
tipped me
directly
off.
across the street from the Billy Goat.
Yes, it was.
Oh, there's
Pretty
another. Chibarga, no PepsiCo. No
I missed the
fries.
Billy
Cheap.
Goat too.
No fries. Cheap. Yes,
Just open a
Chicago
Billy
is
Goat
a
up
fun
there.
town. Good food.
Great food. Yep. Especially in the summertime. Come visit. Come say hi. Get a meetup. We should get a
Gotta
meetup
go.
going one of
We're
these
here.
days. We're here. You at the office today, JD?
I am. Got the office all to myself. Mick is
Wow.
Mick is prancing around Europe with the family for 3 weeks. He won't be back till the 25th.
Good for him. Doing it right.
2.5 weeks.
Hey, JD, so when you're in the office all by yourself, do you like it that way? Or you get lonely? Or is it too quiet? Would you like some more background noise? Or do you not miss Mick yelling in the background?
I honestly love the peace and quiet, but it's also nice being here with Mick because I could just turn around and ask him a question.
Helps.
If somebody needs some information on the fly, it's great having a resource like the director of risk sitting right behind me with everything open. I get an answer in a second. So it's helpful in that respect. But yeah, I love
Peace and quiet, yes.
my fortress of solitude right now.
Just the solitude. Get some. Yes. Hey, so it's interesting what's going on in gold here, Eddie. Those 31s traded. Sellers came right in, knocked it down about $3. Guessing the buyers might want to step in here and see if this is the pullback. Looking at a 5-minute chart.
Yeah.
What price did you, Eddie? What price did you buy? What price did you sell in that trade?
Let's take a look here real quick here.
Quick $700.
Yeah. Entry 329s, and I caught the halves.
29s. It sold 30 halves.
Got the halves, yeah. So,
Nice.
and the thing is, too, I probably would have still been a buyer. Not woulda, coulda, shoulda, but I think I probably would have got stopped out because once it hit the 30s, it sort of tallied back like it's doing right now.
Right.
And yeah, that's why I locked it out. It's Monday. Great first trade. I'm not going to risk it. Like I said, my number is 500. I did 200 over that, more than I expected. So I'm hands off, and I'll look at other markets now. Take a look at something else and see if there's some opportunity. But maybe lean hogs. Maybe I want a Stetson. I want a hat.
Yeah, you look good in that, Eddie. Natural fit. We got about a minute or two left here on power players. I am getting something that infamous Roaring Kitty has spoken again here in Instagram. I will send that along to people. He's kind of making fun of himself in this one. If we could post that real quick.
What's he got?
Yeah, he's making fun of himself, saying.
While we're getting that up here, I just want to. You get it up?
Yeah. Who's on the box? James, throw that on there real quick as we close out power players here. But Roaring Kitty has spoken and making fun of himself, saying you were once a billionaire. No longer are a billionaire.
That's a rough week right there. You were once a billionaire.
What was he thinking? I don't know, man. I don't. What was that? Anyways, all right. Well, maybe we'll show it in a little bit here, but we got Top Quiz coming up next.
Yeah, baby.
Who is it? Who's doing it? Who's on it?
I got some
sounds like
questions.
it's. What do I say, Eddie? Every time you're at Top Quiz, controversy ensues. Eddie doesn't play around.
Here's the thing.
Easy on you guys.
If you follow along, there's always a funny answer that you like Dakota says. Like when he does that series 3, he looks at each answer and says, okay, well, wait a minute. That one doesn't belong because the question is asking this.
Right.
There's your tip of the week from TopQuiz. So do your best. That's all I can say. We got Bonnie coming up here in just a couple minutes. See how she does. And I have such a good time putting these questions together. But it's all fun.
Any more
that's what
hints
it's about.
Any more hints you'd like to give them? Okay, all right. We'll show the Roaring Kitty. We'll show the Roaring Kitty.
You got it?
Right, yeah, I'll show real quick, Gabe. There it is. Yep. Roaring Kitty has spoken. You were a billionaire. Wah, wah. Hate to see it.
Your word is were.
Were. I'm sure Roaring Kitty is not done. As he seems to find this more
but don't get
amusing than
greedy.
anything.
That's what I'll tell you.
He seems to be amused by this more than anything. Seems like he enjoys the clicks more than the actual P&L at this point. But who am I to say? He's got a hell of a following, over 600,000 people watching in real time. Anyways, that is all for Power Players. You guys were great. JD, you the man. Eddie, you the man. We're going to see a lot more of these guys on TV. We got JD. You ready for Power Hour, my man?
Yeah. I'm fully prepared. Looking forward to talking to Muhammad again. And yeah. We got group coaching coming up too. Coach Robert and myself. The form is pinned in the chat. Throw your questions in there if you have any.
Riz Cooney.
Riz Cooney. All right, guys. On the flip side of this, stay with us. We got quiz coming up next. Eddie and Bonnie. Let's see what Eddie's got in store. Thank you, guys. Top quiz coming up next.
Welcome to Top Quiz. And we've got Bonnie with us. Bonnie, how are you today?
Good. How are you, Eddie?
I'm fine. I'm doing pretty good here on a Monday. But yes, we've got the wonderful and knowledgeable Bonnie with us to play Top Quiz. And for those that are new here regarding the rules, we're going to bring in the creator, the Dr. Frankenstein, who created this monster. Jack, can you sort of run us over with some of the rules and how we can win?
That is me, and I can say it very quickly. Here's how it works. Enter using that link at the top of the YouTube chat. Once you do, answer the questions as they appear on your device. There will be 4 questions. If you get 3 or 4 correct, you will enter a raffle for one of 60 free resets, with 5 of those resets going to those that finish numbers 1 through 5 for the speedsters. Be sure to answer as they appear on your device, as we are 6 seconds delayed on YouTube. And that's how you play Top Quiz.
Thank you, kind sir. That was Jack. Thanks, Jack. And remember, these questions are just so darn hard. All right, I think we're ready here. All right, let's get the first question up on the board here. For May 10th, this is May 10th. I'm sorry, June 10th. Oh, my goodness. 2024. First question. Michael Jackson teamed up with what notable guitar player for the 1982 song Beat It? Was it Coach Robert? Was it Tiny Tim, Roy Clark, or Eddie Van Halen?
I don't know who these people are. Roy Clark?
Roy Clark. Sorry,
No.
Bonnie. It was
Who
Eddie
is
Van
Roy?
Halen. Yes, you and 154 other people thought it was the Roy Clark. No, Roy Clark. Google Roy Clark and you'll figure that one out. But that's okay. That's okay. It was only the first question. Let's get to the second question. Oh, here we go. Shroom. I've seen that name before. Woozy Woos. Brand said, yeah, Liquidity Crab and Radio Flyer. Used to have a wagon called Radio Flyer. All right, so we got a tight top 5. Let's get to our second question. All right, second question here. The unicorn is the national animal of which country? Canada, North Korea, Scotland, or the Land of Oz?
The Land of Oz.
Land of Oz. That's your answer? Final answer?
Yes.
Okay. No, it's Scotland. Right, Governor. It's Scotland. We got it. Yes, the unicorn, their national animal. Now you know. Now you can quiz your friends, Bonnie.
Because they like to fight them.
Make sure they have a few pints and Shroom still holding on to the top spot. All about Tix, AC Trades, Top G, and Andre Nicotina. Top 5 here right now. All right. Third question. What a game. Whose real name is Mark Sinclair Vincent? Is it Vinny Bag of Donuts, Vin Diesel, Natalie Portman, or Bob the Builder?
Vinny? Is it Vinny?
Vin, you say Vinny Bag of Donuts or Vin Diesel?
Natalie Portman.
Oh, no, it is.
That would
Boy,
be incredible.
Boy, can we do a rewind here? Let's rewind here. It's Vin Diesel.
Oh, it's Vin Diesel.
Yeah, Vin Diesel. Shroom's still holding on to that top spot. Cookie, FTM, Chopper, Carew, Inverse Dolby, and King Eddie, top 5. And for our last answer.
Yeah, by the way, Eddie, the Natalie Portman's real name is Vinny Bag of Donuts, so I can see how you're
Right,
confused.
you are
there.
correct.
Yeah.
She was born with that, didn't like it. I think she made the right choice, Jack.
I'm definitely not getting resets today.
That's okay. We still love you, Bonnie. All right. Last and final question. I bet you get this one right. All right. This weekend, Michael Patak took his kids on a trip to Disney, a trip to the flea market, nature hike, or fishing trip.
A hike. Or
What?
fishing trips. A hike.
A hike?
Yeah.
Is that correct? With 3 seconds left, is it a nature hike? Yes, it is. Yes, Bonnie, you got it right. And we're going to give you a bunch of ding, ding, dings because you didn't get shut out. All right, let's take a look at our top 5. Number 3, 4 to 4 with 338.15 was the bomb. A Mustang? I don't know. And number 1, is it Shroom? No, Shroom got smoked on it. Cookie, FTM, and Rip Dakota Bro and Roaring Something, our top 5. Now, you top 5 will automatically get the reset. And of course, Jack is going to randomly pick out of those that got 3 out of 4 or 4 out of 4 to 4 questions right. And we'll randomly pick 50 or so out of that. And today at Power Hour, we will announce who those are. But Bonnie, thank you very much for playing with us today. She's not smiling. You okay, Bonnie?
Yes, I'm okay.
We'll get you next time. All right.
Thank you.
All right. Anything, Jack?
Nothing else over here. Stick around to see me on Shoulder Tap.
Of course. Jack and Brett, Shoulder Tap coming up next. Once again, thank you, Bonnie, and thank you, everybody, for playing. And we'll be right back.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to Shoulder Tap, the segment of this stream where me and Brett sneak up behind you and tap you ever so gently on your shoulder because you're doing stupid stuff. Or congratulate you for doing awesome stuff. Sometimes it's a hodgepodge of both. Brett is one of our risk managers. Where are you today, Brett? It looks like a different background.
I'm at home today working from the living room office and downtown Chicago. But yeah, and the only reason that we're sneaking up behind you to tell you something is because we care and we want to help you learn and grow as a trader.
Could not have said it better myself. So before we get started, do we have any on-the-run shout-outs for any of our live traders today or funded traders?
Yeah, we've got a few. We've got some shining lights, and then we've got some that are struggling a little bit today. I generally give an update on Dakota, and Dakota, he started off strong today, early at between 7 and 8, 9-ish. And unfortunately, Dakota trading that big size caught him today and hit a daily loss limit. And actually, Dakota did a good job reaching out to us saying that, hey, you know what? Let's talk about adjusting that daily loss limit number to a little bit lower value. And Deeyana's made $350 today, which is great. That's a great day in my book. That stretched out for a year would be around $80,000 or $90,000 a year if you could do it every day. Some other
trader
bright
math.
ones
Love it.
Some other ones we've got is Shao in a TopStep X live funded account is up $6,500, and Chow is up $4,400. And Shao going back from Chow is hasn't traded for a few hours, which love to see after locking in $6,500 in profits. So really doing a good job. And if that were me, I would probably put it away for the day and not trade. Maybe just watch the markets and see what happens. Maybe do a 1 or a 2 lot here and there if it really looked good. But I would have that individual trading or individual trade loss limit real close to zero so that I made sure to take home as much of that profit that is already locked in for the day.
Good point there. And with your loss limits, I mean, in any professional setting, the way to increase and decrease loss limits is you increase them very slowly with time and you decrease them very rapidly and severely. You always want to lower those much quicker than you raise those. That's how you maintain a sustainable account. So good job to Dakota on that. And with that out of the way, Brett, I understand we do have some cards today to show.
We do have some cards. Well, I want to comment on your on you mentioning the loss limits and how they move quickly up from closer to zero and slowly down to a higher loss limit. And it's similar to retail, or I was taught at a young age that the gas stations, they generally increase the prices a lot more quickly than if the market moves up than if the market moves down for them lowering it. So very, very similar and closely aligned. And if you watch the RBOB markets on the NYMEX, you can see that they do follow that.
Oh yeah.
So
no, you gotta test the market in that. See if there's still demand there before. You always want to, if anyone's selling gas out there, you want to squeeze every penny out while you can, which is not great for us. But then again, I don't own a gas station, so.
Yeah, absolutely. And you also mentioned the trading cards. Let's get into those. The first trader that I wanted to feature today is Raphael. Raphael is in day 2 of their live account today. They had 150K XFA that moved up to live, and they started trading on Friday. I may mistakenly say yesterday as in the last trading day, but I do mean Friday if I do happen to do that. Raphael, the stats on the trading card that you see, I just want to mention, are from the Express funded account, which you can take payouts from. And like I said, Raphael got called up to a live funded account and really has exhibited some great behavior and discipline in the Express funded account. And we're not really seeing that in the live funded account, at least in the first 2 days. Couple of really good things about that are we've got time to adjust that and tweak it, but let's do it quickly. Like Jack said earlier, let's keep that daily loss limit or personal loss limit particularly closer to zero than the 3,000. On unemployment on Friday, that was a rough day in the live account where it was a $4,500 realized loss, and that's a tough one for your first day in the live account. A few things in the XF. Oh, go ahead, Jack.
No, especially on a unemployment day like that, when you know there's going to be the huge volatility, that's not the time until you've kind of established yourself to start risking it. And I'm not saying you can't, because when I was trading, that was always the biggest day of the month. That was what we were looking forward to, but you had to build up to that because there's a lot of risk as well, as we have found out.
Yeah, I mean, and speaking of big economic numbers, I remember I used to for a short period of time, I would sometimes go into a number with one or two lots on, and it would work maybe 80-90% of the time. However, that 10 or 20% of the time that it didn't work ultimately added up to I'm not doing this anymore, because it wiped out and more those 80 to 90% days that it did work.
Yeah. I'm also seeing, when did he have the trade on? I can't see in the trade report I'm looking at. I just see that he had that loss on unemployment. Were they holding through the number, or were they just getting right in afterwards?
You know, I didn't go back and look at the specific trades for that day for Raphael, but I know that there were only 2 trades on the day, and they lasted 20 minutes, but those 2 trades added up to the $4,500 in losses, and it looks like they were 6 lots on each of those trades, adding up to 24 contracts on the day. So 2,300 on an individual trade, that's a lot to lose on an individual trade, which one thing I want to highlight today with all 3 of our traders is we've talked about daily loss limits a lot. We've talked about personal loss limits or personal daily loss limits a lot. And one thing that we haven't really talked about, or at least I haven't talked about, is a trade loss limit. Go into a trade with some numbers that I'm risking this. And when that number is hit, get out of it. Don't say, what's another 5%? What's another 15%? It already hurts. If the number gets hit, follow your discipline and execute, get out of it, stop the bleeding. One thing for Raphael in the XFA that really looked good was the few trades that Raphael was taking on the day. 4 trades a day, again, 6 contracts on average per trade, and an average win of 2,500 and an average loss of just about 670 on each trade. That is stellar. And with a 33% winning day percentage and 28% winning trade, that really carried you through the XFA and up to live.
I have some thoughts about this too, because this is someone who I'm looking at their trade report right now from the XFA, and those numbers are a little skewed, and I'll tell you why. Sometimes you can't tell what people are doing from looking at their trade report. There's a bunch of trades and it's all over the place. But this is definitely someone who's being very selectively taking most of the time. So out of 15 days, they took 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. On 7 of the days, they took 1 trade. and then just a handful on the others. But here's what's interesting, and this is what's making the losing days, for instance, 33%. On a bunch, this person is clearly putting on whatever their trade is, looking for the runner, and then bringing to stop the break even at some point. Because on a lot of these losing days, for instance, let's take a look. So like, this is how I know he brought the break even. Here are some of the losses that contributed, losing days, that contributed to that 33%. Minus $1.30, minus $3.80, minus $2.34, minus 34 cents, minus $2. So that's kind of where the days are getting out of whack. It seems that he was either taking the break even or occasionally hitting the club DLL, as I call it out there, or the trade works out and they take it for a fair amount of money. But that's what I just wanted to comment for people out there. That's why the winning day percentage is so low. And also a little bit why, his average loser is so low compared to the winners. So just something interesting I saw on there.
Yeah, that's a great point that you bring up with that, Jack. And that being said, it's not a bad idea to, once you get into a trade, maybe consider using a trailing stop that is going to follow the market with you and not against you. And that way you can lock in a scratch or even a small profit, which is the key. And that can be tough, especially after you see it going with you, and then it gets close to your stop. Cancel if close is something that every trader, I think, struggles with, or at least I know that I did, where the market gets close to my stop out or stop loss, and it's like, okay, I'll move it back a little bit. Next thing I knew is it'd be going against me, and then it's kind of the let it go another little bit against me when it could have been a winner. I could have taken half of the contracts off and locked in a profit. But it's a tough thing to do, but stand by your discipline, and especially that individual trade loss limit.
Yeah, interesting stuff. So yeah, I mean, Raphael, tighten up the risk now in the live account for sure. Don't be coming out of the gate like that. The horse is out of the barn, so to speak, but you can still do something with that. So heads up.
Yeah, it's all about managing expectations and setting them realistically, and maybe even set them lower than you might hope for, even after just a week. Make $50, make $100 in the account, and get on the right side of zero so that you have some cushion and you have some confidence, but keep that in check that it doesn't skew your discipline.
And just to mention too, I mean, on the plus also, Raphael took 18 grand in payouts. He's also number 5 on the current account balances plus P&L's leaderboard we do. So it's working out for him. I like that he's, I mentioned the club DLL a lot. It is nice to see that a whole bunch of these days in the XFA, he was taking basically scratch. Whereas with a lot of the cards we do for shoulder tap, sometimes we see they ain't stopping at scratch. It's DLL or Valhalla. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's a tough thing to do because ultimately we're all here to make money from the markets, and you don't do that by scratching, but it does enable you to do it again tomorrow, which is more important than doing it now.
Right on. All right, who else we got here?
All right, next up, we've got Everardo. Everardo has been in their live funded account. It's a 150K account for 26 days, trading days completed. And Everardo has some good percentages, 85% winning day percentage, 80% winning trade percentage. The one thing that kind of stands out, though, is it's about a 0.5 to 1 reward over risk. They're making 162 per trade. They're losing 331. But those trade percentages are really carrying you through and ultimately allowing you to get that $440 in average daily P&L over the life of the account so far at 26 days. And it has added up, and it's added up to some sizable payouts since this live funded account has been opened. $9,700 in payouts, and really, really modest trades, it looks like, as far as being able to take 160 out and stop the losses. And when you have an 85% or 80% winning trade percent, you can be closer to 1-to-1 or even a little bit upside down. But really like that Everardo's taken 2 contracts per trade and really limiting that risk. Built up a healthy account balance, and even though they have a few losing days, just let's work on limiting the losses to a smaller number, and that way it can really start to flourish. And I mean, the average losing day for Everardo is the daily loss limit, but there's only, I think, what is it, 2 of them or 3? I think 3 of them since the account started. So managing the account well, positioning themselves so that they can trade for tomorrow, and most importantly, taking payouts from the account.
Yeah, he did stop himself. So two daily losses, 1 stopped himself short. It's less clear what he's doing from looking at this trade report. What I will say is that it's a pretty big sample size we talk about here, where he's averaging 8 trades a day, and he's done 26 days. So he's definitely found something here. Even with that significant number, I don't know how long you can depend on 80% winning trades. That seems a touch high. So my advice to Everardo would be to adjust to a world in which you're right 65% of the time or 70% of the time, and manage your risk and positions that way.
Yeah, absolutely. And with a best day of just shy of $2,000, it looks like they're managing their expectations well, and could benefit from a individual trade loss limit or personal loss limit that is significantly smaller than the daily loss limit.
Mm-hmm. Overall, though, this is a pretty good looking card. Great job. 440 a day over 26 days. As you mentioned, 9,700 in payouts. Done it 3 times, taken 3 payouts. Not a lot to complain about there. So hope you keep that 80%. Prove me wrong.
Yeah.
Make it 90%.
And like you said, tough thing to do. But that 440, you had mentioned trader math earlier, Jack, when we were talking about the last trader with right around 80, 90,000, or I'm sorry, Deeyana, when we were talking about 350 being around 80 or 90,000 a year. $100 a day over the course of a year is $25,000. So not difficult math to do, but keep that in mind. $440 a day is more than $100,000 a year, which is not an easy thing to accomplish in the markets or professionally for a lot of people.
Yeah, and that's an average over 26 days. It's not, when I say trader math, I'm usually joking when somebody on one day makes $2,000 and it's like, well, I can make a, what is that times 250, $500,000 a year trader right here. Quit the job, buy a Lambo on credit from the mob. I don't know, but you need a large enough sample size before you make that average. But yeah, that's, if you can average a couple $100 over an extended period, that's good stuff.
Yeah, and going the other direction with it is something that I used to like to do. My first job at Ace Hardware paid $5.85 an hour. One thing that I would do after a good trading day, or even in the middle of a good trading day, I would do the math backwards and go, wow, I made $5.85 a minute. and that was for 3 hours or something. It's fun to see those numbers, but don't let it skew your reality and expectations for the market going forward. A lot of times for me and other traders, it can be an outlier where you're going for a base hit and you get a home run. So keep the expectations realistic. Don't let it, because of 1 or 2 days, change your personal loss limit, or let it change it significantly less than what those numbers add up to, at least.
Yeah. And as we transition to the next card, I definitely am guilty of that myself. I think I said this before on here, but I remember my first month when I had my own book trading at a prop firm. At the end of the month, I was doing the math and kind of being like, this is the greatest thing ever. I'm going to retire when I'm 30 years old and, go hang out with, Leo or something like that. And I remember saying it to, we had a night clerk who was temporarily on days or something. And I had the hubris to kind of be like, yeah, no, it's not that hard. You just do this and you make X amount per month, and this will go on forever. Well, it did not go on forever, and you got to change those things. So personal pain. Let's see who has some personal success in the next card. Although I don't know if they do.
And I mean, that's another good point that you were saying. Let's make it last forever and expect it to last forever. My first year trading full-time professionally, I was kind of a scared trader, if you will, which isn't necessarily an unhealthy thing. Because I hadn't seen every economic number, and I hadn't necessarily seen December grains expire or whatever the highest volume month, or at least with grains in particular, the new crop, old crop. I hadn't seen everything. And because I was scared, some of my most consistent trading was when I was a young trader, as in not that experienced, because I wanted to make it work. And it's a tough thing to make it work. But when it is going well, it can be almost too easy where it does skew your attitude. And it's like, well, okay, all I have to do, if it goes against me, put more on and it'll come back. The problem is it doesn't always come back.
That is correct.
Yeah, moving on to the last trader that I wanted to highlight for today is Raymond. Raymond is in a 100K XFA, and the first thing that stands out to me with Raymond, well, first of all, Garden Grove, California. That always will remind me of Sublime, the band. So,
good call.
But the other thing that really stands out to me is take a payout. You're doing well in the account, take a payout. You've been in this account for 34 days and you've gotten some traction. You've got the account up to almost $21,000. It's time to take a payout. You take 5 trades a day, you're right around a little under 1-to-1 on your reward over risk. But again, that 79% winning day, 70% winning trade is carrying you to profitability. And the small trading is really going well for you with 2 contracts per trade, which makes it a lot more comfortable, at least when I'm trading, for me to sit there and watch the numbers fly around. Because even with just 2 contracts, that can be a lot depending on the volatility of the markets.
100%. I don't see a lot of 100K XFAs around here. Is the daily loss limit 2,000?
Yes, it is. The daily loss limit for the 100K is 2,000 in both the express funded account and live funded account. The one thing that really stood out for me with Raymond is their average intraday P&L high and low. $800 to the good side, minus 184 to the bad side. So managing those trades well and not allowing them to run away from you. But it looks like sometimes when Raymond gets into a trade, they just let it go if it doesn't go to the good side for him. And I see a few different days where there's only one or two trades where they've hit their daily loss limit. And it's time to get out of the trade before it really hurts.
Yeah.
So
Raymond's doing great trading. Definitely pay yourself. I was going through there. 6 of those 7 losing days. This is a firm, Raymond is a firm VIP at the club DLL here for sure, because 6 of the 7 losing days are $2,000 or slightly more because of slippage. Just the reminder to everyone, you do not have to lose your DLL if you are down. There is an option not to do that. That I would recommend
anything,
taking.
you shouldn't.
Now, there was the one famous trader who was talking about how, they never hit their, they always take it off early. I don't believe in that. I believe that, and it's rare that I say this on here, that you are not trading big enough if you do not hit your DLL at some point, at some frequency. It'll depend on what your risk reward is. But, if you go an entire year without hitting your daily loss limit, I would argue that you are not trading enough size. What percentage of people have this problem in the trading combine? I don't know, 1%, under 1%. Usually it is the opposite, where it is slap out of the DLL. Sorry, this is just a heater I've been on this week, but go ahead if you have anything else to say here, Brett. It's still great trading. Just take a payout, man.
Yeah, take a payout. The thing is, if you're making profits and profits that are comfortable for you to live on or supplement your income, you don't necessarily have to, if you can do it with 1 or 2 contracts, you know what? Do that for a while, build up your balance and let it grow. That way you can afford some of those swings or unexpected market conditions. I remember Halloween day one year, a pipeline for the evening session exploded on the East Coast or went out of service, and the RBOB markets were wild. And they just being able to trade that was so important that but a 1 lot was as risky as a 20 lot would have been at times. And so adjust the contracts and lots that you're trading to the market conditions.
Yes, indeed. Well, Brett, thank you very much. We're coming up on time here for Shoulder Tap, but always a pleasure to talk to you.
Absolutely. Great to be on here. And just remember that you don't go broke taking profits.
You don't go broke taking profits. That is correct. Yep. Manage your risk, folks. That's why we do this every day. Stick around because we got the Riz takeover. JD and Robert are coming up next for group coaching. You will not want to miss that because he is going to riz you all to wisdom. I am an elder millennial. Thanks, everyone, for watching Shoulder Tap. We'll be back just after this.
Good afternoon, friends and traders. Welcome to group coaching. It is 12:33 Chicago time. That's 12:33 in the Central Time Zone. I'm JD behind the curtain. You're looking at Coach Robert, who's going to be answering your questions today. We had that group coaching form pinned in the chat for quite a few hours this morning. We got your questions. If you submitted one, hopefully we'll get to it. If not, we'll try and get to it tomorrow. Coach Robert's here for group coaching all week with Hoagland. Coach Robert, what is happening today? How you doing, my friend?
I'm doing great. Had a great weekend. One of our production team, Tim, lives right by me, so he came over to the house at the Lake House this weekend, put some videos together for the Topstep X mobile version for iPhone. I don't have an iPhone. We use his. They'll be posted up. I got word they'll be going up pretty soon. But yeah, it's a great weekend. Looking forward to this week. We got a torch of the chat here. They get me for coaching for 5 days covering for Hoag, and I hope he's really enjoying himself.
I am a fellow Android user. I would have been of no help to you making those videos. But you know where to find those videos, right? They're if you have access to the Topstep X platform, they are right underneath that question mark, and you navigate right to them. You could also find them on our YouTube channel. If you are not on Topstep X, but you plan on switching over, Coach Robert has made an entire library of tutorial videos on how to use the Topstep X platform. Watch them, know them, learn them, love them. All right. Before we get started, we got some questions about who's right and who's wrong in the markets. Well, that happens to be our tip of the week. And you know what? The market is always right. Is that correct, Coach Robert?
Yeah, unfortunately it is. And we say that as market is always right because when the market makes a move, that is the move. That means that had to be the move. That means that's the right move. Doesn't mean it's right for the situation. Back a few years, even recently, we have a tweet can go out by, let's say, Elon Musk. A tweet goes out there and like, wow, this is going to really hurt Tesla. And then Tesla goes through the roof. So it doesn't mean that it's right for the situation. It's just that, hey, the market was here. It went here. That's what it did. That's correct. There's nothing we can do about it. And JD, thanks for jumping on this because I really did want to hit this a little bit. And I'm going to take a slightly different spin right before we get into these questions here. And when we say the market is always right, that means if the market's right, the opposite would have to be true, meaning that our decision of that market was wrong. It was incorrect, at least at that time. I want to take that one step further, expand it out just a little bit. And I'm going to expand this to, okay, if the market's right and we had a bad choice or it was just incorrect at that time, it wasn't right for the market, we need to take ownership. We have to make that assumption, right? We have to take accountability for that. There's ways to take accountability. You can have an accountability partner in Topstep with a coach in the Topstep Discord. It's wonderful. There's a whole section in there. I really want to drive this point home that if something isn't going your way, you can be a victim and say like, oh man, it didn't do this for me and I didn't expect it. Like, yes, it's you. I'm going to point to me because if something isn't right with something I did, trading or whatnot, I have to own that. It is mine. One day coming into Topstep TV, I was a little bit later getting up in the morning. I hadn't shaved. I wasn't ready to go, but it was okay because I wasn't on air until later on. Somebody had to leave at an emergency. I had 2.5 minutes to get ready. Well, guess whose fault that was? It's mine. It was my fault that I wasn't ready. So we need to take ownership of that, take that accountability. And I want to hammer this as the tip of the week. The market's right. If something happened and you get stopped to the tick, guess what? You were wrong. If you can accept that, grow with it, learn from it, and move on, it will definitely make an impact. And my problem was there's an ego. Hey, why'd the market do this? It shouldn't do that. Correct. It should not have done that, but it did. And I needed to be ready for it. So I had to change my whole thought process, my whole mentality, and just be like, oh, every mistake that happens, it's mine. Pull that into your home life too. You know, one of the analogies I use when I was doing the condensed coaching, was you have a person that goes to work every day and they're a plumber. And they always wanted to be an electrician. So every day they come home, they're being a plumber, and the plumber is horrible, and they want to be an electrician, they can't do that, and it's just kind of ruining their livelihood. Well, it's going to sound harsh, but the advice is, well, put down the plumbing wrench and pick up some wire cutters. You know, it's like you can do this. Personally, I was a trader and I had a technical guy for a lot of years, 17 years. I had an IT business. I was just sick of it. And this is what happened to me. Somebody said, well, why don't you just leave? Why don't you just do something else? I was like, you know what? Dang right. It took me 1.5 years to understand that. I left. I went back to school, became a sports therapist. Entirely different. Worked with technology, worked with people, worked on problem solving, worked on fixing. So it really made a difference. I'm just giving that as an example. Tip of the week, market's always right. Yes, that means you're always wrong if it doesn't go your way. Grab it, own it, move on with it, take the ownership, take the accountability, internalize it, learn from it, and move on, okay? All right, that's my spiel, and I'm going to put a link while JD's pulling up the question. I learned this from somebody named Tom Bilyeu. He has a TED Talk. I will post this link in chat, and he talks about all of this. He took it to the point where he said, you know what? He took a whole year, and he said, if an asteroid comes out of the sky and hits my home and destroys everything around, he's like, that was my fault, right? So that's the level they took it, as a full-on ownership, relating that to trading. If you can not expect, but you try to win 100% of your trades and know that it's not going to happen. A baseball player goes up to the plate, they're going to hit a home run. Doesn't mean it's going to happen, but they're going to try to. So get that set up. Take the accountability for it, and if you're wrong, own it and move on. There we go. That's my spiel. I was thinking about that this weekend, and the irony is James came up with this wonderful tip this morning for the tip of the week, and it was beautiful. It's all with the same wavelength or something. I was thinking about this all weekend, some personal stuff that I have going on, and it just really hit home. So JD, thanks for letting me go in that little bit of a spiel there, a little longer than I wanted, but I really wanted to drive that home.
No, that was great. You got a lot of love in the chat too. So yeah, just remember, following up on what Robert's saying, if you're looking for perfection or seeking to get perfection out of the markets, prepare to be disappointed. Best you can do is come to the markets prepared and work your best to find consistency. That's about it. The market is infallible. You, however, are not infallible. All right. With that, what do you say we burn through a couple of questions?
Ready to go.
First question comes from CB. CB wants to know, could you explain the meaning of buyer sweep and seller sweep and which is bullish and which is bearish? Well, the way I interpret this question is a buyer sweep is someone hitting bids, and a buyer sweep is somebody lifting offers, and a seller sweep is somebody hitting bids. Is that correct? Is that how you interpret this also?
That is how I interpret it. And a buyer's sweep is a bearish movement. I looked at this as as an analogy for sports again. We have a lot of sports teams around here. I'm from around the Boston area. Somebody used the Red Sox. The Red Sox swept the Orioles to win. The Red Sox swept the Chicago Cubs. The Red Sox swept the Baltimore Orioles, right? They just, the Colorado Rockies, whatever. If they sweep it, they win all the games. They took them right out of the picture. So when I hear this, hey, we have a buyer sweep. Buyers, long, trying to push the market up. Nope, we swept them out. Swept them under the rug. Goodbye, see you later. Bears are in control. It's a bearish sentiment. So there's your answer. Buyer sweep, going down. I think potentially going down. And when you have the seller sweep, getting rid of all the sales, pushing the market up, potentially.
There you have it. Hope that helps, CB. Next up, we have Shaq. Shaq wants to know, what does dollar cost averaging mean? I've always associated dollar cost averaging with stock investing, not futures day trading. But I would say it's the equivalent of scaling into a position. Does that kind of sound accurate to you? Dollar cost averaging with stocks is purchasing on the way down, averaging yourself a better price with each purchase. With futures trading, it doesn't really work like that unless you're heavily margined or heavily leveraged. Yeah. But what's your take on it, Coach Robert?
Yeah, I'm in the same vein, JD, and it's definitely more on the investment side of things. And here's why. I'll take this a little bit deeper. When the stock price is going down, it may be for several different reasons, and you're not going to dollar cost average into every time it goes down. What if it went down because the company you're following took on more risk? They bought out another division. So their internal equity, their capital, and their value has dropped because they put all this money out to expend. Maybe it was on marketing. Maybe it was just a takeover or something else. So their stock is down. That's when you can get into it, and it goes, it went down a little further than I anticipated. You can jump into that again. You're not adding into a losing trade in that situation. You're just getting into areas like, okay, this is why it's driving down. There's a main reason before it. Tesla production was down a little bit. Oil, production was down a little bit, or going up a little bit. So we have a better price point. Then you say, yep, okay, this is great. Look back at it, come down a little bit further. It's in another nice area where it's like, the last time it came down in this area, it bought back up. And besides, we have that report coming out later. I want to get into this early and make a couple extra bucks on it. There's your dollar cost averaging. Intraday futures trading, high-speed stuff like we do in and out of trades, even if you're in for a couple of hours, it's tough. Not to say it's not right, because I know some of our even coaches do this, and it's not that it's wrong, but there's a reason they're doing this. It's coming to a certain level. I like this area. Buy into it. It's going to go back up. Hopefully it will go back up. It doesn't, but there's another area just below that, a little further down. When it gets there, I'm going to add to my position. It's another liquidity area, another zone I was going to buy into. Came back into it, and now it's gone my direction. If it doesn't, out. Close the trade. It's just one little piece. That is an actual strategy to use. You're just adding to a position. In this case, it was a losing position, but not a lost position. It's just going a little bit behind you, but there's another liquidity area down below, and your decision is like, I'm going to add a little bit more to this, and if it still goes against me, that's when I'm going to cut it. The problem I see, and I am going to call it a problem, is that we have is when traders look at the market and say, man, I'm in the 50K combine and I have 5 minis I can use, but it's also 50 micros. And they're just going to stack them. Hey, 15 points against me, add it. 15 points, add it. 20 points, add it. 30 points, add it. That, my friends, is not the way to do it. Okay, I mean, you can. It's not against any type of a rule. Where we all know some other firms just will shut you out because you do it. We're not going to shut you out, but you need to have a reason for it. Just stacking them up, I've seen it all the time. I've had screenshots sent to me in Discord saying, what do you think of this? It's 50 orders, 10 points apart, just stacked up, waiting for it to happen. I don't know. Are you a trader at that point? I don't know. I don't even know if that's a real thing. What if it keeps going, right? And the other thing to think about when you're doing this dollar cost average, if you're in one position and it's going against you and you add a second, you just double your risk and it's moving against you twice as fast. Yes, I know that if it does turn around, it only has to go halfway back up for you to break even, but this is risk management. What if it doesn't? Do you have an answer? If your answer is just, I'm just gonna throw the contract on, I don't know. I'm not fond of it, and anybody can trade the way they want. If we're just looking for this opinion, this person here, Shaq asked the question for me on group coaching, so I'm answering it to the best of my ability for my thought process, and that's it. Have a plan, 1, 2, 3, whatever you're going to do for your plan in these other areas. Let it ride back. Just because you're losing and you're just going to snap it into the chart and be like, I'm going to add in case it turns around. Be careful with that. That's how you lose out real quickly.
Yep, Sam in the chat nailed it. DCA can also be called the moron trade when you're just adding more on to a loser. Dollar cost averaging, definitely more of a long-term investment strategy. Not great for day trading retail futures accounts. All right. Next up, we have Javante. Javante wants to know, how do I get started? Where should I look to study how to enter futures? Well, you've come to the right place, Javante. You could start right here at Topstep. You go to our website, and we have a Futures Trading 101 course, 16 hours of videos that Hoag put together about 2 years ago. You could start there. It gives you everything from how the futures market started to basic strategies. We've also got Hoag's Market Profile Masterclass. If we got someone working the chat, we get to start throwing some links in there. But we've got all the resources you need. We've got group coaching right here. You made it here, We've got our Discord server. Thousands and thousands. I don't know how many traders we have in Discord now. 50,000 traders, all bouncing ideas off each other, sharing their knowledge. We have all of our coaches in there all day long. Coach Robert, what's your advice? Where should Javante get started?
Well, the fact that he's watching Topstep TV and he's in the chat and he saw the forum and then he posted in here, Javante, appreciate the question. In my opinion, in the right spot. If I did not believe this was the right place, I would not be here. Plain and simple. That's just the guy I am. So welcome. Topstep.com. Pick the combine that you would like, 50, 100, 100K. Work with your risk management. Discord has a ton of assistance in there. Everybody wants to see you do well. There's, 6, 7, 8 coaching channels in there. I'm one of the others. find someone that works with you. You may jump into, let's say you jump into mine. You're like, dude, I don't like what this guy does. Cool. We'll talk about it. Who are you? What is it going to work? And you know what? You're going to be a great candidate for Coach Jay. Talk over to him. We have no animosity between any of us. We all do something a little different, and we are going to do our best to put you in the best position to have the best success rate that you possibly can. Topstep TV, all of these, not just the coaches, the guests on here, the funded traders on here. Nick Vertick in the morning was here. Coach Dakota at night, every night, Monday through Friday, 8 p.m. Central Time, gives his entire breakdown of what he's doing step by step by step for free. All of this stuff. That's how you get started. Okay. JD, before we move on, NQ is pushing up again. We just
I'm looking at it right
bounced
now.
off the bottom. Yeah, up from 54 to like 120 in just a couple of 6 minutes here.
We still have not extended the range higher. We haven't made a new high for the day yet, but yeah, we are tapping on the ceiling right now in the NQ. We'll keep an eye on that and keep you posted if this rip continues. All right, next question comes from Blake. Blake wants to know, I'm noticing I lose whenever I move my brackets. I have a stop loss of $100 and a take profit of $200. But if I don't move my brackets, I almost always win. Should I just take more trades in a day to possibly make more, or is this a suggestion to make more profit? Well, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. First of all, if you notice you lose when you move your stops, stop moving your brackets around. That would be my first suggestion. And if you're very confident, this sounds like an A+ setup of yours, maybe it's time to scale up on size. What do you think, Coach Robert?
JD, you're batting 1,000 here today. 100% agree. The first thing you do is like, hey, I'm having success for this, but when I do this other thing, I don't. My first thought is like, well, don't do that. It's like, I don't know, not being rude, just like this, just don't. You know, I was like, hey, every time I do one thing, I'm really good. When I do the other, I'm not good. Well, don't do that anymore. However, that being said, the market changes. So if you're having trouble with it now, or you're having success with it now, and then it reverses on you, it's time to go back and revisit and maybe look at things a little bit differently. But who put that in there? That was Blake. Yeah, thanks for the question. Make sure you're leaving yourself enough room. Okay, if you don't have to move them, don't. I always like to use my stops as a fail-safe, not put it at, man, I'm going to risk X amount. Like, let's just say I'm going to risk $100 to make $200. This is the example. I'm going to risk 100 to make 200. Well, what instrument is that? What time of day is that? What chart are you looking at? How much room is left in your drawdown? Which account are you on? How many instruments are you trading? Are you on micros and minis? There's a lot more that goes with it. So if you're going to make 200 and risk 100, what happens if your $100 risk is right smack in the middle of an area that had a lot of price movement going on? Chances are you're going to get stopped out, and it would be suck if you get stopped out to the tick. It happens a lot. Happens a lot to me. And you're just going to move on with it. But make that adjustment. Hey, this is my trades. Here's my target. Here's my risk. Why? Why is that your target and why is that your risk? If you just, I want to make $200, so I'm going to put 100 here. What if it was a little bit further away that you needed to? It doesn't mean blow your risk reward out of the water. Just give it some room. And if you're trading NQ especially, it'll just whip around on you. And if you're that far away and it just like drops down and comes right back up again, you'd be upset. You'd be like, dang it, should have been a little further away. Well, yeah, you stuck it right in the middle of a liquidity area. All kinds of trading going on that day. Maybe it was right at point of control. We had the volume profile peaking out. All kinds of activity. So take that into consideration. It's a great idea to say, I'm going to do a 2-to-1, 200 to 100. But you might have to adjust that slightly and keep an eye on it. It doesn't mean you just have to let it all the way go all the way to your stop and lose the full amount. Give it some room. Give it some room. Sounds like you made the found out your own answer, and I wish you the best on it. And definitely keep us up to date with how you're doing.
Definitely keep us posted, Blake. Question just came in the chat asking where we can find Hoagland's Futures Trading 101 videos. I'm putting the link for that in the chat right now. There you go. It's right off our website, topstep.com, under our program. But there's the link for you. Go ahead and pin it. Next up, we've got a question about Topstep X functionality from Brian. Brian wants to know, can you please show how to add the 50, 100, and 200 moving average to a NASDAQ chart? Basically, you just want to make sure I have the correct settings. Thanks. Never used Topstep X before. I think we can run through that real quick, can't we?
Yeah, I was going to triple up on it here. So I'm looking, it is my chart. Thank you, JD. There's your NQ chart. There's your NASDAQ chart. Right at the top of the list here, there's indicators. I would click on that indicator button right there, and I actually have it saved as a favorite. But what if I didn't? I can scroll down to find it, or I can start typing it in. Let's do. Did he say exponential or didn't matter? Moving average. Okay. Let's just type in EMA and see it actually shows moving average. I'm going to click on it once. It's going to add it to the top left over here under my indicator panel. Well, he wants 3. So we're going to click it again, and we're going to click it again. And what it did was just added 3 of the same setup. And they want 50. So let's take one of them, go to our little settings tool. Under our inputs, let's make this 50. Okay, there's our 50. And our style, let's leave it blue, but I'll increase the size a little bit so we can see it. Next one he wanted was 100. We're going to go to the settings, go to the inputs, make that 100, go to my style. Let's change this. Let's make this one yellow, double thickness. There it is. And then we'll go to the last one, and that was the 200. Inputs, 200. Style, let's make this, I don't know, orange. How's that look? And we'll double that one up also. So there we have it. There's all 3 of them. Okay? Pretty straightforward. You can see them up on the top and the left-hand side, so you can reference. And the price point actually shows the color, the plot. So this is my 50. I can see that it's blue, yellow, and orange lined up right there. And you can see the levels right here on the right-hand side if you wish to have that option turned on. Good question. Quickly through there, but you can go back and watch the video if you like.
Perfect. Thank you, Robert. Hope that helped you out, Brian. All right, next up, we got a loaded question from John. John wants to know, if you had the opportunity to go back to the 90s, if you had a time machine, Coach Robert, and you can go back to 1991, what would be your one trade setup for life? I mean, I'm gonna go out on a limb and just say I was 10 years old in 1990, and I would go back and put every single penny that I ever made into Apple stock.
That, yeah, in hindsight, yeah, you can do that. I was 22 at that point. JD, you got a couple years on you there, but I honestly don't know. Yes, going back, that's the technology, the boom happened, all this stuff. We just kind of rode that through, and knowing right now, looking back, absolutely. And somebody did. You can find them on just Google it out, where somebody did the math on it one time. They said instead of buying, when Apple, the iPhone first came out, instead of taking that money and buying an iPhone, if you bought the equal amount of Apple shares, instead of spending something like $22,000 on iPhones, you would have been like a $1.2 million in your account. It's pretty crazy when you think of that. So I guess reflecting back in hindsight in the 90s, that's a great one. Jump into the technology side of things and hold on for the ride. You know, look at the investors. Warren Buffett, I mean, what do you say about that guy? He just buys something, goes, yeah, I'm going to check it in 40 years. We'll see what happens. I'm lucky if I can check something in more than 4 minutes, you know, so I just don't have the mentality for it. But yep, I'm in agreement. Buy some Apple stock way back then. Buy some Google stock. Buy some Amazon stock. NVIDIA wasn't around, I don't think. But when that started, put some money into the IPO, you know. I don't know. That's hindsight's really something. But good question. That was fun.
Yeah, the chat seems to be in agreement. Apple and Microsoft are the big two. Charles Lucas says buy Cisco. I almost forgot about Cisco.
Oh, yeah.
That was a fun one in the early 2000s, right?
It sure was. I was doing tech work back then, like programming Cisco routers and stuff. So it was fun.
All right, folks. With that, we are out of time for group coaching today. Thanks for submitting those questions. We do apologize if we didn't get to them. We'll try and get to as many as we can tomorrow, and we'll just keep rolling over until we do get to all of them. But with that, we're going to close it out. Stick around because we have Strategy Lab with Robert. You got another hour of Coach Robert coming up. Gabe and Anne-Marie. Gabe, the newest member to the production staff here at TopStep, and he's going to be trading his road to the funded level in 550K XFAs. We'll see if Gabe puts a couple trades on. Then we're closing out the day in Power Hour with Andre. Yours truly will be in there also, and funded trader Muhammad A. Stick around. We got plenty more tradertainment coming your way. We're going to take a short break. We'll be right back.
Hello, hello, hello. Welcome to, I was just going to call it Power Hour. Welcome to Strategy Lab. We're going to have to cut that piece and start it again. We have Anne-Marie in the middle, and we have Gabe on the right-hand side over there. This is the first time I've been on air with Gabe, I believe, and I feel bad for you, sir. You just have to deal with me for the next little hour driving this segment, but we're going to hear from you, see how your little process is doing, your little challenge you're going on there. Anne-Marie has something really cool to talk about, but right before we get rolling, I made you a nice little background, Gabe. There's a little trick, a little secret as to why I asked you those questions earlier in the day, and all I did was I'm going to take my mug out of here, and there we go. You said you're into photography, so we gave you a little strategy lab, the computer stuff, and we gave you a little camera up there. Thanks to the wonderful world of AI. So I always just like sharing those things and have a listening together. So here we go. Gabe, great. I want to hear from Anne-Marie. Anne-Marie, how are you doing? And we were talking about buying Apple stock earlier within that little last segment. If you bought Apple stock instead of Apple, I heard you had an issue this morning.
Yeah, speaking of apples, it was very good to me, though. I got it in 2019, and I tend to use my machines until they die. And so this happened. It happened. And so, yeah, I'm going to get a new machine tomorrow. But, I mean, I have both a Mac and a PC. And, you know, when I do video production, love the Mac. When I'm doing other things, I like the PC. So they both got their, what is it? Yeah,
benefits,
ups and downs,
pros and cons, pros and cons. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, pros and cons. There we go.
Awesome. Yeah, wonderful. I'm glad you got that. And sometimes you could take something that wasn't really great and turn it into a positive. So I'm glad you got that going away. Gabe, sir, did you get your charts shared up there? I know you were working on that a second ago.
I'm doing that literally right now as we speak.
Okay. While you're doing that, give us the lowdown on how you're doing with your funding, taking those accounts and, you know, copying them up across the 5. We're all interested in hearing what you're doing. So please take it away, sir.
Yeah. So I'm on 3 days of trading so far on the account. I am only up $124. I haven't been in drawdown yet on the accounts, which are great, but I'm kind of slowly chipping away. I was focused last session with speaking to Hoag about this, but I'm really trying to slow it down. Be okay with base hits, really, like just not shooting for home runs every time, not getting too ahead of myself and thinking too far down the road of where I'm trying to get, which is obviously a live account. But at the same time, I don't want to get caught up in just focusing too much on the numbers of what I'm looking to do. You know, I think everybody gets a little bit caught up in trying to make, you know, 500 a day, 1,000 a day, whatever that number might be for you, which is a great goal to have. But it's bit me in the butt a few too many times where I need to now slow it down and be okay with just taking a couple of $100 here and just kind of pace myself. Not really too concerned about how long it takes me to pass this, but the ultimate goal is, of course, to move into an XFA and then to eventually be in a live funded account, just like everybody else on the team here. So got to earn my stripes.
So I have a question for you. As you are working through a particular strategy event, do you feel any angst that you're copying trades with a strategy event that maybe you're still working through?
I don't really feel any angst about copy trading just because I've sized down.
Okay.
I'm trading micros primarily because in the past, when I have traded just the E-mini, especially with how much of a monster NQ is, I found myself either doing really well, right? So just the scale of copy trading across even, let's say, 5 accounts. You know, a $500 loss on the day is, you know, $2,500, or $1,000 daily loss limit hit is, you know, $5,000. And that can really hurt you just as much. It can, you know, pay you in a good day. It can also really, you know, set you back. So trading micros, doing about a half a mini, so 5 micro contracts essentially at a time right now to kind of slowly work my way up. And I feel like that gives me a little bit of a better, you know, I'm not getting as many emotional swings in my day of trading when I'm doing micros.
Are you all in?
Yes. Oh, so that's a great question and a great idea.
All out?
Yeah.
On those, yeah.
I think we're Anne Marie might be chopping up a little bit. I didn't hear your question.
Do you leg in or leg out, or do you go all in or all out?
That's a great question. So there was the first day I tried to scale my way in to a 5 contract position over a couple different entry points. I ended up only getting one of the 5 contracts filled because it never ended up getting down to the bottom of the range that I was looking for. But when it comes down to scaling out, I definitely, like, even no matter what, whether I build my way into a position or whether I am just going all 5 at one time, I do want to focus on being able to scale my way out, getting better about taking partial profits, having multiple targets in mind, and paying myself along the way while also reducing risk along the way, and eventually eliminating risk, going to break even, covering commissions, that type of thing.
Robert, I have a
That's
question
good.
for
Please,
you.
Anne-Marie.
So I had a combine and I put a trade on that was, I liked it really well, and I liked it so well that I set the target and then left. And I think it made about, I don't know, $3,000 in a day, right? And it was a 50K combine. And so this begs the question, if I make the full amount and the rule says, hey, listen, you can only make half of your total that gets you qualified, does that mean that I have to take the account to 56,000 before it becomes an XFA?
It's going to not 56,000. Yes, in that example, because if you can only, it's a good question. I'm glad you brought that up. Half of your profit target. So $3,000 is your profit target for the 50K combine. So you want to make 1,500, roughly, a little buffer in there. If you make 3,000, well, that's not half. So it's going to adjust your new profit target so that that level is half of your profit target.
Gotcha.
So 3,000 originally, 1,500. Yep. If you made 3,000, it's what number would 3,000 be half of? 6,000. All right. If you made 2,000, well, it's going to be 4,000 now instead of 3,000. So you can still pass it in 2 days. I mean, that happens often, but to clarify
I just forgot.
That's exactly. So you're exactly right. Yeah. All right.
Double check.
You are correct, and that is true for all of them. You want to have half of it, and that's really just so we don't throw a trade on and just get lucky and say, "Wow, hey, look at this! I'm a good trader. I'm now funded." It's like, well, you had a happy accident, Anne Marie, right? We know you're a great trader. That's not something you said at all. But we want to make sure we can go in 2 days, right? We want to make and break that up, and we hear that a lot. It's like, oh, you guys are limiting my profits. Like, no, we're not. We just want to weed out that one piece of it. Just don't throw a trade on at the open, throw 5 contracts, and bang, it goes your way, and like, woohoo, I trade awesome. I'm like, oh no, or did you get lucky? We all get lucky sometime. So that's a little bit more. That's a consistency part of it. So yeah, sorry, 6,000.
No, that's okay. That's all right. That's all right. Are we?
I was just checking into the market. That was a little pause there. If anybody, Gabe, if you see something going into a trade, please jump in. We're going to put trading first on the show. We did have a jump off. I happen to have it's a 100-tick chart on NASDAQ. We were right around 19,106. And while we're explaining a few things there, just dumped right down to 1975-ish. So what do we have? About a 30-point jump off there for some reason. A couple of gaps drop in there also.
I want to show you what I've been looking at all day. And so a lot of you know that I trade in Motive Wave, and also I trade in TopstepX. And so I've had last week I passed a few combines, and so they fell off of my TopstepX. And so now I have this account that I put on, and now I have to make 56 there. It needs to be a balance of 56,000 in there. So that's the account that I'm trading here in Motive Wave. So something that I looked at this morning, because I was talking to the guests that we're going to have on Thursday, we were talking about how important the NFP Friday is in terms of resolving sitting in a range or in that resolution moving up or down. And so two things I have marked. The first thing up here is Friday's opening range. And so because my brain is very much a sieve, I want to see what my initial balance range is. Yes, 1 minute. So on Friday, the 1 minute NFP candlestick opening range piece, this is for the entire day, the 1 minute was at 19,105-ish, something like that, 106. So you might have noticed if you're following me on the stream, I said, hey, listen, I'm going to short that 106 and I'm going to cover it hopefully between 70 and 55. So what literally this chart has done is it's gone from that 106 to that 50 area, back right up to that 106 and collapsing down. And notice, you might go, well, Emery, it actually went a lot further than 106. But I looked to that Thursday and I thought, all right, as long as it doesn't get above 125, I'm going to manage the risk into that 20 ticks of stop. So the size is going to be relative to taking 20 ticks of heat. But the bottom line is this NFP candlestick is running the show today. And what we were looking at over time, incidentally, this 80 area, that's the VPOC, the volume point of control that we left on Friday. That's at that 19,076. If we lose it, very likely that we go into the opening tick of the day and then get into this low volume node near 19,050 again. So that's with this volume profile sitting here. But here's what I wanted to share from a strategy lab perspective. If we do a few things like maybe anchor a VWAP from these NFPs, we might see something very, very interesting. But I want us to just eyeball it in the near term. And so here is last month's NFP. It's this square, this rectangle of motion right here. I believe that's right. No, 1, 2, 3, 6. It's this one up here, forgive me. And look what happens here. We open up, we dip into that edge, and then it's a total breakaway event. So that move off of, hey, listen, that's an NFP level. We're moving further to the north because we came in, tested the zone, and held above it. So it's a great way to look at near-term movement relative to these NFPs. And so let me show you the NFP before it. I found these to be incredible. So here is the NFP in April. Now notice, inside candlestick formation, that's like what today is. That's our version of what's going on today. And then a candlestick that tries to break out, but never breaks higher. And what do we know when we see candlesticks that move higher, but can't hold higher while testing lower edges at the same time? If that happens, we know that the break of the low of that NFP is going to give us formations to the downside. And so if you go back to the first Friday that this NFP, as far back as you go, you're going to see really incredible numbers that help you go, all right, let's see what happens here. So I'm going to go to Andre at Edgeful, and I'm going to talk to him about this stat. And I'm going to ask him if he can make us, what's it called? You know, it's a report. There you go. Thank you. Yeah, ask him if he can make a report like that. Listen, when things happen to me, and it's because I sit on the spectrum, right? when things happen to me that are very out of my normal, okay, you're going to do this and this and this and this when it comes into the market, my language centers totally break down. I lose words all the time. So I appreciate you coming in and rescuing me as you have for our time together today. So
That's okay. I got a seat right next to you in that spot. Yeah, the Edgebill stuff. Let me know how that goes over there. But I also want to shout out to Brian Shannon, someone else that you had referenced coming into the show there, Anne Marie, which we really appreciate. He's been on a couple of times now and coming back. Anchored VWAP. He's like the guru of the Anchored VWAP, and it's exactly what you are showing us here. And I want to give the shout out for him because he does three things in his book and in his trading, which he shares with us. He anchors VWAP to price events, he anchors VWAP to time events, and he anchors VWAP to fundamental events. Non-farm payroll, NFP, someone asked earlier, non-farm payroll, that's a fundamental event. And it also falls under the price events that we have that we'll look at the same time. So that's a great idea. And you just nailed it the way that you showed it on the screen there on your chart, highlighting those candles, what you're looking at, and more importantly, the why behind you are looking at those and saying, all right, well, if this happens, all the time is it going to break down? No. Most of the time, yes. We live in a world of probabilities. And I know it's a little tough for logical 1 and 0 black and white people to think, but that's how it goes. So I want to get to you, Gabe. Market's selling off again, or NQ is selling off again. We're all the way down to 19,040-ish. I'm going to switch over to E. You don't have to go to my screen. I'm going to switch to ES real quick. Make sure we're following along with everything. Drop down also. That has gone down to 53.60. There with ES is at this point in time. I like to look at the Dow also. We're going to just grab a hold of that one. Nope, still staying around, still up toward the high of the day. It's hanging around there. So something is impacting the ES in the NQ or the equities. Bounce over to oil real quick. Nope, still on that uptrend from all day long. And our other baby over here, gold. Not much change at all. So what we have is we have NQ and ES, so the main components here that I've just took a little bit of a dump down there. So if anybody's watching those, let us know what's going on. Gabe, see anything for your trading? You shared your journey there, and what is it you look for? Do you use any of these type of anchor points for VWAP, sir?
I don't. I've been trying to pay attention more to our, segments that involve VWAP. I know that a lot of traders that we have on air use it. So I am, open to new ideas, but I'm trying to make sure that I don't switch my process and start strategy hopping just because I'm seeing new information, right? I like to kind of gather information, observe. I would, be interested in maybe back testing in a completely separate practice account just to kind of get a little bit more involved and kind of play around with it. But my strategy is pretty simple. I have been supply and demand based for probably about 7.5, 8 years now. And that was learned at OTA, Online Trading Academy. But I, just trend and supply and demand. I'm learning ICT concepts, but that's not the majority of my trading. Most of my trading comes down to just, buying at demand, selling at supply, looking for trend structure, highs and lows, and then just managing risk effectively. So keeping my charts clean for the most part.
I love clean charts. I absolutely love clean charts, and yours look fabulous. Can you go through what you're using to identify supply and identify demand, please?
Yeah, absolutely.
Same question. Yeah.
Great question. So in terms of the content or like the patterns or what I'm looking for in the charts or what tools I'm using to draw my zones?
Let's say both.
Okay. Perfect.
Put you on the spot.
In terms
Told you you're not going to like me.
No, it's okay. It's all good. I'm prepared. So when it comes down to the tool, let me start off with what tool I use. I use just the Fibonacci retracement tool. So I've modified it from its traditional format of, like the default template for that is going to be something like this, right? You have a lot of different multicolored lines representing a lot of different percentage points and levels. I've essentially went in, modified it, dropped the majority of the extra bells and whistles that are on it and just left the 0 and the 1. Which is just your point A and point B, right? It's just your 2 points of clicking, your first click and your second click. And that allows me just to draw 2 lines, one at the front end or the proximal, which will be closest in proximity to current price, and then the distal, which is the furthest in distance away from current price. And then I like to just keep it one color. So right now you'll see that at the moment, I've got lines extended to the right. So it shows me the price point at the far right-hand side. And I've just got green colored for demand imbalances, just because that's the natural, kind of color that people think about when prices are going to go up, as green. I've got my charts obviously changed to blue, but besides the point. So green for demand imbalances. If you guys ever look at my charts and you see a green, zone, just two lines plotted together, filled in, that's going to be a demand imbalance where I'm looking to go long. And then if you see a red, supply zone above current price, that's going to be where I'm looking to go short. And it's simply just an area. The zone of interest is focused primarily on the area of consolidation, or what we call the base, that happens prior to a breakout. So you notice in this move right here, we have a nice up close candle here. This is a 15-minute chart, by the way, in the NQ. We have a single candle, 15 minutes of time where price just spent consolidating. And then it closed at a very, what we'll just call it with indecision, right? There's no real sentiment to this candle, just closed in the middle, 20%, whatever, 40 to 60% of the range of that candle from high to low. And then you see the next following candle had a nice clean closure above this prior high back from about 130, right? 130 on the 10th. Is that time clock right? Anyway, so that was 1:30 in the morning. That might have been the overnight low. So my apologies. I'm just thinking, it's only 1:25.
1:30 a.m. Right.
Yeah, I need some more coffee. But yeah, so we have a nice explosion, right? Nice impulse up to the upside, broke above a prior high. I like the continuation, right? That consecutive motion in nature, where we have 1, 2, 3, 4 closes in a row higher. And you see here, I already started to build out a position with just one micro contract, and I'm filled at 19,048 and a half. Now, if we do make our way back down here, I will start to build my way into this position a little bit more. But for the moment, just in one contract. And what I did like is that what kind of attracted me to this area was not only the 15-minute demand imbalance that we had, so that rally-based rally that we were looking at just a moment ago, but I do like that fact that we just swept below the low from just about 45, 50 minutes ago as well. You see here this little wick below, and we closed right back above that low. That to me is a little bit bullish, just in my opinion. If we do see some sellers really come in with some momentum, and we start closing below, and we see maybe a few candles trade lower, I might be a little bit, not so much concerned, but I'm going to start having my eyes kind of fixed on making sure my risk is managed. But for the moment, I am floating in here with no stop. That might not be the smartest of ideas, but I am waiting to build out the rest of my position for a total of 5 contracts.
That's amazing. You should, you know how to drag a stop on there, right? Click that little thing, make a stop loss out of it, phone line protection.
There we go.
We got to show the right way to do things here. Hey, that's a great explanation. I like how you did that. And we could use different tools to help us identify the supply and demand areas as to what we're actually qualifying them. Some just use wick taps, and some use a higher time frame, and they just zoom in and zoom in and zoom in. So everybody's got a little bit different approach. So you just shared yours over there. And then Anne-Marie, before we get back to you, I'd like to jump over to my charts for a moment, because we're sticking on the fibs for a second. So Anne-Marie, think of that. I want to get your opinion on fibs here momentarily. So give it a little, give it some thought while we're taking a look at something I would like to show you. Regarding the Fibonacci sequence, right? You did something where you showed the original fibs that come with it by default. I'm just looking to switch over to my charts here for a moment. I like to use what I call real fibs. Okay, we know the Fibonacci. It's that ratio, the 61.8, 6.18, or 0.618. That's that whole golden ratio sequence. I'm going to show you something. Right over there we go. Great. Thanks for production there, sharing my screen over there. Here's our Fibonacci sequence. Okay, this is for lack of a better term, I'm going to call it a real fibs, right? This is the sequence. It's basically taking a number and adding it to the previous. So right at the top, 1 to 1 becomes a 2. Then we go 2 to 1. 2 plus 1 is a 3. 3 plus 2 is 5. 5 plus 6, and so on. Just keeps running and going. So let's look at the bottom of my screen down there. I have the highlighted in the middle. We really don't want a fib number of 5 on there. It's not going to really do us any good. But look at the numbers. Look how close they are. It's not. Is there a 50%? In the fib sequence? No, there is not. It's 55. So I'm going to throw something out to the traders. And if you are using a Fibonacci sequence with the tools, just give it a try. Give it a shot. Break out of that comfort zone. I'm going to challenge you to throw those in there and just have it take a look at them. And on my chart, that's exactly what I have. Those are the fibs. Those are I changed them to these levels. And let me actually turn on the sequence so you can see them. There they are. 21, 34, 55, 89. I'll turn the percentages on. We can see those as well. Levels, percents. There we go. So now it gives you a nice little view. Okay, and move this over so we can see it. There we are. So that's what they look like on that particular Fibonacci sequence. I just want to throw that out there. Is it right or wrong? I have no clue. But if I'm going to use a Fibonacci sequence, I'm going to use the actual Fibonacci sequence. The previous way that we showed on the charts, yeah, it's just dividing it. So you can take every number and divide it up. It's going to be to the previous one. It comes up to 61.8. Got it. I understand it. This is what I like to use when I'm using my fibs. So cat's out the bag. That's what I like to use for finding my levels. There you have it. Anne-Marie, let's hear your opinion on these Fibonacci.
So, many of you know I am a math major, and then I studied statistics in graduate school. So I'm a little bit of a wonk. So that being said, here is something that could have people arguing for months, and it is this. Fibonacci's occur naturally in nature. Petals, branches. Now, there are a lot of people that, like, I don't know if it's Feynman or one of the guys that says it's a fallacy. Just go count some flowers and you'll see Fibonacci's appear naturally in nature. So here is the storyboard. Whoa, look at that, all the way down to the bottom. Anyways, so here's the storyboard about the Fibonacci's. Although Fibonacci's occur naturally in nature, we as humans try to force order on everything that we do. We put everything in a box, so it's easy for us to go, those are lemons, these are oranges, that is an apple, this is a pear, XYZ. We're natural sorters, right? It's why Sesame Street had such a great big thing that said one of these things is not like the other. Which one is different, can you tell, right? And so we're always sorting. So when the Fibonacci moves into the market, there are people, the Elliott wave guys, who will say, hey, listen, the waves occur naturally. And so the way we measure the waves is through the Fibonacci. But my perspective and my heuristic, I don't want to use that big word, my personal observations, that's what a heuristic is, my personal observations suggest to me that many times we force order on the market and we force Fibonacci's into the market. And so all of that forcing of the lines leads traders to this unrealistic expectation of, hey, listen, if it gets to the 50, it's going to bounce. If it gets to the 61.8, it's going to bounce. If it gets to it's going to bounce. And so those sorts of things, we really want to be super careful about saying to ourselves, if I use a Fibonacci, it's going to tell me X or Y. All the Fibonacci does is give you a line that says, hey, something could potentially happen here. Wait for it to happen. See what happens at the point that it's happening. And if it holds your formations, then you can get into the trade understanding your risk, right? And so that's my long diatribe. What I want people to realize is that the market is not made of cement block lines. It's made of lines of sand that you can blow on and they disappear. Or you can push on with market weight and it collapses. So try not to force your mind into a space where you're always thinking, well, this should happen. This should happen. Well, no, nothing should happen. It could happen, but we should never say it should happen. So that's kind of a soapbox thing for me. I find a lot of people going, oh, but it should roll over. Yeah, but it's not. So there you have it.
And that's right in that tip. Thank you, Emery. That's right in the tip of the week with the
exactly.
Yeah, I'm trying to black it up here.
The market's always
The
right.
trader tip.
Oh my God, I was exact words. And thank you, Gabe. You look at you saved the day right there, my friend. The market is always right. Rolls right into that thing. And yes, we don't talk about shoulds. We talk about coulds. It's not like it is this. We have to say it may be that. So and these are all variables. We draw the lines in there. Hey, there's your percentages of your fibs. Yeah, we have a 21%. 34% or retrace with 61.5. Yeah, but you know what? It's not going to be exact. There's always that little bit of a leave it. No, say, look, always. No, most of the time, there's going to be a little gap in there. We have to talk into zones. We have to talk into some variables in there and speak it on probabilities. That's a great. Gabe, back to you. I just thought I saw you jump into some more contracts. Let's go over and see how you're doing there. You must have saw something in your combines that you jumped on. So let's hear it.
Yeah, so I added to the position that I was in. So before, I'd gotten in about a handle above the zone, 19,048. We had a nice little run down below this little 1 minute low from, what was that, 120? 220? 120 central. So just this little, candle over here that had wicked below. So I put a limit down there to fill the rest of my position, and now I have my stop at 19,011 and a half. So about $300 worth of risk. I love what I'm seeing so far. So we came down to about the 50% mark in the zone, and we're seeing a nice little, wave of buyers step into the market. So I'm curious to see how long this will last, and looking for maybe first target might take one off at 70, just when it kind of breaks above this little 1 minute high here and the start to continue to work our way. I'd love to see us test the highs from noon today.
And what was the noon high?
Noon high was 121, 19,121. Now this is MNQ though, so there might be a little bit of a difference between NQ if you do have E-mini pulled up. But what I'm seeing is a high of 19,121 and a quarter. That was from around lunchtime.
Oh, that's great. Yeah, and there is a difference between the two of them. They are actually different instruments. NQ and MNQ, they are different. So you may have a little bit of a discrepancy there. I've seen them exactly the same. I've seen them a tick apart. I've seen them 2 or 3 points apart or handles apart. Depending on how things move, what's going in the market, the time of day, news that's coming out, there's just fluctuations. Just in a nutshell, they're different instruments. So yeah, and thank you for clearing that up. Looks like it's going to your favor. I just saw it jump up on your screen over there. I'm trying to get a beat on this.
Yeah, just took one contract off at 69 and a quarter. So at that little 1 minute high here. And we're looking to test this little supply zone, this little area of basing here. So we have a nice drop, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, about maybe 7 or 8 minutes worth of basing, and then a nice continuation. Now, I'm not too concerned about this move down because this move down here, this selling pressure did not end up closing below or causing a close below this low. So I really still feel like the probability would favor the upside a little bit further. But I did, once again, take one contract off just to make sure I pay myself a little bit, cover commissions, and then I'm not going to consider moving my stop to break even quite yet. I would like to see, I'd like to see 2 to 1. So I'll probably end up considering going to break even around maybe just shy of 100, 19,100. So pretty much right as soon as we get up to this fair value gap.
That's amazing. You talked about right at the beginning of this segment, what you were looking for, what you were going to do if that happens, and you nailed it. And you just, you didn't wait. We were talking about some other stuff, and hey, I'm a trader. This is what was happening. This is what I said I'm going to do. It happened. You threw the other contracts on, and while you were giving that explanation, you pulled one off and scaled out exactly what you said you're going to do. And we super, super appreciate that by saying, yep, this is what I'm looking for, and then doing it. We do miss it sometimes. I know when we're talking, we can look over at something and I go to ask a question and you look and it's already made the move. But thank you so much for sharing that. Anne-Marie, do you agree with what's going on over there with that scaling in, scaling out micros and pulling pieces along the way?
Absolutely. My philosophy is a scale in, scale out philosophy. And let me share something that Gabe has done that's just fantastic. He got into a trade where he felt there was a pretty good sense of something moving in the right direction, but he went in small size and he's trading these micros, and it really fell out from underneath him, which happens a lot in the NQs when traders are testing bottoms. They'll just jam those numbers right down your throat. And if you are sized up too big, you're going to get shredded. But he was not. And so he was able to go, all right, I'm not stressed out about this rotation down here. I know it needs to recover. And so as it begins to recover, then I'm going to add to the position, right? And I think he came up over this wick here and then began to add as he watched it hold. This is an absolute textbook, a textbook study on how you would be very certain about what price is going to do within your frame of strategy, and then execute according to that framework at opportune times when you've got your risk very carefully under control. Gabe, I love that. I wish it was a short so that folks could go, hey, this is what you would do. Because see, let's say you went in with the NQs and you even had something like a 2 lot and it moved down, you would have been $500-600 underwater easily. And so you wouldn't have had, I mean, your brain would be already going, holy cow, and a lot of times we get that brain freeze about what to do, and it simply was not there for you. So absolutely beautiful. Now, do I think it's going to go up to that great big number of yours? I don't know. It's coming up into the VPOC of Friday, which is at 79, and then the opening range, which is at 88. So if I were in that trade, I'd be looking to trim at that 80 to 85 level and then just trail the stop upwards to collect more of that. But that's just me. I'm, that's just me.
Yeah, those are all those are both great ideas. And hey, everybody trades different. Some are all in, some are all out. Some go in large and scale out that way because they think it's right. Some will just add in one contract or a small position anyway, and add to it as it goes their way. Because hey, they want to check and find out. Say, I believe, and I have a feeling, and I have a speculation that the market's, I'm going to enter, I think it's going up long, and it doesn't. They just want to lose a little bit. But when they find out that, oh, okay, I made a good decision, then they'll add into it. Some don't. Some go all in and all out. I'm one. I'm really learning to say, you know what, I'm going to get in, and if it's going right against me, cut it off. If I'm in, it starts going my way, I like to take a little off, a little off. So that's something new that I need to work on. Two people on the screen there, Gabe and Anne-Marie, talking the same thing with a slightly different angle. We're going to watch this as it goes along. Gabe, do you trade anything else other than NQ or MNQ in this particular instance?
Yeah, I'm really trying to expand my palette for other products. So NQ is the beast that I started with, that most people start with. I do like gold. I do like crude oil. And I'm trying to even expand as far out as Bitcoin futures as well. But for right now, for at least this road to funding, I really kind of want to stay focused on what I know, what I've observed for a little bit longer. But once again, I'm still open to jumping around to other products if it provides an opportunity. But today, so far, with the limited time I've had, I came right in after lunch at 1, right onto a segment with you guys, and I went straight to NQ. So it's the first thing I pulled up. But
that's amazing. That could be micro Bitcoin.
Yeah, micro Bitcoin.
Okay, good. Anne-Marie, are you in any positions right now? I know that you had your little MacBook there mishap, and hope you had squared away. Yeah, nothing right now. Were you earlier? Were you able to take trades?
Oh yes,
I was
in a slurry. Yeah, I was in a slurry of trades. I put them. What I try to do when I'm on YouTube, I on the chat, I'm engaging with everyone. What I do try to do is say, okay, here are some numbers to look at, and so on and so forth. And I was really intent on having a range-based trade because I saw inside of the candlestick, and so I was using John's range-based trade mechanical structures that say, hey, listen, you want to wait for a better entry as the day goes on, whether it's close to the bottom or close to the top. And you can see that we D-set it, special situations play, where we broke below the opening balance and then above the opening balance in that sort of, I don't know if it's not particularly rare, but when it happens, it tells you that you've got range formations that are likely to occur. And so my goal was, hey, listen, I'm going to buy the bottom and I'm going to short the top. Of course, I bought the bottom, but I didn't hold it. I think I might have held it into 50 or 60, and it went all the way up because I was looking for a short at the 60s, the high 50s and the 60s, and it just never came. And one of the lovely things I use is Coach Dakota's structure commentary. It's let's watch price structure tell us it's going to do something. And I never saw it give me the structure of a breakdown until it got above the 100s, right? Where it automatically collides into a prior high area, and then it breaks down and then pops back up and then collapses, just like it did here. I just got it right off of that 106 area and took it all the way down, but I didn't leave it long enough because I don't like watching trades go against me. I'd rather get in within a trend than watch a trade go against me. I don't have the psyche for it.
That's great. I'm right with you on that. I just don't like it. I'm a very bad loser. You get Tom Hoagland talks about that. Best loser wins. I'm wrong. I'm wrong a lot, but I don't stick in anything. I am definitely not a hope and pray, hope and hold. And you're like, oh man, this has got to come my way. It's like, no, it doesn't. The market's always right. You just made a bad entry, dude. Get the hell out. There's got to be another one. No problem. Just make that trade, make that entry. It's not what I wanted. Out. It's no problem with that. It happens all the time. That's a beautiful looking chart you got over there. Gabe, back to you. I'm going to ask you, you're talking charts, you're talking supply and demand, you're talking these some little ICT stuff, but also the online trading academy and the approaches that you have there. I want to ask you, I'm asking this because I saw them on your chart. You have a DOM and you have time and sales. Do you use those and take those into consideration when making those trades as a bearing as to, like, is it really supply and demand area? Are the bids and asks coming through the way I want? So what say you on that? $5 to the mute factory.
Ooh.
$5 to the mute. Ooh.
All right, Jack.
You know my
your
Venmo.
I need your Venmo.
You know what it is. It's pretty simple.
Oh,
I should just say it in case anyone else wants to send me money.
Yeah, you should just put it on stream at this point. Just take some donations for the pot. Maybe somebody from chat will cover my $5 donation. Looking a little tight this week, so.
$5, I don't know. Your peanut speaks different. I can see it right there. So yeah. Dom, time and sales.
Yeah, so Dom and time of sales. It is new to me. It's unfamiliar. Before watching Topstep TV, I didn't ever have it up. I'm really trying to get in the habit of looking because I think it's good to be aware of volume, learning more about volume as I continue to spend time watching the stream. And I think that's going to help me as an odds enhancer. Now, I wouldn't just primarily base my trades directly off just the dome by itself or just the time and sales, but as a layer of confluence, I would be absolutely okay with kind of layering that on top of my current process for getting in and out of trades. So just trying to expand. Once again, I don't want to overwhelm my trade plan. I like what I have right now for a process. I like my rules, but I am considering continuing to be open to other layers of confidence that I can add that will point me in the right direction or will maybe give me kind of a little bit more edge on my buys that I currently have, which is long.
That's amazing. I think, thank you for sharing that. You said a couple of key points I just want to speak out for myself here. One, it's something new to you and you're expanding your trading tools. And you also said that it's not going to be all just one thing. Like we talked about the fibs earlier, it's not you just going to throw them on the chart and just like, I'm going to buy here and sell here. There's a little more to it. They're just another tool you can use. And what was the last thing that you said? Oh, looking for the additional confluence between them. It's just going to try to give you a little bit of an edge and this little bit of expansion and knowledge of stuff. So that's going to bring me to Anne Marie, because I want to, on the same topic of this, you've been trading for a long time. You can say the years, I won't. But I'm going to ask, here's my question. When you started trading, are you using the same setups and the same process and the same strategies back then, and then X amount of time later, and then to today? So I will give you the floor and you can run with that.
Okay, so I say many times, and very honestly, I was an absolutely horrendous trader. I was horrific. And the reason I was horrific was because I expected things to go exactly one way. That's not, I expected things. Okay, so I had a background in things that were very regimented. Here's how a math equation works. And if I'm doing a statistical equation works, here's my random error. And then, 98.6% of all my observations should sit here. And so I can estimate that for the most part, if it sits way out there, it's an extreme outlier, so I don't need to bet on it or assume that it's part of the population. And I made things very complicated. Listen, if you close your eyes and imagine a ball of twine, that's what my charts look like. Pick up sticks and twine together. 52,000 different indicators. And so in the end, I really focused on the VWAP, loved it, worked with Fibonacci's for a while, realized that I was trying to force price into certain spaces. And so I said, stop doing that. That's not the right thing to do. Sort of focus on what you're doing. And so my approach today is much more simplistic. I mean, literally, I look at one momentum indicator, one moving average, an anchored VWAP, and then the regular VWAP. And then, of course, I look at order flow. And it literally is, it's all I do now. And that, realizing that I only needed to find a strategy that worked versus doing an unbelievable amount of chart analysis.
That's good. We all tend to start that way. I'm 100% with you. I was horrible as well. 8 months, losing. Just didn't quit. Took a step back a few times. I know Hoag has said that he's quit trading many times, and here he is, right? It happens to all of us. It's just a learning. I think it's part of it. We all load our charts up with a bunch of different stuff that we think we need. I'm not opposed to having indicators on the chart. It just has like a visual to depend on them and say, if it does this, I'm doing that. It's a little tough. It's not so black and white, which wreaks havoc with my brain, but we have to take it all with a grain of salt. I believe we've all started there, and somebody can correct me if I'm wrong if they didn't, but load it up. This means that. here's a high, here's a low, this is an angle of this, there's a momentum going on here, here's a crossover, here's an oscillator, and putting all that together, and then you start later on being like, did I really want that on the chart? Like so many times this and the other indicator, I'm looking for confluence, but they just don't seem to be quite right, so you pull it off. One of the lines I use for coaching is that if you're not looking at that particular indicator right before you're getting into that trade, pull it off because it's not needed. Okay.
I love that.
Yeah. If you're not looking at it, it's like, so if you're not, like, seriously, put it on your stuff and be like, okay, I'm doing this. Let's take order flow, for example. And we have the bids and the asks, we have the volume on those. And I'm going, oh my God, it just broke over this level. I'm going to go long. Did you look at that order flow? And if you didn't, pull it off because it's just another distraction. And I think you notice a lot of times the more and more traders get involved in the longevity they have, and as time goes by, we just keep pulling more and more stuff off our charts. And I'm going to take out one step further. Some of us don't even use charts. Bookmap. Okay, great. You get the little bubbles on there, right? Rip's great at it. We have it in Dom Surface also in Quant Tower. What else? What if you're just a Dom trader? I just saw my chart pop up on the screen. I have a setup right here. I'm going to my template. I am clicking on Dom only, and this is going to blow people's minds. There you go. Trade like that. There's no such thing as a VWAP on there. There's no such thing as like a crossing average. There's no there's nothing. You are looking at pure price action. Okay. So we also have to take into consideration what we are trading, what we are using for our tools. Because somebody can like literally say, oh, I saw it earlier in the chat. It's like double bottom happening. I'm like, I don't see it. Look at that chart. What do you see there? There's no chart. I don't see a double bottom anywhere. So we have to make sure we're just wrapping it in context. Neither's right nor wrong. We just have to do what is right for us and for what we're trading. Case in point, and I'm going to shut up. I'm going to kick it right back over to you guys so we can close out the show. And it looks like we get a couple of photos that pop up here that Jack messaged me on. So here's, Jesus, what was I going to say? Oh, if I'm trading a particular contract, NQ, YM, some of the equities, I'm always using a type of chart called a range chart. However, if I'm looking at the bonds, UB, the ultra bonds, ZN, right, those type of things, I'm using a 15-minute chart. Don't ask me why. It just doesn't. It works one way and not the other way, right? Some traders trade right off of a DOM like that. Cool, if it works for them, right? That's exactly it. Some use, remember those charts, point and figure charts with the X's and O's on them, just crossing with paper, trying to mimic the old card days and the floor and the crossing them. Yeah, those are still there. Those are still available on it. So if I go to my chart only, I believe we have them right here. I'm a Topstep X. I'm going to go to my chart preferences, point and figure. There it is, folks. That is a point and figure chart. And I'm going to scroll over so we can see it. And there we go. That's what it looks like. Put this on 5 minutes. And we are on NQ 5-minute chart. I just need to change my setting because we are not using the right size yet. It's an ATR. I'm going to go to a traditional, and my box size is going to be 5, just to show what it looks like. There we go. There's your point and figure chart, PNF chart. Do you see time on that? Do you see oscillation on that? Do we see liquidity on that? It's all how we wanted to set up our system to work with us. And I will challenge anyone. It's not even a challenge, a request. They're in there. Go through your list. You may see something that is going to work for you that, like, I didn't even know this existed. And it was a world of difference. The reason I asked those questions is Gabe started one way. He started filtering out. He's going through another process, and he's adding in something else now to his trading to help better him. Emery did the same thing. Started with one way, bunch of indicators, cleaned it up. Better trader now, trades a different way. I'm in the same boat. We're all kind of the same in that realm. So I'll ask the chat and whoever's watching this, expand your horizons, learn something new, get out of the comfort zone, and you may be surprised. Jack has a couple of things he wants to show us right before we close out this segment. Jack.
Real quick, we've shown this before, but Gabe, just so you know that we're serious, people are sending me $5 for mute funds. Here's Andre.
I'll do it right now on stream.
Here we go.
I'll do it right now.
We're keeping track, and we have not yet decided what we're doing with the money yet. And also, we have a jiu-jitsu picture, I believe, that Tim has, Anne-Marie. Maybe you could explain a little bit what's happening here.
So that little young lady in the middle is my youngest daughter, and she competed in her first jiu-jitsu tournament this week, and she picked up gold. And so she's probably going to move up in belt, but she had 5 matches and she won 4 and we're super proud of her. Her older brother is also a jiu-jitsu champion, and so she's following in his footsteps. He is a purple belt, so she's got a little bit of way to go to catch up to him.
All right.
That's fabulous, and congratulations, a big shot. I know how difficult it is. I actually hold a second degree black in American Kempo. It's called Parker Kempo, and I used to compete nationally.
Cool.
It's very difficult.
Competition's a big thing, and for her to win her first one, we're all super proud of her. She's a beast.
Congratulations
she's a
to the
little one,
Topstep
but
team.
she's a beast.
Yeah,
Thanks.
that's how it goes. Okay, that's going to wrap it up. Anne-Marie, it's always a pleasure. Gabe, good luck with those trades. You're managing it well. You talked through it. Awesome being on the screen with you here. We are going to fade off into the background, into the production scene again. We got Andre coming up. He's going to be back in the driver's seat. JD, he's going to be on here too, doing a lot of stuff. Everybody's doing multiple roles here, taking over for Hoag. You know, Hoag's on the screen all the time. And then we have Mohammed A. What a fun guy. So stick around to this.
Yeah.
Power Hour is next, coming up for you. Thanks, guys.
right, here we go. Power Hour here on Topstep TV. Backed by popular man, the man on the right, coming to you from Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, Mohammed. Man in the middle, you know him, JD. First, let's get to our special guest. Mohammed, how's it going today?
Perfect. So far, so good. Actually, trading-wise, I'm a bit in struggle during the last 2 weeks because of things outside of the market, where we have a big project going on in my professional work. And we are pushing so hard to finish before the summer started next week. So leave office very late, coming, in a hurry to my family, then my students as well. And then now Topstep. So I'm not very centered actually during this time.
Okay. Well, it's good that you're self-aware enough to realize that and transparent enough to share that with everyone here on Topstep TV. Yep. I do know that you do have a trade on right now, Mohammed. Please tell us about your position, how many contracts, and from what price, and what product.
Yeah, actually, it's NQ. I went long 2 times, actually, if you can see my screen, 2 times in a row. One of them was at this stage here, at this beautiful candle, where I have a spike and I have buyer control, breaking up the recent, let me change the color, the recent high, which made the lower low here. So in here, I decided to go long, waiting for the interest setup, which came here at this little, let's say it's somehow a trap over here.
Mohammed, real quick, when you say, sorry to interrupt, when you say over here, can you please tell us the exact price for those that aren't able to watch and just listening? Thank you.
The trap at 1970, actually. I have a nice trap over here. I wish it was longer trap, a little bit to the low of 19, maybe this is 60. But, I took this trade, took my trade 1-to-1, and the rest was, at point of entry. Then another setup come in here, which I call it the Bollinger setup, entry setup. I was entering around this area. One contract only at 1980, I believe, 1980. Now, I just put my stop at point of entry because it's one contract. I don't want to exit this trade because my target is around 120 at the previous high over here. So I will just trail my stop until it take me out. The market is so slow. This week is actually one of the hardest week, knowing that we have the FOMC and tomorrow the inflation numbers. It will be little bit up and down all the way. So whenever you can have a zero risk trade, just hold on it and don't lose it. So that's my strategy, especially when you trade one contract. If I traded two, obviously I will take one at this high, around this here. But unfortunately, I couldn't take the other one. I'm trying to use this top step. I'm not so familiar with it, so I'm very careful. So I come with one contract. If the market went a little bit lower than my entry at 1979, I might add another one, but it didn't actually. It just went up to there. So it's too late to add any contract. If it's come back, I don't feel comfortable staying in this trade.
Nice. Yes, I've got two check marks here for level of getting long from 082. Mohammed likes it. Jay likes it. JD, just saw you on Power Players, and we're back here. What are you thinking? What are you seeing about the market? What are you seeing with the market? See, there's a bit of a sell-off after Power Players.
You said two check marks at 082?
Two check marks, 082. Obviously, we're not there, about 20 points away, but I got two check marks for 082. Got Mohammed and Jay. Okay. Levels. Do you like that, JD? Give me a check mark.
Yeah,
JD.
I do like that level.
Yeah, 3 check marks.
For a short?
Let's get back. For long, no?
Okay. Yeah.
Was that, what would you say, Mohammed? I thought you said take a long around 082.
Actually, no. I have an interesting area here. If this is past this area, which is somehow the block order in here, I think that this high is just a matter of time.
What price?
If we pass over, if we continue staying over 1900, the high of 1918, 118 is a matter of time. I mean, the market is dying to go. You can see this long trend line over here. This one, okay, it's nice. Have a nice trend down somewhere. It's all break it and come down. We need to see a real break in here. Otherwise, a lot of people will look to short this. I'm sure there's a lot of sellers waiting over here.
You might be right. JD, what are you seeing right now? We're seeing some buyers coming here in the NASDAQ right now, pushing at 130, 115 now. 118, 20 is just trade. Wow.
Yeah.
I'm just putting a new high.
Yeah,
22s, new highs.
I'm trailing my stop to last two candles. This is my way to trailing. This is 100 tick, 1,000 tick actually, 1,000 tick chart.
More buyers, guys. More buyers coming in.
Perfect. Music to my ears.
New highs. new highs.
So you're still in the trade. You're just trailing the stop.
I'm trailing the stop.
Okay.
Before every new highest two candles, green. It has to be green. I have it actually in 2 accounts.
111.
What the market is doing?
Rallying right now. Someone hit the buy button.
Retrace.
Range extension. Yep. Retrace. He likes a long around the 11s. Goodbye 11. Stop below 100s. You like that, Mohammed? Perhaps getting longing right here.
My stop actually is 105. If the market return back, I'm willing to come back again.
Okay.
So I have an entry setup that will allow me to enter again. So is this managing the trade itself?
Yes. No, I didn't see anything come in there. Hey, really quick, while we watch this move in the NASDAQ, in the upper left-hand corner, you'll see hashtag Power Hour. Just saw my man Carl Hungus in the chat saying he has submitted something to hashtag Power Hour at Topstep or Twitter. Hit us up on Twitter or X, whatever you want to call it. Send us your trader wins, your flair, your swag, your memes, certificates, all that good stuff. Use the hashtag Power Hour. We'll scrape that, and we will show you guys here in a little bit later here on Power Hour. Whatever that was, buyers came in, and we just came right back to it. JD, what do you think that was?
Could have just been a squeeze.
Squeeze.
Run the stops, then back to VWAP.
Watch this. Yep. We'll get long before.
Yeah, I think we could.
I'm out for now.
Okay. What's your P&L?
It's 945 in
Plus
one account.
945.
The other account is 586.
Are you trading XFA, Combine? What are you trading, Mohammed?
Yeah, actually, it's a combine.
Combine, very good. All right, so JD thinks we might come back to view up. I got view up at 19,056. Is that what you're seeing, JD, in the NASDAQ?
Yeah, right around there. 54,
cool.
56. I think we could trade both sides of this going into the close. I don't think we're going to get a huge one-sided move. This seems pretty range-bound. We're still trading inside range from Friday. We're trading inside range from Thursday also, last Thursday.
Okay.
So we are just kind of, over the last 3 trading sessions, really just barcoding. I think we will find some opportunity on both sides of the market this afternoon.
Okay. Got 2 check marks at 082 between 082 and.
I'm looking for a long, actually, waiting for a try
price?
for the buyer. Not determined yet. I'm waiting for buyers to try once and trap them and try again, like this. So
second time.
The price is, this straight collapse here is a bit worry, because especially this area, as I said, could be, an interesting area for sellers to come in the market. So, and they can exactly where they should be. So I want to make sure that they failed twice. So they try once, they want to try again. If they failed the second time, I'm looking for their stops.
Okay. The second attempt. You stop run, squeeze, JD, or whatever happened. They did definitely buy it. Squeeze them all the way to highs, possibly stops. All-time highs in NASDAQ, 19,155. So we are
That is
not
correct,
far away.
yeah. 155.
Thought we were going to make a move for it right there. Here come the buyers. 11s. Jay, those 11s.
Yeah, so we have the first try now for the buyers.
Okay, looking for a second try if we get there.
Hopefully with a trap, hopefully with something, those Russian buyers who doesn't want to wait. So we want to take their stops first and then we go.
I thought you meant Russian, like the country, those buyers, but then I understood.
Oh.
Ones that are rushing into the market. Ones that are rushing into the market to buy. I thought you said Russian buyers. Oh, man. They're aggressive. Not too
if
far
it is
from
crude
all-time
oil,
highs.
maybe.
Yes, crude oil indeed. Not too far from all-time highs in the S&Ps as well. I got somewhere around 83s, 53, 83. JD, if you can confirm that. Just ballparking it.
I'm sorry, say that one more time.
S&P's all-time high. S&P's all-time high. I got it around
All-time high
83.
in the S&P. Yeah, I just had it. 1 second.
Hawking these markets right now. Here comes some buyers trading 15s in the NASDAQ. 16
38. I'm sorry, 53.85 half. All-time high.
85 half, thank you. All right, so about 14 points away from that. About 40 points away from all-time highs in the NASDAQ. We'll see if we can do it. Like we said, we do have CP. We got inflation numbers on Wednesday. We also have FOMC on Wednesday. I'm not gonna lie, we have seen some pretty decent price action today. Here we go, another push higher. NASDAQ.
Yep. It's a nice try for the buyers, actually.
Yep. ES is right behind him. ES is tapping on the ceiling also.
Just I want to see the wrong-sided market to try. We need to see them failing.
19,000. 120.
Similar to what happened here. You see the sellers try here. They failed. They try again, and they failed. I want to see the same pattern again here, especially when you are dealing with highs. Nobody actually wants to buy the highs. So let's see the sellers, what they do. Is it? Do you think that's it? Could be.
I think we're going to give it another shot here. Looks like. Highs around 2,130. Buyer stepped in once we came back to that 19,101 level. Man, this is a nice buy if you got in there. Good on you. Look at the tilt real quick. 50-50 NASDAQ, 59% long ES. Definitely keep an eye on how this plays out.
The buyers are determined.
Yes, they are. Here goes the S&Ps, JD.
Yep. Slowly but surely, buyers are coming into the NASDAQ also. It feels like it wants to pop.
Yeah, it does. What was those 11s? How about those 11s? Gold not doing much. Oil trading around the highs right now. Just a couple pennies, about a dime beneath $78, trading 77.91. See if these buyers step in. Not seeing much liquidity here in NASDAQ, upside or downside. Downside, there's a 100 lot somewhere down there. Okay, this might be the second try here, Mohammed.
Yep.
What price would you be looking to get long from?
The price is difficult to. It's about the candle, how it comes, because I always enter after a green candle. So now we have selling pressure in here. I would like to see a little bit up to the moving average. This is my style. I want to see the price 19,109. Touch it.
109.
And then show me a green candle. My enter is at the trigger.
All right, I got two check marks for 19,111. 19,111. 19,109-ish. Two check marks, 10 lot.
Okay.
Stop beneath.
That lines up with the daily. I have a daily volume point of control at 07.5 in the NASDAQ.
07.5. Okay. 07.5. So maybe wait for, if we can get to the 07s. Stop beneath around. Figure that out. 20 points, Jay. Talk to me. 07s. 55 lot down. 07 quarter. 55 lot 07 quarter on this 07 quarter bid. Get down there. Jay, you said 07s. Muhammad said 11s.
Is
07
daily volume point of control in the NASDAQ, yeah.
Cool.
Some inventory down below also at 99.5.
Okay. Now show me the green candle. Show me the confirmation.
You're still looking at a 1,000 tick chart, Mohammed?
Yep.
Okay.
It will be nice if they trap the low over here over 101, and then they show the green candle. That will be beautiful trade.
We're in the sevens. Here we go. Threes.
Come on.
We're coming to the hundreds. Getting close here. Getting close. Twos. Sellers are still doing this.
Okay.
In. You're long 10. We're long 10 from 01. Excuse me. Yes, long 10 from 03. I take that back. Long 10 from 03.
Nice.
10 from 03. Where are our stuff?
House account is in, Andre?
House account, yes.
Beautiful. Nice entry.
Thanks.
I'm waiting for the green candle right now.
Okay, let's move this sucker around.
Thread.
Stop. Jay, talk to me stops. Talk to me about stops, Jay. I'm going to have a... 3 stops above right here. 89s. Okay. We're along from 03. Target of 126 right now. 126. Stop at 089. 089. For now.
Stops where?
JD. 89 quarter. 89 quarter right now.
89 quarter. Okay.
Definitely adjust that. But that's just a case of emergency. We're long 10 from 03. 03 quarter, I should say. 03 quarter. Let's see if we get these buyers to step in. Stop at 090. Thank you, Nick, for a tick. Okay, got some confirmation here. Long 10.
I was just looking at that level. 90 also. Okay. Below that is 85. There's a couple of short-term moving averages around 85 that I'm looking at.
Okay. It's a 10 lot here. Got 2 check marks. 2.5 check marks, call it. Mohammed, did you get in?
I'm waiting for this green candle in 10,000 tick to close. So we see buyers coming. Then I can enter and I will put my stop just below this low, which is 19099.
Oh.
It's not the best candle ever. But, if it triggers, my entry will be 19111. If it triggers there. So it's stop market buy. I don't like this candle, but
I think these buyers are going to step in here. We'll see. Might come
Hovering right around that. Hovering right around the daily volume point of control.
And the price was 07 quarter.
Moved down to 07 even now.
07. Okay. All right, here we go. See if these buyers want to step in one more time. Got a target at 126 half. 126 half. Stop at 86s.
Okay,
maybe the selling stalled out here for a second. We will see. Coming down the bottom of the hour already. My goodness, time flies.
Is it really? Oh, wow. This hour goes by so fast every time.
Fastest hour in TV, JD. Maybe
Sure is.
Something like that. Something like that. Yeah.
The fastest
Here we go. Hey, we got 3,300 people watching. Please click like. Please click subscribe. The house account is open. House account is long right now.
Muhammad just got long also. Muhammad's in.
Muhammad is in. That's all the confirmation I need.
All right, here we go.
19111. Yep. So target, usually I take from this stop. My stop actually is 19099. Take 1 to 1.
What price are you long from?
In this one?
Long from 11?
19 triple one, yeah.
Okay. Hey, let me know about quiz winners and all that stuff when you get a chance.
Yep. So you're looking to take profit around 24. Is that correct, Muhammad?
Actually, because I have one lot, I will start trailing if the market reaches 19133.
Okay. 133 is your target. Okay. We should move it.
Yeah, but I will not exit. I will let the market fly if it wants. My goal is to have a zero risk trade.
Oh, those are the best, right? Well, here comes the sellers.
Yep.
And the buyers come say nope. Look at tilt 56% long. It's about 50-50. Okay. All of it, Jay?
Okay.
Maybe we chop around here. Maybe we chop around. It needs to make up its mind. Looking at the other markets, I don't see anything. You see any liquidity upside or downside, JD, in the ladder? I can't see anything really. 69 lot at 120-ish.
This small trend line is it should take liquidity over here and go. If it is keep touching it and go but down, this is not a good sign.
Yeah, we gotta be patient, Mohammed. Still early.
Yep. I will add one more contract in here.
Adding in.
touch it, no fill.
Touch no fill. Yep. Unable to stay in the pit. Unable. Still working.
Yeah. 105.50.
Yeah, and we'll have those MOC
for
announcements.
Okay. Now I'm into contract.
Okay. You're taking heat.
Yep.
Sellers are coming in. See what they
My
do this
stop
100
is
level.
at 1950. 99.50.
99.50.
99.5. Okay.
99.5.
Yep.
83 lots below.
Yeah, I'm out. Because I cannot afford to lose more. I'm willing to enter again.
Mm-hmm.
If the market retraces, because as you can see here, the buyers are trying once, they're successful, they try twice, Now they try 3 times. So
Mhm.
that doesn't mean the buyers could come any minute here, because they still have control. Who the question? Who has control? Still the buyers.
Right.
But the sellers are driving the market now. Who is the driver? You're riding with the sellers.
Yes, you are. We're passengers right now.
Exactly. So
Okay, they're going to fight around this 100 level, I assume. I think that 83 lot did get filled. Shout out to the chat for pointing that out. It's like a short. Let's see. Watch the shorts get
I'm
paid
out.
on this.
P&L 727.
Positive?
Small loss. Yep.
Okay.
It just came in at 95. Oh, hold it. There was an 80 lot there for a minute, or a second, I should say.
Okay.
Let's see this small channel in here. Hopefully it hold.
Here's my step in here. Pablo Trader says, I told you, Andre. Well, I hope you were short. Hope you were short, Pablo. It's the only way you can really tell me. Show me your position. And it's not just me, it's the team. This is a team trade, house account.
Team trade, house account.
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
It's the team.
I have to say hi to my boy Faisal.
Please.
Hi.
Who's watching,
hi,
Mohammed?
because I took his cab and he said you have to say hi. I said okay.
Excellent. Your cab driver? Very good. Let's see.
Does he trade on Topstep also?
Yeah, get him on here.
No, he's still 80 years old. The other one is 11 years old. So.
Got it.
I'm not that old.
Mohammed's famous. Bring in the people. I like it. Cap. Here we go. Okay. I thought that was a good entry for a hot second. Baseball cap. Yep, cap.
Now,
I know. I got you.
I have baseball cap, yeah. I have another entry setup in here. I have another entry setup here. It could fire in if we close inside this Bollinger. Just close inside the Bollinger. This is an entry setup for me. Stop will be 1977 for the next entry. So my entry would be at 19,102 long.
102
or higher.
Mm-hmm.
The stop will be 1976.
More bids to the downside, JD.
Yeah, we're seeing a little buying coming in. Hopefully we get some follow through.
Push.
Stops at 90, correct?
Just beneath, yeah. No round numbers for stops anymore. Goldman's watching. Those interns are watching, and they're in full season right now.
They're done coming after our swim stops, yeah. They're going after the real stops now.
Thank God. Okay.
They failed to close inside the Bollinger, so have to wait.
What does that tell you?
Tell me that sellers are kicking out the buyers, because whenever the price is inside, that means there is a battle, and we know the buyers has control, so buyers might win the battle. But if they are outside the battle zone, that means they are not playing.
We need him to play, I'll tell you that. You know, if you see anything coming in here, JD, that makes us want to immediately get out of the trade. Eddie, if you see any headlines or anything, of course, we got MOC coming up here.
Yep.
We're trying to get some quiz winners in and quiz results in, and hashtag Power Hour if we get to it. Right now, house account is long 10 from 03/4.
Come on, buyers, show me something.
Mohammed says, show me something.
Waiting for it.
Mohammed says, show me something now. Austin
Exactly.
says, buy
It has
10
to be
more.
Now,
he says. Austin says, buy 10 right now. Oh, well, that, Austin.
because buyers will lose the control if they I can see the intersection here. That means sellers somehow took the control, but we will give the buyers the benefit of the doubt.
Always. In these markets, buyers always get the benefit of the doubt.
Not always, actually.
Well, about 75% of the time, it seems like lately. All-time highs.
Yes,
indices have a natural tendency to go higher.
Yes, they do.
Exactly, but the problem here is that you cannot afford to be long sometime. They squeeze you until you go out, and then they go up.
Austin says, buy 10 more. I don't know, Austin.
Don't tell me with a good time,
you
right?
Can buy. You jump in by all means.
Actually, if it is me, if I bought more, my stop will be exactly here. I don't know what is your stop. 1988.
Right around there, yeah. Okay, I can figure out what to do these 19,100 level.
Just jockeying around here.
Yeah, they are.
Looking for direction. There's a little pop.
Come on.
Not much, but
a nice
whoosh.
Like this.
Whoosh. Mohammed likes this. Mohammed likes it. I like it.
No. Show you the money. Not show you. Show me the money.
Yeah. Jerry Maguire. Good movie.
I'm ready to pull the trigger at the close of this green candle. Yep. I'm in. 1903.
Hey, we're
along with
now.
us. Everyone's along at 103 now.
All right.
Okay. I will take 2 contract in here.
Long 2 from 03.
Stop is 1993. Buyers, it's not allowed to go there.
Buyers now.
If you come back here, I'm not interested.
I like you, Mohammed.
So,
Mohammed, how long have you been trading for, Mohammed?
Futures since from 2014. So
Beautiful.
It's about 10 years now.
Excellent. Good job, Gabe. Gabe, all over the positions. I love watching the chat saying, I told you so. And the other side says, I told you so. Each way it goes. I love it. They're engaged, man. It's good stuff.
So, Mohammed, you're big fan of the School of Trade.
100%. How did you know that?
We know, Mohammed. We have our ways.
You really liked it, though. What was the benefit you found from it? Just great teaching?
Actually, the teaching, actually, the basic that I took from them was very good foundation to my knowledge. Joseph James has, his way to read the market, to understand the control moving from buyers to seller and anticipating what is the market is doing right now. Not yesterday, not 10 minutes ago, now, what they are doing. So if you are interested to go long, so you can time your entry as much as you can with the minimum risk available. Sometimes you don't have the luxury to have a small candle like this that I enter within because I was waiting for this candle to close. It can close like this.
Now, sellers. Now what, sellers?
Yep. Okay.
Trying to take it beneath the hundreds.
So what is 1 to 1.5?
Yeah, GMB never sleeps. That was a funny joke. That got me good. The name of our hedge fund is Hindsight Capital, JD.
Excellent name. Excellent name.
That was pretty good. Pretty good. Right,
my first target will be 1911.9. 119. I will take one. Yeah, I will take one contract over there. So I will enjoy my risks, zero risk trade.
Yep. Beautiful.
119 is our have a daily value area high right there at 119. That's a good level.
Okay. Don't tell them, man.
That's it. I'm done talking.
Danielle, where do you see that? My numbers are all off. I'm showing 3,300. I don't know what I'm looking at.
Are you watching it from the YouTube stream?
YouTube. Yeah.
The number's always off.
She's watching for somewhere else. Gotcha.
Likely from YouTube admin. She's getting that number.
Gotcha. Gotta get above 117s, Jay says. Gotta push through 117. I think Mohammed wants that too. Wants to get to 119, 119.
Yep.
I don't know, Mohammed. Market seems to be a bit indecisive right now. It is fine.
The price, the sellers tried here.
They did try.
Okay? They tried here and they failed miserably. Okay, they failed big time. Now they are trying again. They will fail, hopefully.
Okay. Tug of war.
Yeah, it's a lousy range actually. So come on, buyers.
Talk to him, Mohammed. Talk to that market, Mohammed. We need something here. They're not listening yet.
Yeah. I know you can do it. I know.
Mohammed believes. I believe. JD believes. Half the chat believes. Half the chat does not believe.
We've got a cute little bull flag forming on the 5-minute chart in the NASDAQ.
That's what I like to hear, JD. Bull flag foreman. We are bullish. We're long.
Yep.
Got about, you see in the lower left hand, you see the countdown clock to the closing bell. About 15 minutes left in this session. Eddie, when you get those MOCs, please holler.
Got those in about 5 minutes.
5 minutes, yeah.
Thank you. 5 minutes. We got quiz results ready. We got hashtag power hour ready, I think.
Got a lot of chat trying to fade us. Yeah, let's do quiz winners.
Let's do quiz winners real quick. Come on in, Gabe. Let's do those real quick.
We didn't do the quiz winners yet?
There it is.
All right,
JD.
quiz winners. Real fast here. That way nobody in chat.
Oh, boy.
Everybody can calm down about these quiz winners for the day.
Everyone.
As always, thank you guys for playing. Hope you see your name. If you don't, we will see you again tomorrow at 11:45 a.m. Central for another round of Top Quiz.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Gabe.
Congratulations. Sellers. Trying to figure out what to do this 100 level.
Yep.
Lido.
Buyers still driving.
Mm-hmm.
They need to step on the gas, Mohammed.
Yep.
Really making us sweat this one out.
Yeah, they are. Sorry, we've got a defined risk.
I definitely would have liked to see some follow through by now.
Okay.
Big time. Same, JD. That one we pushed up there into the...
I'm out. 1993, I'm out.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, good. Okay.
Got a positive delta, I'm told. Blockchain education manager says if you have to sweat it out, it was a bad trade. Oh man, that makes you feel alive. Blockchain.
Not always.
Feel something.
Not always. Sometimes the trades that make you feel the most uncomfortable turn out to be the best trades too.
That Dolby time trade, we came one tick away from getting stopped out. $22,000 turnaround.
The House of Pain.
House of Pain is right. Okay, let's count quiz winners. I guess we can do quiz winners.
Actually,
we did quiz winners.
This trade went 1-to-1. It went 1-to-1 exactly. This trade for me from entry here. The trade went to 1-to-1. Yeah, in hindsight, now I see should put my stop at point of entry.
I wouldn't mind being long from right here. Perfect spot to double up, Nigel says. I don't disagree, Nigel.
Every spot's a perfect spot to double up.
Sure.
No, that's not
is.
true. That's not true.
No, that's bad. Yeah, bad. I know what you're thinking. I know what you're saying, though. Already. We got about 12 minutes left. Gabe. Might have to watch this trade here.
Yeah, no stress, guys. Just let us know. I'm ready
Yeah,
whenever
if
you
you
are.
want-
We only have 3 submissions for today, so.
Well, if you want to squeeze them in, let's do it now before the last 10 minutes. So let's do them now.
Okay. Sounds like a plan.
Do the hashtag. You got it here, Gabe.
All right. Oop, that's not the right one here. Hold on one more second. There we go. All right, so 138 Trading sent us in a screenshot. He says he has a plan. See how it goes. Get past these annoyances. It'll be a serious contract killer. We'd love to see
Like
that.
that.
He just sent us a little bit of a preview of part of their plan. Every Monday morning, you'll pick 3 things that have been giving me problems and focus solely on fixing them. One this week has been over trading, something that I'm personally battling and trying to resolve as well. But wish you the best of luck, 138. We are grateful to have you a part of Topstep TV and keep sending in your Power Hour submissions.
Definitely.
For sure.
50K Express funded account coming from Trading Quality Only. Trading minis, lost a pretty good hefty amount of money, switched to micros, and working their way back in the green. So we love to see a comeback story.
Beautiful. Absolutely. My favorite type of trade. Comebacks. Comeback kids.
And last but not least, we have the good old Gandalf the Great, Carl Hungus, coming in with another submission.
That's my face. Oh, the ET. Well done. Well done. That's a callback to Fast Markets.
That's beautiful.
Well done.
Nicely done, Carl.
Well
Nicely
done.
Eddie,
Well,
pedaling the
thank you
bike.
guys so much for submitting.
See that, Eddie? It's pretty good.
I didn't see it.
You're pedaling.
Oh, here, I'll throw it back up for you.
Oh my
There
goodness!
you go.
that. Pedal
You're
fast.
lucky you're lucky we get off about a block, and then you're gonna have to go the rest of your way.
Pedal faster. Tell this market to pedal faster to the upside.
Love that. A little shameless plug here, just so you guys know, Fast Markets and Power Hour, both we are doing a hashtag at TopStep on X, formerly known as Twitter. Any trader wins, any funding certificates, any memes, any fun things that you'd like to share with us, we would love for you to be a part of our show. So feel free to keep submitting those on X, and we will keep an eye out. But back to you guys.
Oh,
Did we just get ticked out?
We just got bottom ticked. You got to be kidding
We just
me.
get bottom ticked? Yep.
Yeah, we sure did.
I saw that flush. And I knew it.
One fucking row. House account P&L minus
Here, they should be hitting the wire.
28.65. House account P&L minus 28.65.
I'm short, by the way.
What did it trade to?
I'm short at
Goldman got us.
1994.
Goldman got us.
Sellers has control right now. They are driving the market. I'm looking for a short. I'm already in a short.
All right. We got him here.
1994, one contract.
S&P for a Monday here. 1 billion sellers on the sell side.
okay.
NASDAQ, 381 million sell side. Dow, 635 sell side. And the 7, 202 million sell side.
Thank you, Eddie. There's 10 at 0.86.
Bottom ticked right on the lower trend line of this 5-minute bull flag.
Real.
Incredible.
Unreal. Watch this now. All right, 8 minutes left in the session. This is all part of trading, folks. Goldman got us. Goldman got us good there. Who hits that sell? Who has that sell?
Why it is always Goldman?
They seem to be behind all the chaos, Mohammed. It's always Goldman.
It's the common denominator.
That's
it.
It's a joke. It's a joke. They're just a super powerful
I know.
house. And it could be Goldman, it could be Citadel, it could be anyone. Or it could just be locals. It's just a joke.
It could be algorithms, by the way.
Yes, it could be. If you got long from 86. Jay, that was your level. Just have a resting order in there, man. Dolby style. Okay. So a bit of a dump. S&Ps kind of saw some sellers come in as well. BlackRock could be them too.
Now I'm waiting for the buyers to fail.
All the sellers are gone. Yeah, that's trading for you.
Yeah, with this rejection candle, it's worrying any sellers. So it's just tight stop.
Flat. Look at these buyers come in. These sellers.
105 is my stop. 19,105 is my stop for this short. Otherwise, just the market is just going anywhere.
Can't make up his mind right now.
Just choppy.
Yes, it
Remember,
is.
it's rollover. It's rollover too,
That's
so there's
true.
going to be a lot of
good call.
erratic trading going on.
Six minutes left in the session. What have we not covered? Gabe, are we good? Got the MOCs down. House count levels.
We
good.
are good, my friend. Power hour submissions are done for the day. Quiz winners have been announced, and you guys are good to close up whenever the bell hits and Eddie comes in.
Thank you.
Here we go now. Watch.
Oh yeah, I know. You know what happens here.
Back to our entry. Yeah.
Back to entry. Look out above. Hey, that's what happens though.
Okay, that's it. 302 PNL.
302. Look at this.
Yeah.
Look at this.
What do you think, chat? New highs on the close?
Yeah, watch. Yeah, chat. What would you guys love to see right now, just for good TV? I know exactly what you guys would like to see.
So you just watch how we can lose.
Both ways.
We always show you how can we win. Now it's a time to learn how to lose, because you have to learn how to lose.
Yes, you do.
Yeah, that's key right there. You got to learn how to lose. Very important.
Still learning. Still learning. Okay. I don't feel so bad.
When you get bottom ticked like that, you ever just impulsively get right back into the market?
Yes.
Your
Yes.
conviction tells you that you were right the whole time and they were just chasing you out.
If this was personal account, not on TV, JD.
We'd be in. We'd be in.
100%. 100%.
Actually, the market doesn't want anybody to win. You know, it's if you're a buyer, you will get your stop out. If you're a seller, you will be stopped out. So this is how it goes. Sometimes the market is not going anywhere. It just look for where the stops. I will go to them.
Haters are here, man. Haters.
Yeah, the
4
old
minutes
saying
left
was,
here. Yep. What was
Hoag says it much nicer, but the market's going to do whatever screws the most people. That's its nature.
Exactly.
Goldman got us. That's probably it for the day. How's it count? It's
I
not
must
bad.
say,
not
though, you
bad.
had some good management there. It was good. It was well managed.
Got to, yeah.
Sometimes the
Where the
market,
market went. Yeah.
yeah, will let you screw yourself if you don't have the discipline. So
yes,
the market will, it will screw your stop loss. That's fine, but you will sabotage yourself if you don't have the discipline.
That's exactly right. And that's the worst thing you could do is sabotage yourself. You sabotage yourself, everything else goes to hell. Counts. Yeah, here we go. 191's trade.
Johnny wants to know where the Chicago
I had-
traders meet up. Oh,
I had
Go
one
ahead,
nice
Mohammed.
trade here. I had one nice trade over here. I took it and trying to force it to high. The market failed miserably, actually, and took the stop in here. And people who took out here, they will come back again. The market knows that. their stops are here. So market is looking to this because sellers right now, they have the control.
Yes. I'm going to push it there. Mohammed, what time is it over there in Riyadh?
Actually, it's 11 p.m.
Oh, very good. Nice. Staying up late with us. We appreciate it. I know the chat greatly appreciates. Say thank you to Mohammed, everyone. Staying up with us late today. Joining us on Power Hour here on Top Step TV. One more time, click like, click subscribe. Man, Mohammed joining us. Mohammed, you're going to join us again, right?
Sure thing. It's my pleasure, actually. Hopefully next time I will be centered. I will be,
Yes.
much more focused, Maybe
Absolutely.
I would join the strategy session. I liked it, actually.
Mhm.
We can talk about
Emery's
my
great too, isn't
strategy,
she?
how I trade. Yeah.
Here we go. How much time we got left? Oh, the clock's gone. A couple minutes here. 107's trade, 108's trade. Up, and away. 90 seconds left. Mohammed, thank you so much. JD. Oh, we had him there. Oh, we had the cat by the tiger by the tail there.
We almost had him. today.
Almost had him.
We'll get him tomorrow.
Yes, we will. Yeah, and we've got a busy week. FOMC Wednesday, CPI Wednesday. Big stuff coming as well. Oh, I'm sure we got a fire drill in store sometime this week. We usually do. There we go. 60 seconds. Shout out to all the bellers that joined us today. Monday. If you're able to pad your account a little bit going into the week. Or manage your risk at the very least. As long as the losses are manageable, you're in good shape. This market cannot figure out where to go. Switch over to the S&P ladder because that's where all the volume comes in. It's fun to watch. Oh, yeah, here we go. What's trading? Yeah.
The crazy is coming right now, so.
Yeah, you're shitting me. 20 seconds. Eddie, you got Bell, outro. You the man. Good job today, Eddie.
Yeah.
Good job, everyone. Shout out to the team, man. So smooth running show today, must say. We're leveling up around here, folks. Taking our game to the next level. Greatly appreciate you guys tuning in with us. There we go. 5 seconds. Thanks for hanging with us, everyone. It says James Harden. Catch y'all tomorrow. Thank you, everybody. These prices. Look at these prices, JD. Unreal.
Oh, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for being with us here today at Topstep TV. And very smooth show. Really not too much action. But of course, that's why Wednesday, everybody's sort of baby stepping these markets here. And tomorrow also, it's not going to be a big breakfast. It's going to be probably a couple pieces of burnt toast here. We've got early 7:55 Red Book. We're looking at also a 10:30 52-week bill auction. And 11 o'clock here, EIA short-term energy outlook. Looking at 12 o'clock, high noon, we do have a 10-year note auction. And later on in the afternoon, we will have our API crude stock. Yes, the crude stock. Also here, we've got, let's see here. Oh, yes. Tomorrow we have once again, really good crew here going to be with us here tomorrow. So be here early. JD and myself, we're going to fire up the machine. We got Rips going to be joining us from Fast Market. Andre, MP, Jack, Coach, Dakota, and Rips. It should be very good here. So don't miss Fast Markets tomorrow. Also, Power Players, Andre Dolby and Carlos K. We have a new funded trader here. I'm going to be doing Top Quiz with Anne-Marie, Jack and Ben for Shoulder Tap. We got the Riz once again, Riz Cooney, going to be with JD, Coach Robert and JD. And the market stalking, we've got Deeyana, Coach J. Robert, and myself. And last week we had a good session, so we'll see if we can do that again. And 2 o'clock, we've got Andre and Dolby, yes, the dynamic duo. Once again, going to be back here with Austin Silver So don't forget to be with us then. But otherwise, my friends, want to make sure that you did learn at least one thing today. Just one thing. If you did, good. All right. Keep moving forward. That's going to get you to where you want to be. And well, we love having you here. Hopefully, you love being here with us. And well, it's time to log off. And what I consider that is family time. Okay, family time. We've been here in front of the monitors. Now it's time to get some real love. So get some rest, re-energize, have yourself a fantastic rest of your day. Stay safe, stay healthy. Until we meet again, I'm Eddie Horn, and this has been Top Step TV.